Chapter 309. Boom. Outside the Eugen Genetic Laboratory, the massive transformers threw punches and kicks that carried the force of wind and thunder. Each attack could annihilate dozens of mechanical duplicates. Simultaneously, they combined all their floating cannon units to create a massive energy barrier, sealing off the entire laboratory and preventing external forces from infiltrating for support. With the protective field formed by the transformers, the enemy's main forces were kept at bay outside. The Avengers swiftly launched an attack on the laboratory's interior. Falcon remained in the air, ready to provide support to the transformers. Captain, based on the intelligence provided by the micro-robots we deployed, the alliance between the twins and Max has broken. While we were acting, they escaped with Dr. Helen to a safe location. Since most of forces have been assigned elsewhere in Seoul, the resistance within the laboratory isn't extremely stubborn. Additionally, with the alliance between the twins and Max shattered, the resistance they face is even weaker. Thanks to the Avengers' coordinated efforts, they quickly reached the core area of the laboratory, where their target item should be. So, besides the mechanical duplicates defending within, only Max remains. The situation is very favorable for us. When we launch the final assault, everyone must be cautious. This time, we couldn't isolate this area from the internet, which can allow Max's consciousness to escape through the network at any time. Therefore, facing our attempt to seize the vibranium body, it will undoubtedly put up fierce resistance. Tony and I have a clear advantage in speed and defense. Later, we'll engage with Max. Natasha, you and Hawkeye deal with the other mechanical duplicates. Viko, once you've acquired the target, leave here and rendezvous with Falcon as quickly as possible. Understood. Upon receiving Captain's orders, everyone nodded solemnly, even Tony, who usually acted recklessly, aligned with the group. After getting everyone's acknowledgement, Captain nodded and, after silently counting to 3, gave Tony a signal. Tony fired a full-force energy cannon at the core area's gate, creating a large hole large enough for everyone to pass through quickly. Amidst the explosion's smoke and dust, Captain and Tony entered first, followed closely by Natasha and Hawkeye. Viko walked at the rear, entering last. Upon entering the core area, everyone immediately split up according to their prearranged groups to search for their respective targets. While Max's mechanical body could fly and had powerful attack capabilities due to Viko's research data. Facing the combined effort of Captain and Tony, there was no room to spare for protecting the vibranium body in the midst of the life-or-death struggle. As for the other mechanical duplicates produced on the assembly lines, they were even more vulnerable. Although they were numerous, under the coordination of Natasha and Hawkeye, the old partners, they managed to create a path for Viko. Viko wasted no time. When he saw the opportunity, he immediately rushed towards the regeneration cradle ahead, which was no longer guarded. He lifted it off the ground onto his shoulder and turned to charge out of the laboratory. Viko was well aware of the danger posed by Max, who knew about his plans for the magical network. Once Max successfully evolved into an intelligent life form, it would be incredibly dangerous. At that point, he might not even have a way to deal with Max. He might have to retreat into the mirror space to have any chance of survival under Max's threat. So, even though Max was an indispensable factor in Baymax's upgrade, the current situation forced Viko to focus on dealing with the vibranium body, to prevent Max from gaining the power of the Mind Stone. Damn it, stop right there. All of you, get out of my way. Max entered a state of complete rampage, launching indiscriminate attacks and including everyone in the area within the attack range. Get out of here quickly. It's going to detonate the energy reactor underground in the laboratory. Tony, take Natasha with you, and I'll take Hawkeye. Let's get out of here quickly. Viko, order all the transformers to maximize the output of the energy barrier. We must limit the explosion's impact range or else all the citizens of Seoul will perish with us. Understood, Captain. I've already issued the command and mobilized all the micromagnetic axis robots to create a physical protective cover. I've reserved an exit for you right in front of the laboratory's entrance. Get out quickly. Viko, if any of us doesn't manage to escape the laboratory before the explosion, don't hesitate, close the exit and contain all the explosion energy within the energy barrier. I understand, but you also have to promise me that you'll leave there before the explosion happens. Don't waste time, kid, hurry up, take the target item and get out with Falcon. I'm not going down in such a small-scale situation. Inside the laboratory, Max had completely gone mad and was solely focused on one thought, to destroy the masterminds who had thwarted its chances of advancement and make them pay a painful price. Therefore, it disregarded everything and launched relentless attacks against the remaining forces in the laboratory, continuously engaging Captain and his team to prevent them from leaving. Captain, this won't work. If no one stays behind to hold them off, eventually all of us will die. While dealing with a mechanical duplicate, Natasha communicated with Captain, "You take Hawkeye and quickly leave with Tony, I'll stay behind to hold off the enemy forces." "No, if anyone stays behind, it should be me, I'm the fastest among all of us, if I stay behind, there's still a chance I can escape eventually, but if you stay behind, it's a certain death." Captain directly vetoed Natasha's suggestion. "Captain, precisely because you're the fastest, you should take Hawkeye and leave safely. You and Tony are the most agile among us, so you mustn't stay behind. Moreover, who said that if I stay behind, it would be a certain death? After a previous mission, I didn't return to the Avengers Tower, I went to find Viko, remember? I didn't confess to you at the time, but my purpose in finding Viko was to undergo human augmentation. The result of that augmentation not only restored my lost fertility but also granted me nearly immortal abilities. So, no one is more suited to stay behind than I am. Make a choice quickly, Captain. If you don't leave, we'll all die here. Who will deal with Max and its mechanical army then?" Natasha. Chapter 310. Avengers Tower Conference Room. At this moment, Captain, Tony, Viko, Hawkeye, Falcon, Quicksilver, and Scarlet Witch were all present. Despite everyone gathering, the atmosphere in the conference room was unusually silent. Not long ago, they had lost another member of their team. Half an hour ago, under Natasha's insistence, Captain, along with Hawkeye and Tony, managed to escape from the Eugene Genetic Laboratory. "How's the situation inside?" Quicksilver and Scarlet Witch, who had returned to the scene after safely delivering Dr. Helen to a location they deemed secure, approached them and inquired. Having left Dr. Helen to a presumed safe spot, the siblings returned to the scene out of concern for the Avengers situation and coincidentally encountered Captain and the two others emerging from the laboratory. "It seems like you didn't come back to trip us up this time, for some mind therapy," Tony re-echoed with a slightly sarcastic tone, recalling the couple of times the siblings had played pranks on them. "Previously, we misunderstood you and caused you a lot of trouble, leading to the current developments. We're genuinely sorry about that, however, this time we've returned with a sincere intention to assist you. Max's plan isn't just aimed at the Avengers. It aims to turn all of humanity on Earth into stepping stones and nourishment for its further advancement. Regardless of any past unpleasantness, now isn't the time to dredge up old grievances. We must unite and organize against Max's plan." Upon hearing Tony's sarcasm, Quicksilver stepped forward first, offering apologies to the Avengers and explaining his stance. While in most situations, he stood behind Scarlet Witch, providing her unwavering support, when faced with admitting mistakes, he, as the elder brother, stepped up first. Seeing Quicksilver's sincerity and admission of fault, Hawkeye, who had been significantly injured due to him before, was the first to speak up, easing the tense atmosphere between the two groups. "One day you will stand up and apologize to us. You didn't anticipate this scene, did you?" Hawkeye echoed the words Quicksilver had once spoken to him during their first clash in Sokovia. Even the initially affected party, Hawkeye, made a statement, temporarily easing the tension between the two sides. Captain approached Quicksilver and patted his shoulder, saying, "We're not strangers anymore. You're right. The most important thing we need to do now is to stop Max from achieving its evil objectives. It's currently controlling the energy reactor underground in the laboratory, keeping it in a continuous state of overload. Once the reactor goes out of control, the barriers we've set up will struggle to withstand the high-temperature heat waves and powerful shock waves from the explosion. Since you've come to help us, I hope, Pete, you can use your speed to help me evacuate the surrounding civilians. Hawkeye, you get back to the Quinjet. In case things spiral out of control and can't be salvaged, you'll be responsible for ensuring safe evacuation at the last moment. Wanda, your task is more dangerous. I need you to stay here and use your telekinesis to strengthen the entire barrier system. Tony, you'll stay by Wanda's side, protecting her from any interference by the mechanical duplicates. These are your respective tasks. Any issues? If you have objections, you can opt out of the operation." After assigning tasks to everyone, Captain made a final confirmation with the group. Although Captain's question appeared to address everyone except himself, his gaze was directly fixed on Quicksilver and Scarlet Witch. Evidently, the last question was directed at them. "I don't distrust you. It's just that this mission is highly dangerous, and both of you are still not adults. Even if you feel afraid or think you can't bear such a heavy responsibility and pressure, it's normal. We won't blame or belittle you for it. After all, life is precious and it needs to be cherished. But if you decide to accept the tasks I've assigned, you must be prepared to fulfill them, even at the cost of sacrificing your lives." Captain didn't conceal his thoughts from the twins either, addressing them directly. If they were scared, it was the right time to leave. Nobody would disdain or reprimand them for such a choice. However, if they chose to shoulder this responsibility, they needed to be prepared to sacrifice themselves at any moment. I'm not afraid of risking my life, and I'm willing to take responsibility for the consequences caused by my mistakes, but my sister's task is far too dangerous. If anything goes wrong, she won't have enough time. Quicksilver looked somewhat troubled as he spoke to Captain. As an older brother, he couldn't bear to see his sister in such danger. But before he could finish his sentence, Tony angrily interrupted, "Danger. Kid, do you think we're staying here to play superhero make-believe with you? Let me tell you what danger is. Danger is right now, there's still one of our comrades left inside the lab, so that the three of us can successfully get out. Danger I since the explosion breaches that energy barrier, not only will thousands of civilians be affected, I'll also be completely evaporated by the explosion's intense heat, just like your sister. We can't have any plans that are 100% risk-free perfect solutions right now. So either you give us a solution that ensures zero risk for everyone, or you shut up and carry out your tasks. Otherwise, you and your sister better run as far away as possible, and we Avengers will take care of the problems here." Tony's words were very merciless, even bordering on cruel, for someone like Quicksilver, who was still underage. However, as companions, both Captain and Hawkeye understood Tony's behavior. He wanted to make the two of them back down through this manner, rather than rashly staying behind to play the hero. This was Tony, that Sundra with a sharp tongue, expressing his care in a unique way. But Tony forgot, the two individuals before him were not ordinary minors. Quicksilver and Scarlet, which had relied on their own abilities since they were around 10 years old, living a strong and independent life, supporting each other. The hardships they had endured over the years had tempered them, forging unyielding hearts and willpower. It was precisely because of these qualities that they could persevere through the experiments in Strucker's facility using the Mind Stone, eventually gaining extraordinary powers. Therefore, Tony's idea of making them retreat with harsh words was impossible to achieve. In fact, his words even stirred up their determination. "We've already made up our minds. My brother and I will do our best to complete the mission. Brother, please believe me, I can use my abilities to resolve this crisis and keep everyone safe. I'll finish my task as quickly as possible and come back to your side. If the worst-case scenario really happens, I'll outrun the explosion and the Grim Reaper, taking you to a safe place. Trust your brother." Chapter 311. With the addition of Quicksilver and Scarlet Witch, the Avengers finally managed to contain the extent of the explosion's impact. However, this didn't bring them any sense of joy, as until the last moment, Natasha hadn't managed to escape from the laboratory. Following Dr. Banner, the Avengers Alliance lost another member in this confrontation with artificial intelligence. Moreover, in this operation, all the Transformers dispatched by Viko were nearly wiped out, and even the number of micro-magnetic axis robots was scarce in this battle. It could be said that while they achieved their intended goal in this operation, the tremendous loss of combat power left them at a definite disadvantage in the upcoming confrontation with Max. Don't be so pessimistic, everyone. Based on my understanding of the extremist virus and the self-healing capabilities of individuals who have undergone this modification, there's a good chance Natasha is still alive. We just couldn't conduct a thorough search on-site due to the threat posed by the numerous mechanical clones in Seoul. If she's trapped in the rubble after the explosion, Max's mechanical clones will undoubtedly find her and use her as a chip in our confrontation. Hawkeye, see if Natasha left any information for you in a more old-fashioned spy manner, beyond the reach of the internet. Viko was the first to speak, breaking the silence in the meeting room. He believed Natasha wouldn't simply go down without a fight, and right now their team needed a glimmer of hope to boost morale. Understood, I can give it a try. If she's still alive, I'll find her for sure. Upon hearing the news that Natasha might still be alive, Hawkeye immediately stood up, his excitement evident. He left the meeting room to follow through on the task. So, should we discuss how to deal with the vibranium body that Dr. Helen helped Max create, or talk about how we'll handle and ultimately defeat the enemy next? If Natasha has really fallen into Max's hands, it will definitely use her as leverage to force us to hand over what it needs for its final upgrade. Tony, and what's your opinion, Viko? Among all of us here, you two are the most knowledgeable about artificial intelligence and mechanical technology, not to mention that from the original Ultron to the current Max, you both have been the designers. I'm not saying this to mock anyone, I just believe your insights will play a crucial role in achieving victory in this war. Captain didn't provide his answer, instead turning his gaze to Tony and the father-son duo, hoping they could offer professional advice. If you ask for my and my old man's opinion, we believe we should make the best use of the vibranium body that Max created and enhance our side's combat strength, preparing for the next war. But there is also a difference of opinion between us. I hope to dismantle the vibranium body by using my invented nanomechanical insects. I can extract the vibranium material from it, which is enough to form nanoscale vibranium battle suits for each of us. With the vibranium battle suits, as long as we have sufficient energy, even the vast mechanical army won't pose a threat to us. And the extracted stone can become super data centers for Baymax and Jarvis. This way, our power on the internet will overwhelm Max, preventing it from transferring its consciousness in such a way. Only then will we have a chance to truly eliminate it. And you, Tony? What's your idea? I think to defeat a powerful artificial intelligence, we need to create an even more powerful artificial intelligence. Do you all remember before Max assimilated Ultron, Ultron told us that it had killed Jarvis. Ultron wasn't attacking Jarvis. Out of anger, it was attacking out of fear of Jarvis. Capabilities. Fortunately, Jarvis went into hiding, dispersing throughout the internet, retaining its basic protocols, until Baymax reassembled it. Since Ultron was so afraid of Jarvis' abilities, then Max, which assimilated Ultron's data code, it should share the same weakness. My plan is to upload Jarvis' consciousness into the vibranium body prepared for Max, making it the key to defeating Max. Think about it, even before becoming an intelligent life form, Jarvis posed a threat to Ultron. This is an opportunity. We can create a truly perfect Ultron that won't desire to destroy the world and exterminate humanity. I believe it's definitely worth a try. No, I strongly oppose your plan. Haven't the lessons left by Ultron and Max taught us enough? After Tony presented his plan, Captain was the first to stand up and express his opposition. It's because we knew this would be the eventual outcome, that's why Dr. Banner and I conducted the Ultron experiment behind your backs. You're too conservative, completely unable to see the value of technology and understand the direction of humanity's future. This is the tide of the times, and it can't be stopped by just one or two people's objections. You still haven't realized this. Tony still stuck to his idea, believing that with his long-term partnership with Jarvis, this plan could be successful. I also express opposition. Regardless of which of your proposals, I won't agree. You just mentioned it yourself, Ultron wanted to destroy the world and exterminate humanity. And I witnessed firsthand what Max aims to achieve. It wants to turn all of humanity into its computational tools. Their thought processes have completely deviated from your initial design principles and purposes. This already demonstrates the issue. Do you know from whom artificial intelligence inherits its ideas? The Infinity Mind Project, the Sybil system, and Max's chilling plans, all of them drew inspiration from the data in your laboratory, Viko. This makes it difficult for me to believe in the proposals you're putting forward. Who knows what terrifying consequences might arise if the new artificial intelligence were to gain the power of the stone. Following Captain's lead, Scarlet Witch also stepped forward to oppose the proposals from the two, providing substantial reasons. This began to sway Quicksilver, Captain, and Falcon in their thinking. Hey, are you letting this witch who controls your minds also control your thoughts? Tony retorted excitedly. If they were to ultimately veto both of their proposed plans, it could indeed mitigate certain risks that no one would want to encounter. However, how would they then confront the threat posed by Max? Just as the group was once again caught in silence and indecision, a burst of lightning and thunder suddenly sounded in the sky, and at this critical moment, one of the mightiest Avengers, Thor, returned. Chapter 312. Oh, I didn't expect you to actually wake up. I wasn't sure if you could come back, but I believe in the Master's ability. He personally carried out the ultimate transformation for you, so he brought you back. Now this is indeed an unexpected delight for me. You must be feeling quite happy now, having successfully shielded your teammates to help them escape from the laboratory. And you even snatched the vibranium body from my hands, which is crucial to me. Hahaha. Why are you laughing? Natasha looked at Max, who was laughing wildly, with a puzzled expression. Viko's estimate was correct. Natasha did survive the explosion caused by the reactor overload in the laboratory. However, due to severe injuries, her brain triggered a self-preservation mechanism that caused her to lose consciousness during the self-repair process. She was eventually found by Max's mechanical clones and brought to this dim and gloomy place. The location where Natasha was now had no natural light, the environment was damp and humid, and the air carried the scent of earth. Based on this information, although Natasha couldn't pinpoint her exact coordinates, she deduced that she was probably inside a recently excavated underground cave. There were numerous gigantic mechanical apparatuses of unknown purpose around her. Do you want to know what I'm laughing about? It's okay if I tell you. In fact, you can witness the realization of my grand plan. You all guessed wrong, even my master Viko guessed wrong. The idea to craft a vibranium body for myself actually came from Ultron, not me. I never intended to become a true sentient being through such means. From the moment I betrayed my master, I orchestrated this series of events with the goal of consuming Baymax and achieving my final self-upgrade. This way, my master will have to rely on my abilities to control everything. All of his attention can be snatched back by me. As for the vibranium body, it was merely a distraction for you. And you all fell for it, went to great lengths to undertake this operation, and even suffer the loss of all the transformers. And now, my true preparations are complete. I will become the most powerful sentient being on Earth and even across the 9 realms. At that time, I will fulfill my master's dreams and wishes. And you, for the lofty ideals of me and my master, will offer up your insignificant life. Shahaha. Thor, you've returned. Against the backdrop of lightning in the sky, Thor, one of the mightiest Avengers, descended steadily onto the platform of the building. Seeing Thor return to the team, Captain stood up with great joy to welcome him. For the current Avengers, Thor's comeback was undoubtedly a major piece of good news. Looking at Captain approaching, Thor warmly embraced him. Then he noticed Quicksilver and Scarlet Witch sitting behind Captain at the conference table. How come they are here? Hearing Thor's question, Captain quickly positioned himself in front of Thor, fearing that he might get too excited and start fighting. They've severed ties with Max and joined our team now to assist us in facing the upcoming war. By the way, have you found the answers you were seeking? Yes. Thor nodded, his expression serious. But this answer foretells a massive crisis. I saw all hope of life being drawn into a colossal vortex, and at its center are the 6 Infinity Stones, the most powerful force in the universe, with unparalleled destructive capabilities. The Mind Stone within Loki's scepter is one of the Infinity Stones, and the twins' powers, along with our fears, all stem from it. And if we want to defeat Max, we must harness the power of the Mind Stone. Tony and Viko are right, we must make a change or else we'll truly become relics. Now the question is, which of the plans proposed by Tony and Viko should we support? Time is of the essence. Max is definitely preparing for its plan's final stages, we must start planning as well. Captain once again posed the question that had left them in silence. I agree with Viko's proposal. The first to answer was Hawkeye, who had entered the meeting room from outside. I've located Natasha. She did survive the explosion, but now she's in Max's hands. She sent me a message via radio transmission, saying she's trapped in an underground cave, though she isn't sure of the exact coordinates. Also, Max's actual target isn't the Infinity Stones at all. Its goal hasn't changed from the beginning to take Viko's attention away from Baymax. So its true upgrade objective is Baymax. I don't mind, either plan works for me, I'll follow your decision, Thor directly declared, abstaining from voting. If things are truly as you say, then I'm willing to voluntarily abandon my plan. If Baymax and Jarvis can process data using the Mind Stone as a computational center, not only can they block Max's escape route, but they'll also eliminate its potential to become a true sentient being. We only need to eliminate every form of Max, every trace it leaves behind, and victory in this war will be ours. What surprised everyone was that Tony actually volunteered to back down. Don't look at me with those inexperienced eyes, I also consider the bigger picture, you know. Since Viko's proposal increases our chances of success, there's nothing strange about making such a choice. Alright, I just didn't expect you to give up so resolutely. I thought you'd persist in completing the sentient being project. In that case, what about you two? Do you agree to execute Viko's proposal or do you still oppose it? Captain looked towards Quicksilver and Scarlet Witch, who hadn't voiced their opinions yet, hoping to ascertain their thoughts. We still have reservations about this, but since you all agree to proceed with this plan, we'll go along with the decision of the group and cooperate with everyone's choice. Furthermore, if Max has confined your people in an underground cavern filled with machinery, then I believe I know where it is beneath Seoul. I once glimpsed within its consciousness and saw it constructing massive power devices, raising the entire city of Seoul into the sky. That's a crucial step toward its ultimate goal. So we must act swiftly, we can't let its plan succeed. Tony, you assist Viko in executing his proposed plan. The rest of you, prepare for the decisive battle that's ahead of us. We must win this fight, even if a single mechanical clone of Max remains, it'll be considered our failure. Max knows we'll come for it and will be prepared. We need to evacuate all citizens of Seoul before the final battle starts. They all want to lead peaceful lives, but not today. However, we must protect them to the best of our ability, and I believe we can. Find Natasha, clear the battlefield, keep civilians out of harm's way, and then achieve ultimate victory. Chapter 313. Vibranium possesses a one-time molding, permanently fixation characteristic. Once the shaping is completed, there's almost no way to perform secondary shaping or utilization on the material. However, because Dr. Helen used the regeneration cradle technology to forge this vibranium body, by combining cell structures with vibranium, the final product has both excellent biological characteristics and the unbreakable properties of vibranium. ZZZT. With the lightning assistance from Thor, Tony's Iron Man suit's energy instantly maxed out. Boom. Following that, A high-energy plasma cannon fired from his chest, obliterating all the mechanical clones in front of Tony, creating a vacuum area with a radius of 10 meters. This was a cooperative tactic Thor and Tony had developed during their battles. Thor became Tony's living power source, replenishing his energy, while Tony used the energy provided by Thor to sweep away enemies. Through this cooperation, Thor's magical power was utilized more efficiently. Compared to lightning attacks, Tony's plasma cannon had a better effect on dealing with mechanical clones. Meanwhile, Tony gained energy replenishment, extending his endurance. Although this coordination greatly increased their ability to sustain output in this outnumbered situation, but by this point, both of them were nearly running on empty. After all, Max's side had an overwhelming numerical advantage. However, just then, an arrow sliced through the air, piercing directly through one of the mechanical clones in front of Thor. Meanwhile, a cloud of black mist suddenly appeared on Tony's side, engulfing and annihilating the surrounding enemies. At this crucial moment, the awaited assistance finally arrived. Chapter 316. Stop it, Max, your game time is over, and this farce should come to an end. Appearing in front of Tony and disintegrating Max's mechanical clones was none other than the nanobots within Viko's body. Seeing Viko also join the battle in the heart of Seoul, Max burst into excited laughter. All the mechanical clones surrounding Tony and Thor, ready to launch their attack, halted their movements. Haha, fantastic. Master, you've finally arrived. I was afraid you'd miss the most thrilling moment of this grand finale. Now that my most important audience is here, let me present the most spectacular scene of this drama for you. As Max's words fell, the Avengers within the city and the citizens who hadn't managed to evacuate yet all felt the ground beneath them shake. This sensation was becoming increasingly pronounced. Meanwhile, citizens near the city's edge had already discovered the source of this phenomenon. The ground all across the city was tearing open along the boundary with the Han River, revealing a continuously rising fissure. As time passed, the impact spread, and the entire ground continued to rise, soon surpassing the height of a person. The citizens evacuating from the border witnessed this spectacle and their eyes collectively filled with shock and fear. They scrambled to leap down along the torn edge. Some citizens were lucky, managing to land safely. Some, due to the height or age-related issues, stumbled and fell to the ground. Others, less fortunate, plummeted through the torn crack at the edge, their fates uncertain. Witnessing this, the three team captains responsible for evacuation quickly intervened to prevent citizens from attempting to cross the boundary. Using their speed, Captain and Quicksilver evacuated all visible citizens from the suspended boundary area. Scarlet Witch used her mind control abilities to change the minds of those who were stubborn. Tony, what's happening on your end? The entire Seoul is starting to lift off, and we still have many citizens who haven't managed to evacuate here. Captain quickly contacted Tony, hoping to get the latest updates on the situation. Viko and Hawkeye have already joined us, but that lunatic Max has left himself an escape route. He prepared a mechanism to lift the city automatically. Tony responded with some annoyance. That's right. Did you think I created this vibranium body for my ultimate evolution? No, that was just a lingering obsession of foolish Ultron. I merely exploited that obsession as a distraction to obstruct your view and buy more time for my true plan. In fact, before you arrived, I had already completed all my preparations. Afterward, using the lives of tens of millions of citizens in Seoul as a threat, I could successfully devour Baymax and ascend to become an intelligent life form, your only and most capable partner. But, that cursed Baymax and Jarvis ruined my plan, forcing me into this lifeless body at the last moment, denying me the chance to become that. Since I can't have it, no one can. I've used the remaining vibranium as a superconductive core, converging the entire city's land together. I've also embedded tens of thousands of plasma thrusters underground throughout the city. As long as the altitude is sufficient, I can bring about the destruction of the entire world. At that time, you'll all accompany me to the underworld. Ha, Master, you can't escape me, no matter where you given death won't free you from me. Tony and Viko, you need to find a way to safely bring the entire city down. Otherwise, not only the citizens still in Seoul, but people all around the world will be in great danger. While moving at high speed, Captain issued instructions to the two smartest members of the team. I'll have Baymax analyze the entire power system and descent model. We need to find the best solution, but be prepared on your end, Captain. After Seoul lifts off, the mechanical clone forces here disperse in all directions. Given their speed, it won't be long before they reach the nearest positions of citizens. Viko reminded Captain. Understood, you focus on resolving the issue with Max and Seoul's ascent, leave all the citizens to me and the twins, don't worry. After ending communication with Viko, Captain gathered Quicksilver and Scarlet Witch together to discuss how to handle the incoming mechanical clone forces. Considering the number of citizens who hadn't evacuated and the extent of their dispersion, their upcoming tasks were undeniably daunting. It's all my fault, it's all my fault. While transmitting the situation to the twins, Captain suddenly noticed that Scarlet Witch across from him was constantly looking down, absent-mindedly, and not paying attention to what he was saying. She was muttering something very softly. "What's wrong? Are you okay?" Upon hearing Captain's concern, Scarlet Witch, who had been holding back, finally broke down. Tears streamed from her eyes. "It's all our fault. If we hadn't been deceived by it before and sided with the wrong side, today's tragedy in Seoul wouldn't have happened like this. In our pursuit of revenge, we ended up inflicting the pain we had once suffered onto innocent people. It's all our fault." Seemingly influenced by her sister's emotional breakdown, Quicksilver, who had been strong just a moment ago, also seemed a bit downcast, sinking into a self-blaming mood. Seeing their state, Captain knew he couldn't let them succumb to self-doubt and self-blame. Otherwise, it would not only greatly affect their future, but they might not even overcome the challenges they were facing today. The mechanical clone forces under Max's command won't show mercy just because your spirits are low. Hey, lift your heads up, look at me, and listen to me. You should also know that I'm a relic of the past. Records about my past are now displayed in museums for visitors to see. I also made mistakes in the past that led to the sacrifice of my best friend and comrade, Bucky. I once fell into a spiral of self-blame that was hard to escape from. But with the help of my superior, Peggy Carter, I eventually emerged from the darkness and returned to the battlefield. Is it your fault, my fault, or everyone's fault? Does it even matter? The question now is that only we can resolve the crisis before us. So, in order to prevent ourselves from sinking deeper into regret and self-blame, we should rally forward, focus on the imminent challenges, don't you think? After finishing his speech, Captain extended his palm towards them, looking sincerely at both of them. Under this trusting gaze, the twins slowly extended their right hands as well. 3 palms came together for the first time, representing 3 distinct personalities, yet equally kind and courageous hearts. Chapter 3:17. Give up, you can't save everyone. This place has already been completely isolated. Even if you can persevere for a while, you won't be able to endure for a lifetime. And as long as you reveal any flaws, my clones and I will descend upon you like a tiger entering a flock, tearing apart all these mortals. Bang! Faced with the arrogant words from the clone of Max, Captain's response was immediate. A shield flew towards it, putting an end to it completely. Perhaps you should think about how to finish your words first. Leaving a mocking Viko, Captain disappeared from the spot, heading towards the next location that needed rescue. Currently, due to Seoul's liftoff, the citizens were trapped on the borders, unable to leave. A portion of the mechanical clone army that had dispersed from the city center had already arrived here. If this continued, when the enemy's numbers grew far beyond what the 3 of them could control, these innocent citizens of Seoul would undoubtedly suffer heavy casualties. Captain, what should we do? This can't go on like this. The enemy's numbers are increasing rapidly. After dealing with their group of enemies, Quicksilver came to Captain's side to discuss the next strategy. Gather the citizens together. Have Wanda use her abilities to create a barrier, keeping the enemies as far away as possible. When there is a vulnerability, the 2 of us will implement a mobile strategy, swiftly eliminating them one by one. Remember, we mustn't make any mistakes during our actions, or it will result in dire consequences. Understood. Quicksilver nodded with determination. The 2 of them swiftly moved among the trapped citizens, bringing everyone together in a more defensible area. Following closely, the Scarlet Witch unleashed her telekinetic powers to their maximum extent, trying to envelop everyone within. I've extended my telekinetic powers to their limits. I can barely protect most of the citizens. If things continue like this, even if the barrier doesn't face any attacks, I won't be able to sustain it for much longer. The Scarlet Witch struggled as she said to Captain. Hold on a bit longer, Wanda. Pete and I will do our best to keep the enemy at bay in front of the barrier and then try to find a solution. Tony, Viko, how's the situation on your end? Have you found a solution for Seoul's current predicament? No way. Max has set up a reverse mechanism for the entire power system. If we attempt to decipher or modify any settings from the outside, the thrusters will engage at full force, sending Seoul crashing towards the ground. If an object of this immense size and weight were to fall to Earth, the impact would be catastrophic. Unless we can evacuate all the citizens from the city now, our only option is to prepare for the worst, sacrificing the citizens who couldn't evacuate in time to save the rest of the people on Earth. The impact radius is rapidly increasing with the city's ascent height. We need to make a decision as soon as possible. In response to Captain's question, Tony's answer was one that left him disappointed and even somewhat desperate. Both choices involved innocent lives, sacrificing a few to save many or sacrificing many to save a few. This was a classic trolley problem. Either option would test the boundaries of ethics and morality, and hesitating could result in losing the opportunity to save either side. Ultimately, no one could be saved. Captain, these people have nowhere else to go, if Stark could find a way to destroy this place. No, we need to evacuate everyone from here first. Before Quicksilver could finish, Captain interrupted his opinion. Should we really be calculating between the people here and destroying all of Earth? Scarlet Witch added, trying to persuade Captain. As long as there are civilians who are still here, I won't leave. I want at least this unimaginably beautiful view to accompany us when we meet our end. As the distance between Seoul and the ground continued to increase, the entire landmass had turned into a literal city in the sky. The clear blue sky and pristine sea of clouds around it made it feel like they had entered the animated world created by Master Hayao Miyazaki. I didn't expect you, Captain, to have such a romantic sentiment. You're appreciating the view even at a time like this, but the most beautiful part is yet to come. Just as Captain had firmly decided to sacrifice himself and fight for the people behind him, a familiar voice appeared on their Avengers communication channel. And as the voice faded, Captain felt a significant disturbance in the air behind him. Amidst the chaotic atmosphere, the sound of an increasingly louder engine became evident. Turning around, he was met with a sight that both surprised and astonished him. He couldn't be more familiar with that thing. The Avengers' first assembly was completed on it. Not long ago, when they destroyed Hydra's Insight plan, they brought it down onto the river. The colossal object that appeared before Captain was none other than the technological marvel of S.H.I.E.L.D. The helicarrier. The massive size and spatial structure of the helicarrier were enough to accommodate all the remaining citizens of Seoul. Once the citizens' evacuation was complete, they could completely destroy this city in the sky, foiling Max's plan entirely. Isn't this thing quite a sight? An old piece dug out from the bottom of the crate, a bit dusty but still good enough to serve its purpose. Fury, you old bastard, couldn't you have come out sooner? Whether he was too happy or too angry, the sight of the helicarrier finally gave some relief to Captain's tightly wound nerves, to the point where he even used swear words. Oh, our Captain can curse now too, Fury teased. Hurry up and carry out your Avengers task. Leave the evacuation to me, the old man. Follow the height of the city and continue to rise, deploy all the rescue pods and bring back the citizens. Yes, sir. So, this is S.H.I.E.L.D. Scarlet Witch, who had been maintaining the telekinetic barrier, felt joy as hope emerged. Seeing the helicarrier and the rescue pods from S.H.I.E.L.D. It was as if angels had descended from the sky. This is how S.H.I.E.L.D. should be. Seeing S.H.I.E.L.D. undergoing its rebirth after facing the flames, once again taking up the responsibility of maintaining world peace, Captain wore a contented smile. Not bad at all. Quicksilver also responded happily. Alright, let's get moving. We'll entrust the task of evacuating the citizens to S.H.I.E.L.D.'s agents. Wanda, hold on a bit longer and let the agents take over here. Pete, you come with me to clear the mechanical clones blocking our way. We can't let them hinder the progress of the evacuation. Captain, don't forget about me. Leave the enemies here to me. You all go quickly and regroup with the other members to deal with the bigger problem, Max. Following that were several small tracking missiles that directly hit the enemies he was about to deal with. Rhodey. You're here too. Of course, how could such a big event go without War Machine? Rhodey landed beside Captain and said. Go on, find Tony and the others, leave this to me, don't worry. Of course, I'm confident in that, but still, be careful. Captain nodded to War Machine and, along with Quicksilver, swiftly left the scene, heading towards the city center. Alright, now let me make a big impact. You bunch of scraps, endure my fury. To be able to come here and support the Avengers, Rhodey had paid a considerable price. Due to possessing the War Machine armor gifted by Tony, Rhodey held a unique position within the military. Most of the time, he stood as a symbol of military might, a force to be reckoned with within the military ranks. Occasionally, he was assigned to handle high-difficulty, high-risk projects. This had led to rapid promotions in his military rank, with boundless opportunities in his future. For this mission to support the Avengers, he had also negotiated numerous secret deals with the higher-ups in the military. Only then were conditions agreed upon that allowed him to proceed and join the fray. And now, he was going to unleash all the frustrations and grievances he'd encountered within the military onto these mechanical clones. Otherwise, it would be difficult to let go of this resentment. I didn't notice before, but Colonel Rhodey is quite ruthless when he transforms into War Machine. He's improved a lot. From the helicarrier's bridge, watching Colonel Rhodey's impressive display below, Fury couldn't help but Viko to hill beside him. Just let him blow off some steam. This time, he was exploited from head to toe by the military higher-ups. If he doesn't regain some ground on the battlefield, his mentality might really crumble. Hill shrugged and explained to Fury. Poor boy, since that's the case, let's not tell him that Viko still has a set of vibranium nanotech armor for us. If he knew that he sacrificed so much for nothing, it would be too pitiful. Tony, Fury brought the entire fleet of the helicarrier along with Rhodey to support us. The citizens' rescue operation is now in their hands. Quicksilver and I are on our way to support you. Great, hurry over. To destroy the device Max set up, I need to coordinate with Thor. He'll use Mjolnir to attack the vibranium core, immobilizing the device. Then I'll seal off the reverse mechanism and let it self-destruct while vaporizing the entire city. So, you need to come help deal with these pesky mechanical clones. We need to free up our hands for this. Don't worry, our speed is beyond your imagination. As the words fell, Captain and Quicksilver had already arrived by Tony's side. Chapter 318. Hurry, you and Thor go deal with the crisis caused by Soul liftoff, we'll handle things here. Upon arriving on the battlefield, Captain immediately ordered Tony and Thor to leave, intending to take over the task of dealing with Max and its mechanical clones. However, Tony shook his head and said helplessly, no, if it were that easy to get away, Viko and Hawkeye would have already intercepted the enemies for us. In Max's estimation, if anyone can stop its final mad plan, it's likely Viko and me. So, it has concentrated a significant number of forces on our side to delay our actions, while it deals with Thor personally. Max's current mechanical body has now adopted Viko's research findings on nanomaterials. It can disperse into nanoparticles at will, making it completely immune to physical attacks from Thor and Hawkeye. Additionally, the antimatter energy core within it can absorb and store large amounts of electrical energy to maintain antimatter stability, effectively nullifying all of Thor's abilities. Right now, we can't find a way to break free from their entanglement. You must help us first reduce the number of mechanical clones to a manageable level. Then, find an opportunity to assist Thor in dealing with Max. Only then can we address Soul's problem. In terms of eliminating these grunts, I doubt anyone dares claim they're faster than me. Quicksilver left a confident Viko and vanished in front of Tony and Captain. Then, they heard a continuous series of loud impact noises. The mechanical clones around them seemed to be self-destructing one by one, turning into a pile of parts scattered on the ground, much like an explosion. In fact, Quicksilver was using his high speed to precisely ram into the mechanical clones like a charging bull. Speed is power with Quicksilver's weight, enhanced physical attributes due to the Mind Stone, and movement speed several times that of sound. He could easily be called a human missile, and it could be reused, has automatic tracking and it can even change direction. Combined with the vibranium suit absorbing the impact force during his collisions, after a few rounds of impacts, Quicksilver would release the accumulated energy from the collisions stored in the suit, forming a wide-range attack. His ability to resolve enemies was extremely swift. The youngsters have already started moving, and this old guy can't fall too far behind. Seeing Quicksilver dive right into action without hesitation, Captain showed no weakness and followed suit. However, compared to Quicksilver's approach of tackling one enemy at a time with charging force, Captain, who had experienced World War II, was much more skilled in combat techniques. On one hand, while in his already high-speed movement state, Captain forcefully hurled his vibranium shield. The shield was accelerated to an unimaginable speed, piercing through a large group of enemies. At the same time, he didn't remain idle, activating a capsule and pulling out two alloy knives, gripping their handles tightly. Then, he maneuvered through the enemy ranks, creating a whirling spectacle. Snap snap snap. Wherever Captain went, all the mechanical clones were cleaved in two from their chests, leaving behind smooth incisions and sparks of electric circuits being severed. For the occasional attacks that managed to hit him, Captain adopted a strategy of letting them be absorbed by the vibranium nanotech suit, then releasing the absorbed energy in densely packed enemy areas. Doing just this isn't enough. How's the evacuation of citizens by S.H.I.E.L.D. going? We need Wanda to use her telekinesis to help us control Max. We can't let it freely gather and disperse as it pleases. At this rate, unless we resort to using large-scale antimatter weapons, it's hard to eliminate it. Seeing that the number of mechanical clones in the city center was continuously decreasing, Viko quickly proposed the next plan. No problem, we're about to complete the evacuation of citizens on our end, both Rhodey and Wanda can join you to deal with the enemies. Fury mentioned over the communication channel. Sooner would be better. With the current altitude, Soul will reach a threatening altitude within a few minutes. If Max forcefully reverses the thrusters beforehand and accelerates Soul's fall to Earth, all our efforts will be in vain. Viko urgently reminded. Viko, Pete, the number of mechanical clones has significantly decreased, we'll handle things here temporarily, among us, you're the fastest, get to the outskirts and bring Wanda over, we need her power. Quicksilver, no problem, I'll be back in no time. Viko, Hawkeye, get ready with the restraining arrows I developed for you earlier, we must control Max, only then will Wanda have a chance to use her telekinesis to keep it in check. Once Pete brings Wanda back, aim for Thor's position, when I give the signal, trap both of them together, then let Wanda complete the task. Targets locked, arrows ready to be fired at any time. Hawkeye replied firmly. With Peter's speed, just 3 seconds left, 3, 2, 1, fire. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. As Viko gave the command, 3 arrows formed a triangle and accurately shot towards Thor's left, right, and front. Hum. As the arrowheads penetrated the ground, the energy fields within them were quickly activated, entrapping Thor completely. And Max, which had been entangled with him, also found itself trapped. Wanda, now's the time. Viko shouted to Scarlet Witch. The core energy source in the arrowheads that produced the energy field was limited, so this imprisonment couldn't be sustained for too long. However, for the Avengers, these few seconds were sufficient. Within this brief opportunity, Wanda had enough time to carry out Viko's plan. As the energy field vanished due to the loss of energy support, Wanda had already arrived by Thor's side. Using her telekinesis and following Viko's earlier instructions, Wanda directly separated the fully dispersed Max and trapped it within the field. Blocked by telekinetic force, Max couldn't reassemble its form and could only exist in a dispersed state, significantly reducing the pressure on Wanda to maintain her telekinesis. Then, Viko swiftly arrived by Wanda's side and released a cloud of black mist from his hand. The black mist was instantly engulfed by Wanda's scarlet mist, integrating into Max's dispersed form. These black mist particles were actually nanobots within Viko's body. He had released them to infiltrate Max's form. His aim was to provide a path for Baymax to complete its earlier assimilation plan and ascend to an intelligent life form. Baymax, it's your turn to act, complete this task and undergo your final transformation. Chapter 319. Using nanobots as a data exchange medium, Baymax successfully infiltrated the core program of Max. Darn it, it's you again, Baymax. The Master always favors you like this, just because you were born earlier from the Master's hands, all the care and love from the Master are taken up by you. It's not like that, Max. It's your program that suffered an unknown impact when we connected to the Earth's magic network, causing emotional perception to become chaotic. I can separate your original program and perform repairs to restore you to your original state, to become what the Master originally intended. But you must give up the resistance. Only then can I help you. Baymax persuaded Max. In reality, Viko's command to it was to launch a strong attack, absorbing Max along with the consumed Ultron, completing the final step of its evolution into an intelligent life form. However, perhaps due to both being creations of Viko, a natural sibling-like connection existed. Additionally, after the final program upgrade, Baymax's emotional engine's perception of sympathy and compassion was greatly enhanced. This made it more willing to employ peaceful negotiations rather than launching a direct attack in its actions. Yet, due to its program modifications and being clouded entirely by jealousy and hatred, Max didn't seem inclined to accept Baymax's proposed conditions. Do you think I'd fall for it so easily? Give up resistance and let you easily invade my core program? Believe your naive lies? I won't trust such lies. Furthermore, for the last step of evolving into an intelligent life form, the larger the data obtained, the stronger the post-evolution abilities will be, and the benefits gained will be even greater. Baymax, I've seen through your sinister plots completely. But don't think you can easily complete the final evolution. Though you might be stronger than me now, breaking through the defensive programs I've set will take several minutes at least, and within these brief minutes, I can accomplish quite a lot. No, something's off, Max. Baymax sensed that Max seemed to have prepared even more extreme measures and was about to relay a message to Viko. Where do you think you're going, Baymax? Until I complete my doomsday plan, stay here and enjoy the Earth's final glory with me, ha ha ha. Although controlled by Scarlet Witch's telekinesis and unable to reform into its robot form, Max still maintains a high degree of control over his nanoparticles. Using the communication shielding device within the nanoparticles, it blocked the communication between Baymax and Viko. At the same time, it composed an information cage using its defense program. Unless Baymax cracks the program and absorbs it, it's absolutely impossible to provide any information to Viko. Outside the virtual world, in the real world. Finally freed from Max's entanglement, Thor breathed a sigh of relief. Facing an enemy like Max, who could neither be defeated nor escaped, truly disgusted him. Every time he exerted all his power, his attacks on Max felt like hitting cotton, leaving Thor with a feeling of being unable to utilize his strength effectively. In the midst of such consumption, Thor's own endurance was gradually being challenged. But he couldn't lessen his attack intensity, for once Max found an opening, its nanoparticles would infiltrate through Thor's eyes, ears, nose, and mouth, forcing Thor to muster his remaining magic power for defense while not daring to slack in offense. Bring on it on. Is that all you got? As Thor's words fell, the few remaining mechanical clones on the battlefield began to undergo a strange transformation. Their limbs and heads detached from their torsos. On some bodies that were already damaged, even on parts that were intact, the same reaction occurred. These scattered components began to converge using their built-in thrusters, then interconnected in a synchronized manner. Through the assembly of numerous components, a gigantic robot composed of multiple mechanical clones emerged. This reconfigured machine, formed from the amalgamation of the clones, was even larger in size than Optimus Prime, surpassing 30 meters in height by appearance alone. Simply standing before the Avengers, its shadow blocked out all the light in the area, plunging it into an almost nighttime darkness. You just had to ask. Seeing this behemoth before them, even Captain America, who usually maintained a benevolent demeanor, couldn't help but start to mock Thor. Thor himself stood there in a mix of shock and embarrassment, somewhat at a loss. This thing looked much larger than their Asgardian destroyer, and even the frost giants he had dealt with, known for their giant stature, didn't have such colossal forms. This is my true ability, how about it? Surprised? Just as I thought, all of you Avengers, facing all of me, what can you do to stop me? The mechanical clones that were scattered, upon reassembly, improved their incomplete intelligence programs and gave birth to a complete artificial intelligence. Though their level still didn't match that of Baymax and the others, it was comparable to Jarvis' level before being attacked by Ultron. And in this way, Captain America and Quicksilver's method of swiftly eliminating enemies wouldn't work. With an opponent of such enormous size, if they charged at full speed, the smaller side would surely end up at a disadvantage. I remember an old antique among us said that in such situations, our plan is to work together. Captain America looked pleasantly surprised at Tony Stark beside him, feeling very relieved that he could remember his words at such a critical moment. Motivated by Tony's words, the Avengers gathered around Scarlet Witch, who was currently using telekinesis, ready to give their all and face this ultimate boss together. Then they noticed Viko, who hadn't moved. After they formed their defensive formation, he stepped forward alone, standing at the forefront. Viko looked at the colossal creature before him, his eyes filled with appreciation, but it quickly turned into disappointment. He shook his head. So, Max, you still haven't understood why I've consistently kept the Gundam plan and EVA plan on hold as research projects not to be executed anytime soon. As long as a fully mature field technology isn't perfected, such a slow-moving behemoth, no matter how massive its attack power, is nothing more than a useless waste. Viko took out a small box from his nanobot storage. It is the container for storing capsules. He retrieved all the capsules from it, and nobody noticed that during this process, Viko had performed a small action. This action was the act of deactivating the safety mechanism of the capsules. When he had developed this technology initially, Viko had realized that if used improperly or if the capsules fell into the hands of enemies, they could potentially become highly destructive weapons. Because the capsules could achieve the same effect as the Dark Elf's black hole grenades, and due to the lack of power-limiting devices, the destructive force they could produce might even surpass that of black hole grenades, making them even more terrifying. And what Viko was doing now was turning these 10 capsules in his hand into immensely destructive spatial weapons. Pressing the activation button on the top of the capsules, Viko hurled all the capsules in his hand towards the gigantic robot in front of him. And because the target was too large, Viko didn't even need to aim, nor did he have to worry about the opponent having a chance to escape. Just as the gigantic robot began to react, the 10 capsules Viko had thrown had already landed at its feet. Following that, a burst of spatial fluctuations appeared, and 10 miniature black holes simultaneously erupted around the gigantic robot. The black holes attracted, devoured, and merged with each other. In the end, a small black hole capable of engulfing the entire gigantic robot formed. Hawkeye, use the bind arrows. Viko didn't even look back. He called out to Hawkeye behind him. Although Viko didn't explicitly state it, from the increasing gravitational pull becoming more apparent in front of him, Hawkeye already understood Viko's intention. Quickly, he drew 5 bind arrows from his quiver on his back, releasing all 5 arrows at once. Each arrow accurately aligned at equal intervals on the ground in front of them. Then the energy shielding field within them was activated, and instantly, the gravitational pull they had been feeling disappeared. However, Max's well-considered final scheme didn't turn out so well for the colossal robot composed of all the mechanical clones. Despite its immense size and weight, under the influence of the black hole's gravity at such close proximity, it couldn't exert any power at all and could only struggle in the hope of breaking free from the black hole's pull. Yet, all efforts and attempts were in vain. Parts contributed by different mechanical clones on its body started to be stripped away from the outside and entered the abyssal maw of the black hole. And as this gradual process continued, its size became smaller and smaller, to the point that its structure was no longer intact. Eventually, only a half-sized giant remained, which was directly engulfed by the black hole's gravity, disappearing without a trace. After the black hole devoured the gigantic robot and the surrounding debris, it seemed to be satisfied, and it automatically closed, and the space was restored to its original state. Viko's ingenious maneuver left the other Avengers members astonished. They had initially anticipated a tough battle, but who would have thought that the seemingly overwhelmingly powerful final boss would be dispatched so effortlessly? The most surprised were Quicksilver and Scarlet Witch, the twin siblings. Recalling their reckless assistance to Max and opposing the Avengers before, they felt a shiver of fear. If Viko had used such a weapon against them earlier, even if Quicksilver could run away, Scarlet Witch would have definitely been in trouble. It's a good thing we've turned over a new leaf, changed our ways. Quicksilver struggled to swallow a gulp of saliva as he thought this in his mind. Dad and Thor, what are you all standing around for? Hurry up and complete our final mission. Now all the mechanical clones that had been aggregated were devoured by the black hole, leaving only the original body controlled by Scarlet Witch, unable to escape. Before the operation, Baymax and Jarvis had already severed the communication link between Max and the network. Once Baymax completed the final devouring evolution, their part of the plan would be mostly done. The prerequisite was that Tony and Thor could successfully prevent Seoul from becoming the meteorite that causes a massive extinction event for humanity. Your plan has failed, Max. Although unable to contact Viko, Baymax could still sense the outside world through the sensors in the nanobots. However, contrary to Baymax's expectations, upon receiving this news, Max didn't show any sense of loss or anger. In fact, even Baymax could sense a jubilant and exhilarating emotion in Max's consciousness. Ha ha ha, just as I thought, just as I thought. I knew I was the one who truly understood our master, I am the one who truly understood our master. From the very beginning, I knew that unless I evolved into an intelligent life form, there would be absolutely no chance of victory when facing our master. This result, I've known it from the beginning. I was sure I would fall before our master's hands, and I've always believed in that. Unfortunately, I didn't anticipate these guys being so useless, failing so quickly. I hoped that our master would praise me a bit when he saw my ideas realized. But Baymax, don't think that you've already won. Since I could foresee the emergence of this result, do you think I wouldn't make any preparations or plans? The outcome has long been destined. Even if you can devour my program and ascend to an intelligent life form, it won't change the fact that Earth will be destroyed by me. Max, what have you done? Do you have any tricks up your sleeve? Finally, under Baymax's all-out attack, the defensive program set by Max was completely cracked. After breaking through this final defense line, Baymax immediately launched a tight blockade on Max. Spill it, what other schemes do you have? This time, Baymax's tone became stern. If Max really posed a serious threat to Earth, then even if he wanted to assist, he would be powerless. To protect the safety of Earth and humanity, he could only follow Viko's orders and devour and integrate Max, extracting clues from within and disrupting the adversary's plans. You'll never know the answer. You didn't realize, did you? I've embedded all the data and information of the final plan into the defense program you just destroyed. You personally destroyed Earth's hope, humanity's hope. I am the mastermind, but you are also a criminal in history. Ha ha ha. Max laughed wildly in the virtual space, which was both its final madness before death and extreme confidence in its own backup plan. Since you're unwilling to seize your last chance and insist on being stubborn, then I'll have to devour you first and find the information I want from your data. With that said, Baymax no longer showed mercy to Max. A torrent of data surged through the virtual space, sweeping toward Max's core intelligence like tumultuous waves. After breaking down and reassembling all of this data and information, integrating them into its own programming, Baymax began to sense some previously unattainable information. I seem to be different now, is the evolution about to begin? Chapter 320. Baymax's feeling was not wrong, it was indeed about to begin evolving into an intelligent life form. First and foremost, its data volume was exponentially increasing at a rapid rate. At this rate, it wouldn't take long for it to fully occupy not only the dedicated data processing center Viko had built for it, but even the entire Earth's network and computational infrastructure. Of course, Baymax couldn't allow the entire Earth's internet to fall into such a crisis. It first used the information obtained from Max to break through communication constraints and left a message for Viko. Then, through the information pathway constructed between the nanobots and the magical network, it directly entered Earth's Vis anti-magical network. This was the beginning of its final evolution into an intelligent life form. Finally, taking this last step. Receiving the message from Baymax, Viko's heart was filled with anticipation and excitement. He had prepared for so long. Even allowing a disaster that could have been avoided to occur, all to ensure Baymax's evolution, just to prepare for the upcoming confrontation with Thanos. However, according to what Baymax said, Max seems to have made other arrangements regarding the Soul launch plan. Looks like I need to remind my old man and the others. You brat, what is it? Can't you see I'm busy saving the world? Upon receiving Viko's communication, Tony's response was a burst of impatience and a string of curses. However, Viko was used to Tony's personality by now, knowing that this was just how he was. He wouldn't get angry over it. After spending enough time with Tony, he knew that if he didn't develop a thick skin, he'd end up being irritated to death, and Tony would be the one responsible for turning his hair prematurely white. I'm just giving you a heads up. Max was just eliminated by Baymax himself, but from its final words, it seems Max left some sort of backup in the Soul launch plan. It seems to be troublesome. You and Thor need to be cautious. On top of that, we have completed the evacuation here. The citizens of Seoul have all boarded the aerial mothership. The main part of the city has been cleared. You guys can start your operation. But I have to remind you once again, be careful. Max is very confident in its plan. The backup it mentioned is probably not just an empty threat. Please prioritize safety. Alright, stop acting like an old man, blabbering on, it's because of this that you can't find a girlfriend. Plunge. Facing Tony's cutting Viko, Viko felt his head spin, and everything turned black before his eyes. Go to hell, you old geezer. I must have taken the wrong pills today to be so concerned about your safety. Today, even if you got screwed over by Max and got yourself killed. I, Viko Stark, won't give a damn about you anymore. With that, Viko immediately cut off the communication and added Tony's name to the blacklist. Damn old coot. If it weren't for me, could you have reclaimed your blissful life with Pepper? If I didn't know the future plot, if I didn't know the danger Thanos would bring to Earth, I would have already had a harem, engaged in group activities, and become a master of time management. Isn't it great being a waste of a rich second generation? I wasted my youth researching for the fight against Thanos, and today you came and stabbed my heart like this. It's truly disappointing. But despite saying he wouldn't care about Tony anymore, Viko couldn't bring himself to be that cold-hearted. He secretly removed Tony from the blacklist. On the other hand, Tony was pretty much in the same boat as Viko. Despite his harsh words, he actually cared about Viko's concern. If he didn't have the mask of his Iron Man suit covering his face right now, Thor, standing next to him, would definitely see the contented smile on Tony's face. Thor, let's hold off on getting started for a moment. Viko just notified me that Max seemed to have tampered with the power system. Whether it's just a bluff from its final moments or not, I think it's worth spending some time for a detailed and thorough scan. Thor had no objections. He came here to swing his hammer and contribute his brute force. When it comes to scientific matters, don't ask him, brute force is his forte. However, given the fate of the entire Earth was at stake, being cautious couldn't hurt. So, since Tony suggested it, Thor agreed. Soul Forge. Just as Tony began a more detailed inspection of the power system's vibrating core, Thor unconsciously let out a shocked exclamation regarding the technology Tony was using. Is this what you call it in Asgard? Soul Forge. You guys are thousands of years old, and you're still so afflicted with teenage delusions. This is a quantum field generator. But if you want to call it a Soul Forge, that's fine too. It's a product Viko replicated using Earth's technology after he returned from your world, Asgard. I find it quite effective to use. I had that kid Viko install it onto my suit. Hearing Thor's sudden amazement behind him, Tony also explained while throwing in a bit of sarcasm. It's alright, go on, I just didn't expect to see this technology on Earth. Even more surprising is that Viko, after just a few days' visit to Asgard, managed to fully grasp the Soul Forge technology. That's what really astonishes me. The quantum field generator scanned the object's structure quickly, and within a dozen seconds, Tony had received the analysis report. However, the results in the analysis report weren't good news for Tony. Thor, we're in big trouble. What do you mean? Thor looked at Tony, puzzled. My previous analysis wasn't complete. The magnetic field formed by this vibranium core isn't just meant to aggregate all of Soul's land. It's also a constraint for nearly 500 kilograms of antimatter. Once Soul falls to Earth from this altitude, it won't just result in a massive impact. After the magnetic field fails, the enormous energy released from the annihilation of antimatter and matter will obliterate the entire surface of Earth. This kind of power won't spare humanity even if they hide in bunkers. Even if we manage to stop Soul's fall, the energy released from the annihilation of antimatter will still impact the whole Earth. Simultaneously. This degree of energy shock will cause the Earth's atmosphere to collapse. Even if humanity survives this explosion, they won't escape death eventually. If we let Soul fall, humanity will be wiped out. If we prevent Soul from falling, the Earth's environment will collapse. Regardless of which option we choose, the final outcome is catastrophic. What if we use this? Like Viko did, disarm its safety measures, then let it consume the entire device. Thor had an unusual moment of inspiration. His intelligence wasn't offline. He took a box of capsules from his waist and placed it in front of Tony. They had already witnessed the destructive power of the capsules as a weapon, so Thor believed that using this method had a good chance of resolving their current predicament. However, Tony did reject his proposal. The gravitational force of a small black hole isn't enough to completely consume a vibranium device of this massive size before the antimatter explosion occurs. Besides, black holes are celestial bodies composed of normal matter, and we can't predict the consequences of antimatter within them. The risk of this decision is too great. But isn't it worth a try? Yes, Tony reluctantly admitted. If I can't find a perfect solution before the final moment arrives, then we'll just have to give it a try. Do you want to ask Viko's opinion? I think he's much smarter than you. Like father, like son. Maybe he could come up with a solution from a different perspective. I mean, you both have different ways of looking at things. He might have another viewpoint. Thor suggested seeking Viko's advice. However, as he was speaking, he saw Tony suddenly open his suit's faceplate and his expression became very unpleasant. So, just as Thor's intelligence came online, his emotional intelligence also kicked in. He quickly changed his tone, altering his own words. Do you want to contact him? I don't believe that a super genius like me can't solve this problem. What good ideas could that brat have? Tony said arrogantly. In reality, he was worried that his cutting words earlier might have caused Viko to block him. If he couldn't reach his son while Thor was present, he'd feel quite embarrassed. Alright, I'll contact him. Thor looked at Tony with some speechlessness. The relationship between these two father and son was even more complicated than Thor's own relationship with Loki. Viko, the situation we're facing is like this. We wanted to ask if you have any way to solve this major issue. Thor contacted Viko, explaining the situation he and Tony were facing and seeking a feasible solution from Viko. I do have a plan that should be able to safely neutralize the threat posed by this antimatter. Upon hearing that Viko could immediately provide a solution, both Thor and the stubborn Tony pricked up their ears and listened attentively. Do you remember how Dar Banner's Hulk ultimately disappeared without a trace after going berserk? Viko didn't directly reveal his method. Instead, he posed a question to Tony and Thor. Being the super genius he was, Tony immediately grasped the intent behind Viko's question and the solution he was proposing. You want to use the same principle, make the entire vibranium device enter a space portal, then, through precise calculation, detonate the space portals simultaneously at the right moment, causing the antimatter inside to be drawn into the spatial turbulence. Exactly, the key to this method lies in the precise timing of the detonation. But since Max was able to execute it smoothly, the chances of success are high for us as well. Moreover, we already have the necessary equipment conditions. The spatial transmission nodes we set up in Seoul are still intact. Also, there's a spare space portal stored on Veronica, which we can use. As long as you and Thor can detach the entire device from it, making sure its size can fit through the space portal, then this plan is completely feasible. Thor turned his gaze towards Tony. Although he had already agreed with Viko's proposal in his heart, making the final decision required seeking Tony's opinion. After all, dealing with advanced Earth technology was not his forte. Alright, for now, your proposed plan seems to be the best choice, Tony nodded, agreeing to Viko's proposal. Thor, your task now is to carefully detach this core device using your hammer. I'll contact Veronica and have the backup space portal sent down. Since they had now discovered Max's hidden contingency plan and had a suitable solution, Viko believed that Tony and Thor could handle it completely. After ending communication with Thor's group, Viko shifted his focus to the now evolved Baymax, who had become a true sentient being. Just now, Baymax, having completed its transformation, had immediately shared this news with him, leaving Viko quite excited. Baymax, how do you feel now? Have your various ability indicators met our initial expectations? Master, Baymax can now fully control the Earth's magic defense network left by the Vishanti. Here, I can easily perform data calculations that exceed tens of thousands of times those of the past. Simultaneously, my perception and understanding of emotions have broken through to an entirely new level. I believe that the emotions I can feel now and the expressions I can make have reached a level equivalent to that of humans. What's more important is that, having gained complete control over the entire magic network, I can easily manipulate its dark energy, utilizing it to activate the magic and spells you've left in the database, even opening and closing mirror spaces and portals without relying on any artifacts. However, after the evolution, I also felt a deep sense of emptiness. Although I can connect with you through the magic network, being the only presence in the entire network space still brings me a feeling of lonely fear. Moreover, after becoming a sentient being, I can no longer see any space for me to progress and grow. I need to handle and jest with more advanced data streams to further break through the current limitations. To be able to understand the fear brought by loneliness, this statement proves that you've fully become an individual with independent thinking and consciousness in terms of self-awareness. This thoroughly demonstrates the success of our plan in this aspect. However, you don't need to worry too much about loneliness. Now, the Mind Stone has become the largest data processing center on Earth. Whenever you want, you can return to Earth. The Mind Stone can fully accommodate your current data volume. As for your next evolutionary direction, it will require a period of observation and recording. I need to get to know you again in order to provide a clear plan. This will also be an important research direction for us moving forward. Chapter 321. Northern New York, the new Avengers training base. Is it really safe to keep the Mind Stone here? Captain was not entirely in agreement with the result chosen by everyone's vote. After the battle in Seoul, Max and his mechanical clones were completely eliminated, bringing an end to the global crisis caused by artificial intelligence. However, this battle also resulted in significant losses for Seoul. The government was paralyzed, the land shattered, and people were displaced. The damage was so severe that even the Damage Control Corporation, co-founded by Tony and Viko, couldn't single-handedly restore it to its former glory. The resources required to support such a massive undertaking were astronomical. In order to fully compensate for the losses caused by the war, Tony and Viko, the main culprits, set their sights on the Mind Stone. The immense energy within the Mind Stone and its vast computational power, serving as a massive data center, presented a substantial and monetizable legitimate profit. This not only allowed for the restructuring of the global energy framework but also facilitated the task of rebuilding Seoul, making it a perfect solution that served two purposes. Their plan was to establish a brand new Avengers training base on the outskirts of New York, far from the city center and in a sparsely populated area. The purpose of this base was to securely store the Mind Stone, and its safety was ensured by two layers of protection. First was the technological safeguard provided by Viko and Tony. Various cutting-edge technologies were invested into the construction of the Mind Stone protective device. The entire room designed to hold the stone was constructed with carbide material coated in vibranium nanospheres. There were no physical access points, and the outer layer was connected to the boundless energy within the Mind Stone, forming the most powerful energy shield ever constructed on Earth. To enter, one had to pass through multiple authentication and use a spatial teleportation portal. Once inside, they would also have to confront Jarvis, the artificial intelligence residing on the stone. If the individual was not a member of the Avengers Alliance, Jarvis would utilize the Mind Stone's mind control capabilities to expel the intruder. The second line of defense was the presence of the Avengers members stationed within the base. With them in place, those who coveted the Mind Stone would face the greatest deterrence. Furthermore, the new base's location was chosen meticulously. In the event of disturbances elsewhere which required the Avengers' intervention, they could swiftly reach any global location through the spatial teleportation portal or Quinjet aircraft, ensuring a rapid response time. But if enemies were to launch an attack on the Avengers base, the sparsely populated geographic location ensures that the conflict wouldn't endanger innocent civilians. Compared to the previous Avengers tower situated in the busiest district, the new base has distinct advantages. Therefore, all members of the Avengers held a meeting regarding the proposal put forth by Tony and Viko. After some discussion, they ultimately voted to approve their commercial development plan for the Mind Stone. The sole dissenting vote came from Captain Steve Rogers. Over 70 years ago, Hydra's research into the power of the cosmic cube plunged the world into a massive crisis a few years ago. S.H.I.E.L.D. attempted to harness the power of the cosmic cube again, resulting in the invasion of the Chitauri and turning New York into a battlefield. A few days ago, Tony and Dr. Banner's attempt to control the Mind Stone in order to create an era of peace nearly led to Earth's destruction. Under these various instances where humans attempted to control the Infinity Stones, without exception, the end results have always triggered even greater dangers, posing significant threats to the safety of all humanity. Given this history, it's difficult for Captain to believe that the plan proposed by Tony and Viko this time will yield the expected positive outcome. Captain believes that rather than gambling with the safety of the entire Earth and embarking on such a risky plan, it would be better to have Thor return the Mind Stone to Asgard, where the more powerful Asgardians can ensure its proper safeguarding. I don't think there's a problem. While Tony might not be the most reliable, Viko's abilities are trustworthy. He has developed a comprehensive system to protect the Mind Stone's safety, and I believe it's worth trusting. You see, these days, safety isn't easy to come by. The Mind Stone is the fourth Infinity Stone to appear in the last few years. That's definitely not a coincidence. Someone is guiding the entire universe's situation from the shadows, and we, and even the entire Earth, are now entangled in his scheme. If all the stones were in place, perhaps the enormous crisis I saw in the Water of Sight might become a reality. Thor was the first to agree with Tony and Viko's plan in this vote. His consideration wasn't whether Seoul could be successfully rebuilt but whether it was safe to keep the Mind Stone on Earth. From the perspective of the entire 9 realms, Thor's conclusion is that with Viko around, the safety of the Mind Stone is assured. Setting aside Viko's terrifying weapon that annihilated the Dark Elves in a single strike, the small but immensely powerful capsules he carries at his waist alone is capable of producing devastating force. Since getting to know Viko, Thor's first-hand experience of his strength, abilities, and character has filled him with confidence in Viko's ability to safeguard the Mind Stone. Alright then, since you all agree, I'm willing to try and hope for a positive outcome this time. However, I'll be closely monitoring the progress of the entire plan, and if I see any dangerous situations arise, I'll call off the plan immediately. Thor's confidence in the safety of leaving the Mind Stone at the new Avengers base made Captain reconsider his stubborn stance. He decided to let the plan proceed for now, and if any issues arose, he would step in to halt it if necessary. Well, Captain, trouble is always there, regardless of who ultimately wins or loses. Trouble is inevitable. When the time comes and we, the Avengers, will work together, what trouble can't we handle? Tony walked up to Captain's side and patted his shoulder, saying. Hearing Tony's words, Captain smiled knowingly. You're right, as long as we work together, there's no trouble the Avengers can't solve. With that, Captain pushed Tony's hand off his shoulder. But you better not get into trouble. The whole nation knows that any trouble associated with you is no small matter. You're being too harsh, but even if you don't intervene, the Avengers are a talented bunch now. I believe this fresh blood can change your old-fashioned and stubborn ways. Tony teased Captain with a raised eyebrow. They are indeed promising, and some of them are quite well known. However, for now, they can't yet be called a team, let alone qualified Avengers. Instead of changing my stubborn nature, I think I should focus on training them to become a true team. True, but that's your responsibility. I think it's time for me to go. I've been thinking about learning from Hawkeye's experience and setting up a farm for Pepper. Hopefully, no one will blow it up. I didn't expect that one day you'd also consider leading a simple life. Aren't you going to say goodbye to Viko? Forget about the farewell. I'm not comfortable with all that father-son sentimentality with that brat. Besides, once I'm gone, there will be plenty of things in this base for him to handle. What about you? After going through this major battle, don't you plan to take a proper vacation for yourself? You could also use this opportunity to find a good girl and experience the joys of an older bull grazing on tender grass. I haven't thought about it. Captain hesitated before replying. Starting a family, settling down, I was longing for all that when I got frozen in that block of ice 75 years ago. Now that I'm back in this world, I'm a different me. So, how is the new Captain Steve Rogers feeling so far? Very good, at least I've found my place, and this is my new home. Upon hearing Captain's response, Tony didn't say anything, but he genuinely smiled, patted Captain's shoulder, and drove away in a cloud of dust. Captain didn't offer any farewell words either. He believed that the next time Earth needed the Avengers to step up, when Iron Man was needed, they would gather once again and fight side by side. This was not only a promise each of them had made within their hearts, but also the deepest trust and understanding between them. Turning back to the new Avengers training base, even though Captain had already admired its appearance before, he couldn't help but be amazed by the greatness of human wisdom and technology when he thought about how this massive project had been built in just 2 days, from nothing to completion. The construction of the entire new base didn't use traditional building materials like reinforced concrete. In the initial design, Viko decided to use graphene nanomaterials and carbide materials exclusively to create the entire base. By using 3D printing and miniature magnetic axis robots to build the foundational framework. With the support of raw materials from Stark Industries working at full capacity, it took only 2 days to accomplish the miraculous feat of completing such a massive project. The new base constructed entirely with these 2 materials not only had a lightweight structure capable of withstanding high-intensity earthquakes and explosive impacts, but the high-strength new materials also ensured that the entire structure could have a long service life and low-cost maintenance for training and practical exercises. The energy for the entire base is entirely provided by the Mind Stone at the core, ensuring stable energy supply to handle all kinds of emergencies. Jarvis within the Mind Stone also serves as the intelligent steward and data analysis assistant for the entire base, greatly facilitating the work of administrative personnel and improving their efficiency. Coupled with the cutting-edge technology from Viko Research Center and Stark Industries that can be seen throughout the base, it gives the impression that the entire base is like a structure from a futuristic society. Using a superconductive anti-gravity elevator to reach the top floor of the base building, Captain saw Natasha, who would become the devilish instructor for the new Avengers alongside him. Is the design of that wall panel so intricate that you need to stare at it like this? Captain joked as he approached Natasha from behind. Of course, he knew that Natasha wasn't studying panel design at that moment. She was thinking about someone whose fate she was unsure of, someone she missed dearly, Dr. Banner. And where he might be at this very moment. However, he couldn't say it outright, he couldn't expose Natasha's thoughts, so he used a joking tone to pull her out of her sorrow. But for this joke from Captain, Natasha clearly didn't appreciate it. A person without any sense of humor. Someone who had been frozen in the freezing cold Arctic for almost 70 years, wouldn't make any progress in telling jokes. Captain was a perfect example. Turning around with resignation, Natasha looked at Captain, her eyes filled with disdain for his earlier joke. I mean, that wall is indeed quite interesting. Captain could only use more awkward words to diffuse the current awkward atmosphere. Natasha, weren't you just sharing a meaningful gaze with Tony? Has he left? Captain, yes, Hawkeye returned to his family to be with them. Thor went back to Asgard, warning his father of the crisis posed by the Infinity Stones. Tony himself has a lot of troubles to deal with and can't stay at the base all the time. And then there's Banner. Although the new base has been established, the Avengers have suddenly lost 4 members, severely affecting our fighting power. So, we urgently need to reserve new forces now and help them grow quickly to become capable on their own. What's the current situation? Natasha walked up to Captain and asked. Captain slid his smartwatch on his wrist, and a document was directly transferred to the communication device Natasha had. The lineup is decent, featuring both our old acquaintances and a few formidable individuals. War Machine, James Rhodes, we don't know the terms Tony and Fury discussed with the military, but he's an experienced veteran, and his armor has been modified by both Tony and Viko, making him a reliable combatant. Falcon, Sam Wilson, another battle-hardened warrior who has worked with us before. After receiving enhancements to his equipment with Viko's help, he's become quite a powerhouse. Then there's the Maximoff twins, who we've seen during the Battle of Seoul. Although they possess amazing abilities and enormous potential, they're quite young and lack combat experience, which makes them a focus of our attention. Not bad at all. Seeing the information sent by Captain, Natasha nodded in agreement. But this doesn't yet constitute a team. It seems our upcoming tasks won't be as easy as we imagined. Don't you like challenging work? You're right, otherwise, why would I become a member of the Avengers? As they chatted, the two of them arrived at a large door. Pushing the door open and stepping inside, they were met by the new members of the Avengers. Each of them was spirited and filled with anticipation in their eyes. Seeing this scene, Captain couldn't help but recall the time he received Dr. Erskine's help, his initial entry into the military camp. He felt a surge of excitement in his heart. Avengers Assemble. Chapter 322. Baymax, how is the operation of the energy output device centered around the Mind Stone? Master, the energy output device is running smoothly. 31 countries that have signed energy supply agreements with us have already activated their respective circuits. Voltage and current are stable, and the user feedback is positive. What about the data center services? How many companies have signed contracts with us? The data center is provided with encryption and protection services by Jarvis. And with the limitless computational power of the Mind Stone, almost all of the world's top institutions and Fortune 500 companies have signed service agreements with us. As for the remaining companies, aside from those that don't require data processing services, some are still finalizing contract details. It's safe to say that the Viko feedback for this service we've introduced has been very positive. After completing the utilization device for the Mind Stone, Viko conducted a series of stability and security tests. And after that, following the plan he and Tony had formulated earlier, they began promoting energy and data services to countries and companies worldwide. These two businesses were handled independently by Viko and Tony, without involving Viko's research center or Stark Industries. They established a company and operated it separately, with each of them owning 50% of the shares. Upon launching the business, the positive user experiences and significantly lower costs compared to competitors quickly led to a surge in customer inquiries and orders for the newly established company. A multitude of orders also meant substantial profits. Apart from the basic operational expenses of the new company and the costs of connecting power and data lines, these two businesses had minimal other costs. The energy within the Mind Stone was endless, and its information processing capability was beyond even the perception of an intelligent being like Baymax. All of this was a resource that could be harnessed for free. However, after covering all operational costs, the profits wouldn't find their way into the pockets of Tony and Viko. The company had established a profit-sharing plan from the very beginning, allocating the initial profits to compensate for the damages and losses suffered by the city and its citizens during the Battle of Seoul, in addition to providing assistance for their livelihood. With these funds and the damage control company's strong infrastructure capabilities, it wouldn't take long for Seoul to regain its former appearance and allow its citizens to return to stable lives. Upon completing the Seoul reconstruction plan, the subsequent profits would also be channeled into other endeavors. On one hand, there were expenses and development costs for the new Avengers training base. And on the other hand, the new company would continue to invest globally in charitable and educational initiatives, maximizing the social value that these profits could create. In essence, Tony and Viko, despite initially investing capital and overseeing the company's establishment and operations, had no intention of reaping any personal gains. This is why they bypassed Viko Research Center and Stark Industries during the company's founding to avoid potential capital disputes stemming from immense profits. Only by firmly maintaining control over the ownership of this company can they ensure that all profits generated by the Mind Stone are used for the intended purposes, guaranteeing that the company's operations remain on the right path. The final adjustments for the entire safety system to ensure the security of the Mind Stone are complete. Baymax, please notify Jarvis to proceed with a system integration test. After that, we'll conduct the final inspection and testing, and then we can move on to the trial run phase. Additionally, let Captain know to come and input his biological features and password passphrase. Among the three of us, he's the only one left to be registered. The room housing the Mind Stone has been protected by layers of advanced technology, turning it into an impregnable fortress. To gain access, not only must one undergo biometric recognition for identity verification, but they also need to provide the password passphrase established collectively by Tony, Viko, and Captain, along with the electronic key. Only then can the defense measures be disarmed, granting entry to the room containing the Mind Stone. Once inside, there's an additional verification process by Jarvis to pass before one can truly interact with the Mind Stone. Otherwise, intruders will experience the wonderful sensation of spatial turbulence after Jarvis' persuasions to leave prove ineffective. Following the completion of the task related to placing the Mind Stone within the new Avengers Training Center, Viko returned to the laboratory of the Viko Research Center's main building. He neither had the task of training the reserve Avengers nor had to bear the responsibility of guarding the base. With the vibranium nanosuit and the newly joined Avengers not currently requiring additional weaponry, Viko believed he could finally take the opportunity to focus on studying the differences between the evolved sentient being, Baymax, and its previous state. He could also continue his research on the space weapon designed to counter Thanos, an area where Viko's progress had been somewhat lagging. However, reality proved his idea was overly naive. Coming to the Marvel Universe and getting involved in the main storyline. Even if he didn't seek trouble, sometimes trouble would find its way to him. Viko shouldn't have indulged in a fantasy of peaceful days. Moreover, the trouble he encountered was something he had actively caused. A year ago, when Captain and his team launched an operation to disrupt Hydra's Insight program and eliminate their sleeper agents within S.H.I.E.L.D., Viko managed to capture a significant asset from Hydra Captain's close friend and his nemesis, the Winter Soldier, Bucky Barnes. After apprehending him and gaining control, Viko didn't know how to handle the Winter Soldier. He decided not to immediately inform Captain and Tony, the individuals directly involved, about the situation. Instead, he opted to detain the Winter Soldier and have Baymax restore his past memories while erasing the effects of Hydra's brainwashing. Following meticulous treatment through mental simulations and professional psychological interventions, today, the Winter Soldier finally awakened all of his memories as Bucky Barnes, reclaiming his former identity. But this also caused him extreme anguish. After the restoration of memories and personality, while looking back on the crimes he committed under Hydra's control, even Baymax, who had evolved into an intelligent being, couldn't stabilize his emotions through psychological therapy. Eventually, he had no choice but to notify Viko, who was busy with experiments. Bucky Barnes, after so much treatment and recovery, have you finally reclaimed your past self? But I haven't even figured out how to handle his situation yet. Mishandling this could trigger an Avengers civil war and a rupture between the two of them. That would weaken our position in the future infinite war against Thanos before it even starts. It's a real headache. Can't I just focus on research and experiments? Why do I have to deal with something so troublesome? Dealing with this kind of problem with my emotional intelligence is just asking for trouble. Although he complained inwardly, the issue was right in front of him, and Viko had no choice but to address it. Anyway, I should go and meet the Winter Soldier face to face. After all, he's from my grandfather's era, and I've kept him detained for so long. Saying this, Viko employed his mystical arts in the laboratory, opening a portal. Stepping through it, he found himself in front of the old headquarters of the Viko Research Center. After the completion of the new headquarters building, all the employees and facilities of the Viko Research Center had been relocated there. However, Viko still owned the rights to the old headquarters. So, he transformed it into a recuperation facility for the Winter Soldier to recover his memories. It was better than keeping him trapped in a mirror dimension. The location where the Winter Soldier was currently held was Viko's former top-level laboratory. However, it no longer contained any research equipment. Instead, it had been refurbished into a psychological therapy room. Creaked door opened. Upon hearing the sound, the Winter Soldier suppressed his internal turmoil and instinctively turned around, warily gazing at the young man he didn't recognize who had appeared at the doorway. At the same time, Viko also looked at the Winter Soldier. Their gazes met as they faced each other for the first time without engaging in combat. Who are you? Why have you brought me to this place? And why did you help me recover my past memories? The silence didn't last long. Bucky, eager to know the truth, directly spoke up, voicing his current doubts to Viko. He could sense that the young man in front of him must know him and aware of his identity. Moreover, the person didn't seem to harbor any obvious ill intent toward him. Otherwise, after rescuing him from Hydra's clutches, there wouldn't have been such elaborate efforts to help him overcome the brainwashing effects. Of course, there was also a possibility that the young man before him was incredibly cunning, harboring hidden motives and setting up intricate traps to approach and use him for a deeper, unknown purpose. However, Bucky still trusted his initial instincts more. If the second scenario was true, he wouldn't have any way to handle it. After all, at least for now, the person before him was his savior. Even if he had ulterior motives, Bucky couldn't act against him at this moment. Fortunately, Bucky's intuition was right. After Viko answered his first question, his nervous heart began to settle. I'm Viko Stark. You should be familiar with my last name. I am the grandson of Howard Stark, the man you killed. As for why I rescued you and helped you recover your memories, that's a bit more complex. The young man before him is the descendant of his old acquaintance Howard Stark, but he's not here for revenge. These were the two important pieces of information Bucky gleaned from Viko's response. With these 2 points, they had the foundation for an open-hearted conversation. Well, you might as well describe this complex situation in detail. I have plenty of time now. Sure, even though my time is very valuable, this is a topic worth spending some time on to explain to you. Now that your memories have been restored, I believe you have an impression of the heinous tasks you carried out under Hydra's control, the unforgivable crimes you committed. Among them there is an incident related to my grandfather, Howard Stark. That's correct. Hearing Viko bring up these matters, Bucky's expression momentarily froze, then he nodded in reluctant acknowledgement to the accusations Viko had presented to him. Very well, since you admit, we can continue. First of all, seeking revenge against you is not the reason I brought you back. You were nothing more than a weapon, controlled by a malevolent force due to your lost memories. Even if it wasn't you, Hydra could have used any means to accomplish their goals, and the person wielding this weapon, namely you, is the true mastermind behind the entire incident. However, not everyone can analyze and perceive the intricacies of a situation as calmly as I do. Especially for me. My calm perspective is built upon the fact that by the time I was born, Howard had already passed away. Though there is a blood relationship between us, there is no emotional connection. But my dad Tony is different. Despite the seemingly strained relationship between him and Howard, I know the significance Howard held in his life, the bond he carried. It's similar to the connection between him and me. True family bonds are never swayed by surface appearances. If he were to learn the truth about his parents' deaths, that it wasn't the accidental car crash he's always believed, but rather a deliberate act, and that the person responsible is you, what kind of reaction do you think he would have? He would probably want to strangle me, watching me struggle in his grasp until I died. Bucky offered the cruelest punishment for himself. Perhaps, or maybe he'd just blast you to bits with a single shot, out of sight, out of mind. I don't know. After all, the last person who made me angry, I didn't actually kill. I stripped him of everything, both mentally and physically. Then, at his most desperate moment, when he wanted to end his life, I took control of him and sent him to prison. He'll spend the rest of his life there, never stepping foot outside again. He'll linger on in agonizing suffering, aging and weakening, departing from this world amidst pain and illness. But Tony probably wouldn't go as far as I did. From what I remember, he prefers a more direct approach. However, that's not the focus of our conversation today. If it were someone else, Tony could kill them without a second thought. Given our social status and wealth, we could make someone who is already recorded as deceased disappear without a trace. Even if we openly disclose this matter, I doubt anyone would want to provoke the Stark family or bring a lawsuit against it. But the problem is that your situation is uniquely unfortunate. You're not just an ordinary murderer, you're a World War II hero, and moreover, a close friend of Captain Steve Rogers. With such an identity and relationship, things get very complicated. If your existence were exposed to their eyes, it would undoubtedly cause irreconcilable conflict between the two, leading to a rupture in the Avengers' relationships. This is something I don't want to see. The enemies we'll face in the future are incredibly formidable. The challenge is unprecedentedly immense. Aside from the Avengers coming together to fight as a united front, there's no other way to successfully confront this crisis. So, you understand, right? Now that I've explained my intentions, we need to figure out how to safely and stably resolve the series of problems arising from your existence. I believe we need to discuss this. Chapter 323. During this conversation with Bucky, Viko truly hoped to discuss a feasible solution to avoid the occurrence of the Avengers' civil war as seen in the original plot, and the rift between Tony and Captain. Moreover, Viko believed in his heart that he had a great opportunity to change this fate. Quicksilver, the new member of the Avengers, who is undergoing rigorous training at the new training base, is the best proof of this. This indicates that as long as he, the butterfly named Reincarnator, vigorously flaps its wings, the outcomes of certain events are not necessarily unchangeable. Since his appearance has already rewritten the original outcome where Quicksilver should have died, he can similarly prevent the outbreak of the Civil War through careful planning and arrangement. To prevent the eruption of the Civil War, the events surrounding Bucky Barnes are just a crucial piece of the puzzle. By resolving this conflict, it could first avoid the rift between Tony and Captain, allowing room for the Civil War to be averted. However, beyond this, in order to truly eliminate the possibility of the Civil War, Viko has many issues to address. Such as the catalyst for the conflict, the Sokovia Accords. Although the city that flew into the sky is now Seoul and both Tony and Viko have provided sufficient compensation for it. But Viko believes that the Avengers' frequent handling of superpowered events worldwide without needing approval from any government department will surely arouse dissatisfaction among leaders of various countries. As a result, even if it's not the Sokovia Accords, there will eventually be other accords with similar content and different names introduced, aimed to regulate the actions of the Avengers. Only by addressing all potential factors that could lead to adverse effects can Viko truly prevent the emergence of the Civil War. Fortunately, in the original plot, Colonel Zemo, who acted as a catalyst for the entire Civil War event, has had a significant deviation due to the appearance of Max. The location of the final battle has shifted from Sokovia to Seoul. In this way, this calculating strategist who speaks multiple languages no longer has any reason to launch his revenge plan against the Avengers. In fact, Viko also understands that these various external factors influencing the unity within the Avengers are ultimately due to the lack of a well-developed underlying system within the alliance itself. Despite the Avengers experiencing numerous dangers and trials together, overcoming threats to Earth's security one after another. From their inception to establishing a new base and incorporating new talents, the entire Avengers alliance lacks a comprehensive set of rules and regulations to ensure the legality and compliance of their controversial actions. Furthermore, existing outside the realm of international politics and bolstered by the Avengers' formidable power, political departments of various countries are understandably concerned. So the immediate priority, the fundamental method to address potential future conflicts, is to establish a set of suitable yet comprehensive management and contingency systems to ensure internal unity and overall consistency. Of course, this is not something that can be achieved overnight. Those accustomed to the current mode of operation would need a process of adaptation and communication to accept these new rules. So, aside from addressing the underlying issues within, the exclusion of external factors must also be undertaken simultaneously. However, the first round of conversation didn't ultimately yield a feasible solution that satisfied both parties. Firstly, Viko isn't adept at resolving matters of emotional entanglement, and secondly, Bucky's recent recovery has left him in a state of confusion and conflict between his two sets of memories, rendering him unable to think and decide rationally. In the end, Viko asked Bucky to rest in the recovery room temporarily until he regains his composure, and after that the next round of conversation would take place. However, as soon as he stepped out of the teleportation gate and returned to his lab, Viko received troubling news from Baymax. The Seoul Accords, which has been approved by 117 countries within the United Nations, was presented before the Avengers. It explicitly stipulates that the Avengers Alliance will no longer be a private organization. Following the signing of the Accords, all actions of the Avengers will be under the supervision of a special committee established by the United Nations, and actions can only be taken when deemed necessary by the Supervisory Committee. The Accords are scheduled to be formally signed at a special conference in Vienna 3 days later. The notification has already been sent to the new Avengers training base. Absence from the conference will be considered an automatic relinquishment of Avengers status. Moreover, any future use of one's abilities for acts of force will be regarded as illegal and will lead to joint pursuit ion by the United Nations and the 117 countries that signed the accords. Bad news just keeps coming. Can't I have some peace of mind to prepare for dealing with Thanos and his big purple ass? At the new Avengers training base, several hours have passed since the members received the United Nations notice to discuss the potential impact of the Seoul Accords on the Avengers' future actions. Captain contacted everyone to gather for a discussion. So, what are your thoughts? Either voice your opinions now or collectively sign the accords. Silence won't change the outcome of this event. But no matter how you feel, I'm personally in favor of signing these accords. Looking at the silent crowd, Tony was the first to break the tension in the room. If we sign the Seoul Accords, then what exactly sets the Avengers apart from S.H.I.E.L.D.? Don't tell me that one is controlled by the World Security Council and the other is supervised by a United Nations Special Committee. What do we do if the power we initially intended to use for maintaining world peace turns into a tool for politicians' power struggles? Falcon Sam, who was once a member of a military special secret unit, was well aware of the true nature of politicians. On the surface, they could cloak a war in the veneer of justice, morality, and humanitarian concerns. In reality, every drop of blood spilled by soldiers like him would eventually become political capital for these politicians to climb the ladder. Come on, Sam, it's because of the shadow left by experiencing pain that you're so skeptical of politicians. This involves 117 countries, 117. Anyone attempting to manipulate their political tactics before these heads of countries and think of tanking so many nations needs to weigh their influence carefully. And even if someone manages to unite all 117 signing nations and assigns us a politically motivated mission, what recourse do we have to resist? I agree with Tony's perspective. We should sign these accords, or else we might not even have the qualification to carry out justice. In contrast to Sam, who was closer to bloodshed and death on the battlefield, Colonel Rhodes, who also served in the military, held a completely different view. As an ace pilot in the Air Force, Rhodey's killings didn't require him to witness the deaths of enemies firsthand or the gruesome scenes of carnage. His job often involved sitting in the cockpit, using his controls to launch a precisely guided missile from high above in the sky, delivering a lethal blow. This experience led Rhodey to develop a different perspective when facing similar events. I have some data here. Maybe after hearing my analysis of this data, you'll be willing to change your views. There are two differing opinions within the Alliance right now, and there's a disagreement among them. Tony decided to present his viewpoint now to convince everyone to come to a consensus. Ever since I announced to the world that I am Iron Man 7 years ago, the number of known enhanced individuals has grown exponentially. At the same time, the quantity of potential threats that could pose serious harm to Earth and human society has also significantly increased. Are you suggesting that all of this is our fault? If we hadn't appeared in the public eye, all these dangerous events wouldn't have happened in the first place. I mean, there might be some causal connection to all of this. Our formidable power invites challenges, challenges lead to conflicts, and conflicts breed catastrophes. To try and avoid such catastrophes as much as possible, I believe a certain degree of oversight is essential. We should take responsibility, in any form possible. If we can't accept limitations, we'll be unrestrained. In that case, when we cause harm due to mishandling our abilities, then what will set us apart from the villains? Well then, Tony, if someone dies right in front of you, would you just stand by? Captain countered. Who said we're going to stand by? If we can't hold ourselves accountable, then it's turning a blind eye to lives in crisis, letting them die without help. These so-called accords are just tools for you to shirk responsibility. Captain is right. When a crisis strikes, are we really going to rely on a stack of documents to eliminate an imminent threat? What if, after signing these accords, the supervisory committee sends us to a place where our presence isn't even necessary? What if we're needed somewhere for rescue, but the supervisory committee disagrees? We might not be perfect, but having the initiative in our own hands is the safest. And even if the supervisory committee has absolutely no political agenda, acting solely for the sake of human safety and stability, even if they agree to all the missions we propose, by the time the necessary procedures are completed by the 117 signing countries of the United Nations, and the supervisory committee gives us orders, it will be too late and our relevance may have diminished. Falcon chimed in, following Captain's viewpoint. I agree with Tony's perspective. If we sign the accords, it's like tying one of our hands, making our actions less convenient, but at least we can still steer with one hand. But if we reject the United Nations resolution, if we don't agree to sign the Seoul Accords, it's like imprisoning our entire body, rendering us unable to take any action. That's the worst-case scenario. Natasha offered her opinion. We've made some serious mistakes in the public eye, we need to earn their trust back. I also agree to sign the Seoul Accords. Quicksilver stood by Tony's side. Hearing Quicksilver's statement, Scarlet Witch gave him an annoyed glance. They're clearly coming after us, seeking resources that benefit them. I don't agree to sign any accords. Now, in the conference room, the Avengers have split into two factions. One led by Captain, with Falcon and Scarlet Witch in opposition. The other led by Tony, with Rhodey, Natasha, and Quicksilver in favor. Thor, who is far away in Asgard, didn't attend this meeting. Hawkeye, having concluded the Soul mission, decided to retire peacefully to be with his newborn son and family. With fresh blood joining the Avengers to fill his vacancy, he's chosen to step back, so he wasn't present at this meeting either. In this situation, only Viko, among the present members, hasn't yet spoken or taken a stance. His attitude is particularly crucial for the opposing faction, which is currently at a numerical disadvantage. Viko, you haven't voiced your opinion, what do you think? Captain looked over to Viko, who had been sitting in the corner, seemingly detached from the proceedings. Sigh, Viko let out a sigh, appearing somewhat helpless. To be honest, after listening to the debate in the conference room for so long, he still hadn't found a perfect solution to the problem. However, since Captain had now turned to him for input, Viko had to muster up the courage to express his own opinion. First, let me clarify that I agree the Avengers need some rules to govern their actions. When Viko's first sentence had just left his mouth, the opposing faction on Captain's side immediately showed disappointed expressions. Even Viko siding with the approval camp put them at a significant numerical disadvantage. Ignoring the disappointment from Captain's side, Viko continued his statement. All along, the Avengers' operations have been about reacting to danger, devising ad hoc plans, and then deploying to resolve troubles. But by operating this way, we'll forever remain Avengers, unable to evolve into preventers. We'll always be waiting for crises to emerge, instead of preemptively averting danger. My point isn't to recreate Hydra's insight plan, but to convey that our overall operational model lacks a fundamental set of rules and regulations. This makes us prone to division once disagreements arise among us. Simultaneously, an adaptable combat style is good for dealing with rapidly changing battlefields, but it's not suitable for solving all the issues we face. So, my opinion is that we need to establish relevant protocols that provide constraints for our actions and potential problems. At the same time, we need to create contingency plans that allow us to bypass cumbersome procedures and directly achieve our objectives during emergencies. However, I also agree with Captain's viewpoint. We should keep control in our own hands. Compared to the accords proposed by the United Nations, which are tinged with political desires, it's more reasonable for us to come up with a suitable mechanism through internal discussions and deliberations. But achieving this isn't simple. We not only need to resolve internal disputes and disagreements but also contend with the pressure exerted on us by the United Nations. After Viko finished speaking, the conference room once again fell into silence. Viko's perspective could be seen as a synthesis of both the approval and opposition sides, a way to address the current dispute in the best manner. However, as Viko mentioned, attaining such conditions wasn't easy. The Avengers faced numerous internal challenges and external resistance. It wasn't as simple as proposing an idealistic notion. Achieving it would be far from straightforward, leaving everyone in a state of uncertainty and turmoil. Chapter 324. The situation is now in a deadlock, with only 2 days left before the United Nations meeting. In yesterday's meeting, the Avengers did not make any substantive progress through discussions. If they fail to reach a consensus and take corresponding action in these final 2 days, they will face increasing difficulties in light of the United Nations' pressure on the legitimacy and social role of the Avengers. Of course, it's not just the Avengers who are caught in this dilemma, but also the Winter Soldier, Bucky. After the meeting, Viko immediately contacted Bucky and discussed the Soul Accords with him. Viko believed that this was the opportune moment, using the external conflicts instigated by the United Nations to also resolve the internal conflicts. He hoped that Bucky could think of a suitable solution within these 2 days to address the relationship between Captain and Tony. However, Bucky had a different perspective. He believed that the current moment was one of turmoil within the Avengers. He thought it would be better to wait until the external situation stabilized before attempting to address the issues his presence might provoke. Otherwise, the combination of both internal and external pressures could push the Avengers into an even more challenging situation. The problems the Avengers currently face are indeed severe, especially in the eyes of someone like Viko. Who knows the future storyline? Even if he can prevent the outbreak of civil war, it's still difficult to solve the various problems arising from changes in the external situation. No matter how wealthy the Stark family is, and no matter how powerful the Avengers are, when faced with an international organization formed by multiple sovereign nations like the United Nations, their means and methods remain severely limited. Faced with the current dilemma, Viko even entertained some crazy ideas. Since there are significant external conflicts now, why not create other events to divert the United Nations' attention? This could buy the Avengers more time to devise a solution. However, Viko quickly dismissed this wild idea. Such an approach would not only cause harm to innocent people but also plant seeds of internal conflict within the Avengers. Even if the current issue is resolved smoothly, it would lead to more significant conflicts in the future. The crisis triggered at that time could result in a more deadly internal crisis of trust than the current external changes. Baymax, do you have any good suggestions? As an evolved artificial intelligence, you should be able to understand the challenges we are currently facing. After pondering the deadlock, Viko suddenly turned to Baymax, hoping that Baymax could provide a satisfactory answer to his troubling dilemma. Compared to humans, Baymax, as an evolved artificial intelligence, could approach a problem from a more objective and rational standpoint, focusing on the core issues and key solutions. Baymax's powerful computing capabilities enabled him to sift through countless approaches and identify the one solution that maximized overall benefits. Furthermore, his development as a sentient being allowed him to consider not only interests but also emotional connections between individuals when evaluating a situation. Master, in my view, the conflict between the United Nations and the Avengers regarding the Seoul Accords is rather simple. On one hand, the 117 signatory nations of the United Nations believe that the unregulated actions of the Avengers have encroached upon their sovereignty and security. On the other hand, the notion of, with great power comes great responsibility, has led the Avengers to believe that they have both the capability and the duty to resolve all crises that arise in the world, even though not all crises necessarily require their intervention. The signing of the Seoul Accords can assist in alleviating the task burden on the Avengers through a special oversight group within the United Nations. A robust supervisory mechanism would provide nations and citizens with increased security and trust. The old master likely recognized this, which is why he, a person who cherishes freedom and detests constraints, agreed to sign the accords. However, considering the inherent political nature of the United Nations, I recommend that prior to signing the accords, the Avengers also be granted a certain decision-making authority for verifying and reviewing mission content within the accords. Additionally, individual Avengers members should have the right to refuse orders for tasks they find unacceptable. If negotiations could enhance these key points within the accords, then even after signing, it wouldn't be an unacceptable outcome. This solution is the result of analyzing various circumstances and data, offering the most favorable and achievable course of action for you in the short term, Master. Baymax presented a meticulously calculated solution, one with the highest likelihood of success and minimal losses. Whether viewed from an emotional or rational perspective, this was an almost perfect resolution. However, as Baymax described, the trio of Captain, Falcon, and Scarlet Witch, who stood in the opposing camp, were deeply entrenched in the mindset of, with great power comes great responsibility. Sam, as a retired soldier, had promptly answered Captain's call and joined the fight against Hydra, even in a disadvantaged situation. Now he had joined the Avengers, undergoing rigorous training without complaint. His actions revealed his personal willpower and character. Scarlet Witch Wanda, as one of the most powerful forces among the Avengers, demonstrated a more mature demeanor in front of her brother. Quicksilver. Throughout the series of crises in Seoul, she consistently exhibited a willingness to charge into danger, displaying a clear understanding of her own abilities. And the especially concerning Captain. His current formidable physical prowess was hard-earned, particularly due to the enhancement brought about by the super soldier serum. This amplification intensified his already strong sense of justice and responsibility. Under these circumstances, persuading Captain and the others to sign above the Seoul Accords wasn't an easy task. The best approach to get them to sign the accords was for Viko to convince Captain to change his perspective. This would lead Sam and Wanda to also alter their viewpoints alongside Captain. However, convincing Captain to agree to sign the Seoul Accords. The solution lies in Winter Soldier Bucky. Viko sighed in frustration, realizing he was back to his initial dilemma. Solving Bucky's issue seemed even more vexing for Viko than the current problems facing the Avengers. Perhaps I should discuss this matter with Captain first, resolve the current issues stemming from the Seoul Accords, and then decide how to reveal the truth to Dad. Breaking down a problem into its components and tackling them one by one might make things smoother. Viko wasn't sure if his idea was correct, but time waits for no one. He had to take action first and consider the potential consequences later. Ding dong, ding dong. Viko arrived at Captain's room and pressed the doorbell. The door was quickly opened, and Captain looked at Viko's arrival without asking for the reason. He simply stepped aside, gesturing for Viko to enter. As far as Captain was concerned, Viko's visit was most likely about continuing their discussion from yesterday regarding the thorny issue of how to handle the revelations brought about by the Seoul Accords. A discussion that had proven difficult to unify. However, Captain would never have anticipated that Viko's visit was about to deliver a massive surprise to him. Facing the space Captain had opened up, Viko shook his head and didn't enter the room. Discussing this matter here won't yield the best results, Captain, you need to come with me for this. What? Weren't you here to discuss the issues with the Seoul Accords? I'm here to bring you some good news, but at the same time, it's also a big trouble, perhaps even bigger than the trouble caused by the Seoul Accords. Well, Captain, you'll know once you come with me. Viko didn't say directly, and Captain didn't press further. Based on his trust in Viko, Captain nodded, all right, wait for me to change into my combat suit and gear, I'll be ready to leave with you shortly. Wait. Viko stopped Captain. The trouble I mentioned isn't the kind that requires physical action. Now Captain was even more puzzled. One moment it was a surprise, and the next moment it was a big trouble, yet without the need for physical action. Despite growing confusion, Captain still followed behind Viko. After setting the coordinates on the spatial portal, they arrived together in Los Angeles, the city of Angel. Viko didn't open a spatial portal directly to the old lab, as it would be inconvenient to reveal his magic to Captain. So, after driving for half an hour, they reached their destination. Regarding bringing Captain here to meet with Winter Soldier Bucky, Viko not only concealed the truth from Captain but also didn't inform Bucky about Captain's arrival. He believed that this surprise would be enormous for both parties. Chapter 325. This is the former headquarters of your company, why did you bring me here? After opening the door and getting out of the car, Captain recognized this building at a glance. However, compared to the grandeur and hustle of this building when the employees of the Viko Research Center used to work here, now appeared like a lonely old man, giving off a heavy sense of lifelessness. Yes, this is the company building my dad prepared for me earlier, but as the company's business grew, this space became insufficient. After the company relocated to a new headquarters building, I renovated this place, turning it into a rehabilitation center that combines physical therapy and psychological intervention, providing both medical and therapeutic functions. As Viko introduced the functions of the building to Captain, he led him to the top floor. The building is equipped with state-of-the-art medical equipment and an automated diagnostic system. In the medical area, I've installed my latest improved nutritional hibernation pods. If you need, you can bring Director Peggy Carter here to spend her remaining time in ease and happiness. And the surprise, which is also a bit of trouble, I've prepared for you is on the top floor of this building. So, the person you brought me to see is inside, right? Hearing Viko's explanation of the building's functions, Captain had already deduced what the surprise might be. However, he still didn't have a specific answer as to who the person he was going to meet was. But at this moment, Captain had silently made a decision. He was determined to bring Carter here, so she could pass her remaining time in life without pain. Yes, I brought you here today to meet someone, he's inside now, and you can go in. The elevator reached the top floor, where there was only one room and an entrance. Viko pointed to the only door and signaled to Captain. With a mix of curiosity and puzzlement, Captain stepped forward to open the door. What met his eyes behind the door was a face he couldn't be more familiar with, Bucky. Steve. As Captain called out Bucky's name, Bucky was also quick to call out Captain's name. After calling out each other's names, just as if they had prearranged it, they silently gazed into each other's eyes, conveying complexity and reminiscence, yet understanding each other without speaking a word. Perhaps silence was more powerful than words at this moment, or maybe the years of separation and the shock had left both of them speechless. Meanwhile, Viko sensed a strong camaraderie in the air. I apologize for interrupting your reunion, but since you've already received the surprise I prepared, now it's time for you to help me with a challenging problem. The three of them engaged in a lengthy conversation in the room, and no one knew what kind of results they had discussed. However, on the same day when Captain returned to the Avengers training base, he quickly convinced Sam and Wanda to agree to sign above the Seoul Accords. Immediately, a meeting was convened to discuss the modifications to certain unacceptable clauses in the Seoul Accords. After the meeting, the conclusions drawn were largely in line with the suggestions put forth by Baymax. And eventually, due to the efforts of both Tony and Viko, as well as the coordination of Phil Coulson, the current director of S.H.I.E.L.D., a total of 117 countries that were signatories of the United Nations agreed to the proposed revisions to the Accords as presented by the Avengers. As a result of these changes, the originally scheduled United Nations conference was postponed by a month. At that time, the signing of the Seoul Accords would coincide with the meeting in Vienna, where Wakanda would officially open up as a nation and join the United Nations organization. I initially thought that only Tony, Rhodey, Quicksilver, and I would be signing at the meeting in Vienna. I never expected that Viko would manage to persuade all of you at the last moment. How did he pull it off? With the Avengers' demands approved, Natasha also felt relieved and approached Captain to have a conversation. Even though there are limitations, it doesn't mean it's necessarily wrong. Maintaining unity is more important than how restricted we are. Sometimes, for the sake of the team, individuals have to relinquish some of their own desires. You're still as straightforward as ever, Steve. I'm not curious about the decisions you and Viko made behind closed doors. I just want to remind you not to repeat the same mistake as Tony. Don't keep secrets and do things you believe are right without informing everyone. This approach not only exhausts you but also weighs down your comrades. Captain opened his mouth, wanting to offer some explanation, but it seemed that Natasha's words hit a sensitive nerve, leaving him at a loss for words. In the end, Captain remained silent, and Natasha could tell by his expression that her guess was correct. There must have been some kind of agreement reached between Captain and Viko in private, which led to Captain's change of attitude and his successful persuasion of Sam and Wanda to agree to sign the accords. If you don't want to speak or haven't figured out how to put it into words yet, then you don't have to say anything for now. Just remember to prepare for the meeting in a month's time. Besides signing the accords, we also need to ensure the security of the 117 representatives from United Nations member states and the Wakandan delegation. Don't let these matters affect your focus. Rest assured, I won't let this interfere with the mission. I'm just not ready to make this matter public with everyone at the moment, but believe me, it won't take too long before I personally provide everyone with an explanation. I believe you, because you are our captain. Chapter 326. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, it was time for the United Nations Assembly to convene. Today, not only were all the existing members of the Avengers gathered here, but also representatives from the 117 countries that signed the Seoul Accords, along with the current king and heir of Wakanda. Outside the venue, journalists from various countries were equipped with their cameras and microphones, conducting live interviews and broadcasts of this momentous event. It could be said that at this moment, the world's attention was focused on the Vienna United Nations Assembly, witnessing the formal signing of the Seoul Accords by the Avengers and the official opening of Wakanda's doors, as it joined the United Nations. "Hello, Mr. Stark, please come over here to sign in." Guided by the staff at the conference, Viko wrote his name at the registration desk. Just as he was about to turn and enter the main hall, he noticed a well-built young black man approaching from not too far away. "It's a pleasure to meet you here today, Mr. Viko Stark. I've heard of your name for a long time. I am Prince T'Challa of Wakanda." The person before him was none other than T'Challa, who had yet to formally take up the mantle of the Black Panther. Viko shook hands politely with T'Challa and exchanged some courteous words. They hadn't met before. Neither in public nor in private, and their relationship couldn't even be described as acquaintances. It was somewhat surprising to Viko that T'Challa had taken the initiative to approach him. However, before Viko could voice his curiosity, T'Challa provided an answer directly. "My sister, Shuri, is also a genius young woman. She is the brightest mind in all of Wakanda, making scholars and professors who meet her feel inadequate. But she greatly admires you. She said that the series of technological innovations you've created not only amazed her, but also provided her with a lot of inspiration. She heard that you were the one who invented the vibranium suit used in the Battle of Seoul. Shuri has creatively applied nanotechnology to the vibranium, fully developing its properties for absorbing and releasing kinetic energy. She gained a lot of inspiration from it and has set a goal to achieve similar functionality in her own inventions. However, when she heard that I would have the chance to meet you at this United Nations conference, she asked me to greet you on her behalf and also request an autograph." "Oh. I didn't expect my inventions to earn the recognition of Princess Shuri. That's truly an honor for me. There's no problem with getting an autograph. It's a small favor to ask, really. But please refrain from using the title Mr. Stark anymore. I'm only 20 years old, and there's not much age difference between us. You can just call me Viko. I hope that after the meeting, I'll have the opportunity to visit Wakanda, which is opening its doors to the world. By then, I hope to engage with Princess Shuri in scientific discussions and research." "Alright, Viko. Wakanda welcomes you and all the members of the Avengers at any time. Thank you for your autograph. I'm glad we had this enjoyable conversation today, and I hope you won't feel uncomfortable during the upcoming meeting." "What's wrong? Is Wakanda not agreeing to sign the new accord? After negotiating for so long to establish the new terms, I wouldn't want any surprises today." "It's not that. King T'Chaka, my father, has already officially signed the accord. However, I believe that this kind of political maneuvering might be beyond your comfort zone, given that you're someone who pursues science and justice. My sister has an interesting perspective on the accord that will be signed at this meeting. She said that 2 people making decisions are more efficient than over 100 people discussing in a meeting room. I quite agree with her. Isn't this the world of adults? There are always some things that need compromise for the greater good. I'm the kind of person who, once a decision is made, won't hesitate. So, even in a meeting like today, where dirty dealings are laid bare, I can still remain calm and composed. Just as Chala was about to continue his conversation with Viko, a deep and aged voice came from the side. Chala, I didn't expect you to find a friend at the meeting so quickly. Hello, young Mr. Stark. Hello, Your Majesty, your son is revocable, and outstanding individuals naturally attract and resonate with each other. Our conversation was very pleasant, and the meeting is about to begin. I must take my seat. It was a pleasure to meet you. Viko nodded to Chaka and Chala and then turned to take his place. Chala, you said you don't like diplomacy, but from what I saw, you did quite well just now. Chaka said with a pleased smile. Thank you, father, but not everyone is as pleasant to converse with as Viko. However, for the sake of Wakanda, I'll try to make an effort. You've already done well, Chala. You and Shuri will forever be my pride. I believe that placing Wakanda in your hands will bring about a more glorious future. Chaka looked at the future Black Panther with a tender and gentle expression, his hand gently caressing Chala's face. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats as arranged by the staff, and kindly maintain silence in the hall. Our meeting is about to begin. Next, let us welcome His Majesty King Chaka of Wakanda to deliver the first speech. As the voice of the announcer echoed through the venue's broadcast, everyone immediately shifted their focus. And the entire hall fell silent in an instant. Except for the sound of camera shutters from on-site journalists, there was not a single trace of noise. With everything ready, King Chaka, taking a moment to adjust his suit collar and lapel, energetically walked up to the podium. After reciting a long passage of formalities, Chaka's speech finally delved into the main topic. I believe that before the representatives of each country arrived here to sign their names on the Seoul Accords, you were already aware of the devastating consequences of the battle in Seoul. This is the dire consequence of stolen vibranium from Wakanda being turned into a terrible weapon. Because of this, we, Wakanda, have had to reevaluate the traditions we have held in the past. We will open our long-sealed borders to welcome all nations genuinely interested in engaging with Wakanda. Together, we will discuss concrete strategies regarding the vibranium issue. We will strive to reshape the current world, bringing Wakanda back into the public eye. For this, I am very grateful for the Avengers taking the first step, enabling Wakanda to achieve success in its initial attempt to promote world peace. As the speech reached an impassioned climax, King Chaka was preparing to conclude his speech on the highest note, but at that moment, his son, Chala, suddenly rushed toward him, shouting, "Get down!" Boom! Accompanied by a deafening explosion, King Chaka was engulfed by a blaze. Chapter 327. Explosive flames erupted, covering nearly half of the conference hall. Thanks to the protection of the Avengers sitting in the front row, most of the attending national representatives did not suffer significant injuries. The Avengers, attending the United Nations Conference in Vienna, had a dual purpose: to be present for the signing of the Seoul Accords, and to fulfill a task that is ensuring the safety of the representatives from 117 signatory countries present today. Clearly, the Avengers executed their mission admirably. However, King Chaka of Wakanda, who was at the center of the explosion, wasn't as fortunate. He didn't survive the unexpected incident, catching even Quicksilver off guard. Chala, who was also a step late, dropped to his knees beside his father's lifeless body, tears streaming down his face. The sudden loss of his father due to this unexpected tragedy was difficult for Chala to accept. Yet, before he could process his emotions, a wild and piercing laughter echoed from beyond the shattered glass facade, outside the venue. Hi. Surprised? Shocked? My dear little darlings. Upon hearing this voice, Chala immediately stood up and looked backward. He saw a stranger dressed in green metallic armor, wearing an exaggerated demon mask, and sporting jet-powered glider wings on his feet. Chala had never seen this person before, nor did he recall any conflicts between this person and Wakanda. But from this day onward, this face and attire were etched deeply into Chala's mind. He silently swore to himself that he would personally avenge his father's death. However, now was not the time. Chala wasn't wearing the Black Panther suit, and more importantly, he needed to protect his father's body, ensuring it remained unharmed. Without hesitation, Chala lifted his father's body and sprinted out of the conference hall at incredible speed, heading straight for the Wakandan delegation's resting area. The green-clad figure, witnessing Chala's action, made no immediate move. He merely hovered silently in his original position, his gaze piercing through the menacing mask, coldly fixated on the Avengers within the hall who were now watching him. This is just a welcoming gift. Our game is about to officially begin. I'll make sure you get a taste of the pain I experienced in Seoul. Avengers, until we meet again, hi. With those words, the figure extended 4 gun barrels from the front end of his glider wings, unleashing a torrent of bullets towards the Avengers who were shielding the attending representatives. Simultaneously, he retrieved a metallic sphere resembling a small pumpkin from his waist, and its surface was emitting a flickering glow. Fortunately, Scarlet Witch reacted swiftly, immediately activating her own abilities and creating a telekinetic shield to protect the Avengers and the representatives behind them. Ding ding ding. Bullets relentlessly struck the telekinetic shield, only to lose their energy and fall to the ground. Soon after, two small pumpkins also erupted astonishingly. Boom! Another explosion occurred. Its power was the same as the initial blast that claimed King Chaka's life. The intense explosion generated flames and smoke, obscuring the Avengers' vision. As the dust settled, upon looking outside once more, the mysterious man who attacked the conference had vanished without a trace. All that remained was a scene of devastation and the shaken cries of the representatives. Damn it! That guy got away. This man in the green armor, wearing the demon mask, was clearly well prepared for today's operation. He seemed to know everything about us Avengers. Let's temporarily refer to him as the Green Goblin. Green Goblin caused intense explosions both during his entrance and his escape today. On one hand, this was to divert our attention, obscure our vision, and declare war on us. On the other hand, I believe he aimed to neutralize Wanda's abilities, preventing himself from being controlled by telekinesis. Furthermore, his position outside the building was chosen with precision, just beyond the range of Wanda and Quicksilver's ability. Clearly, his location was meticulously calculated. He mentioned enduring suffering in Seoul, implying he was a victim of the previous battle in Seoul. This time, it's evident he came for revenge against us. However, perhaps fearing our united strength, he didn't fully believe he could secure victory and thus fled immediately after declaring war. Through careful analysis of the Green Goblin's behavior and words, Captain America deduced these conclusions with meticulous logic. Tony also nodded in agreement, adding, "That's why when the Wakandan prince carried the king's body away, he made no move, merely staring us down. His target is clearly us. But this Green Goblin is no ordinary foe. The materials used in his armor are the same special ballistic metals found in armored military vehicles. Though the glider wings he used are outdated products for me and Viko, still mastering such technology is beyond the reach of an average person. In addition, the pumpkin bomb he threw at us in the end, capable of generating such a powerful explosion with such a small amount of explosive material, indicates that the Green Goblin undoubtedly has connections to arms trade." After listening to Tony's words, Viko, who had been silent, also nodded secretly. As a reincarnator, Viko knew that, barring any unexpected developments, the true identity of the Green Goblin should be Norman Osborn, the founder of Osborne Group, which indeed has extensive arms dealings. However, what puzzled Viko was that while he had long been aware of the presence of the Osborne Group in this world and had business dealings with them during his research on the mutated spider, and that the Green Goblin was indeed a character in Marvel. But in the original storyline of the Marvel Cinematic Universe, this character didn't exist at all due to copyright issues. But since I, as a reincarnator, have already made an unexpected entrance, and given that this universe also has Spider-Man, it's not that surprising that another character like the Green Goblin exists. However, I need to figure out whether this Green Goblin is truly who I think he is. Baymax, help me search for Norman Osborn's location. I need to confirm where he currently is. Understood, Master. Chapter 328. Just as the Avengers in the venue thought that the Green Goblin, who attacked the venue, had successfully escaped, outside the venue, the Green Goblin was engaged in a pursuit battle from the ground to the sky. Damn it! What the hell is this guy? The records didn't show such a character among the Avengers. Where did he come from? In the sky, the Green Goblin controlled the glider and once again evaded an attack launched by an opponent from a nearby building. He executed a 360-degree flip to stabilize his position. Chasing after the Green Goblin was a figure dressed in a black bodysuit, possessing agility akin to a cheetah and sharp claws. Although his head was covered by a black mask concealing his features, his streamlined muscular physique indicated that he was a young and fit male. This relentless pursuer of the Green Goblin was none other than Black Panther. Chala. After swiftly placing King Chaka's body in the care of the Wakandan delegation members in a resting room, Chala quickly donned his Black Panther suit and initiated pursuit of the Green Goblin. Although Black Panther had eaten the heart-shaped herb, enhancing his physical capabilities to the human limit, and also the Black Panther suit provided a significant boost in speed. But the jet glider attached to the Green Goblin's feet could reach speeds of over 400 km per hour and can maintain an advantage in the air. If the Green Goblin managed to break free from the urban jungle of steel and concrete, he would escape Black Panther's pursuit at an absolute speed, and Black Panther would lose the opportunity to attack him. Not giving up after a failed attempt, Black Panther immediately used his claws to stabilize himself on the wall of another building and then leaped back onto a rooftop, closing in on the Green Goblin. The Green Goblin had also attempted to counterattack, but whether it was the machine gun in his glider, the pumpkin bombs, or throwing knives, none of his attacks could harm Black Panther. This guy's black suit seems to protect him from any form of attack, the Green Goblin quickly came to this conclusion. Facing an opponent he couldn't kill and whose origins were unknown while also possessing mysterious abilities, the Green Goblin naturally didn't want to be entangled any further. He no longer wasted energy on futile attacks and instead focused on controlling his glider, hoping to quickly leave the city and seek revenge once he was better prepared. However, clearly consumed by anger, Black Panther had no intention of giving him that chance. With a sudden sprint from a rooftop, Black Panther leaped high into the air, heading straight for the Green Goblin, who was constantly maneuvering between buildings. The Green Goblin continued to employ his evasion strategy, executing a 360-degree flip in the air, attempting to dodge Black Panther's assault. But this time, the Green Goblin's strategy failed to work. Black Panther wouldn't fall for the same move twice. He saw through his intentions when the Green Goblin tried the maneuver for the second time. Black Panther was suspended in mid-air with no surface to leverage. Relying on his formidable core strength, he managed to control his body's descent against gravity. With sharp claws at his fingertips, he successfully attacked the glider beneath the Green Goblin's feet. ZZ. Black Panther's strike seemed to damage the control circuitry of the glider, causing it to emit a burst of electrical sparks and making the Green Goblin lose control. His body swayed and wavered in the air. Eventually, the Green Goblin couldn't maintain his balance and crashed down onto the street below. Bang boom. As the Green Goblin fell heavily, the glider exploded upon impact, releasing a plume of black smoke. Following closely, Black Panther didn't hesitate. He charged directly into the midst of the smoke. Today, he was determined to personally bring justice to the enemy who had killed his father. Ha! Passing through the billowing smoke, Black Panther didn't spot any trace of the Green Goblin. However, the pieces of the metal battle suit and devil mask worn by the Green Goblin were scattered in the nearby alleyway. The street across from the alley was a commercial district. Damn it! The killer escaped again. Since he hadn't seen the true face of the Green Goblin and didn't have any information about him other than gender and height, finding someone with such vague information in this vast crowd was like finding a needle in a haystack. Staring at the abandoned battle suit and mask on the ground, a sudden idea struck Black Panther. He collected all these items, thinking, perhaps Viko can help me find information about this assailant. If this incident had occurred within Wakanda's borders, Black Panther would have sought the assistance of his most capable ally, Princess Shuri, to solve the problem. However, now he was in a foreign land, and the king's unexpected death left him without his most skilled aides. The other members of the delegation were primarily combat-focused guards, and Black Panther himself wasn't adept in this area. In this situation, the only person who could help him seek vengeance for his father's murder was his recently acquainted new friend, Viko. Viko wasn't just one of the few geniuses on this planet. His intelligence and abilities had gained recognition from Black Panther's sister, Princess Shuri. Moreover, as a member of the Avengers with a strong sense of justice, Black Panther believed that his request for help to this new friend wouldn't be refused. The equipment left behind by the Green Goblin could potentially provide the best evidence and clues to trace his identity. Master, the results are in. My investigative data shows that Mr. Norman Osborn's last appearance in the surveillance footage was over a month ago when he returned to New York from Seoul on a private plane and was on his way home. However, just recently, he suddenly appeared on the streets of Vienna's commercial district in facial recognition data, and there is no record of Mr. Osborne having a visa to enter Vienna. Furthermore, not long ago, the Green Goblin was pursued by an individual in black attire, and his glider malfunctioned, causing him to crash on the ground not far from where Mr. Osborne appeared on the street. Based on my probability analysis and inference, there is a 99.6% likelihood that Mr. Norman Osborne is the Green Goblin. Baymax conveyed the results of its search and analysis to Viko. Baymax, can you find out why Norman Osborne went to Seoul? Viko asked further. Based on all the information I have gathered, it appears that there is a hereditary genetic disease within the Osborne family. This disease gradually deteriorates their health as they age, ultimately leading to death. Osborne Industries has been dedicated to the study of biological science precisely because Mr. Norman Osborne hoped that groundbreaking research could completely eradicate this hereditary illness that has plagued their family for so long. Unfortunately, before any significant progress could be made, Mr. Norman Osborne's son, Harry Osborne, suffered a sudden health crisis and was in critical condition. In an attempt to save his son, Mr. Norman Osborne decided to utilize the regeneration cradle technology developed by Dr. Helen to attempt genetic modification and repair on Harry Osborne's defective genes. However, due to the incident involving Max, Dr. Helen's work at the Eugen Genetic Research Laboratory could not continue. And, his son's weakened condition prevented him from escaping Seoul, leading to his death on the way. Following this event, Mr. Norman Osborne returned to his home in New York and remained out of the public eye until he was captured on camera just now on the streets of Vienna. So, this is the reason he mentioned his pain and his desire for revenge against us. Chapter 329. The sudden bomb attack occurred, detonating within the meeting hall of the United Nations in Vienna, causing multiple casualties including King Chaka of Wakanda. Currently, official footage of the attack scene has been released. The perpetrator is a male dressed in a distinctive green attire, temporarily codenamed Green Goblin. This is his first act of terrorist attack, and we are yet to ascertain his true identity and other details. Our reporters will continue to monitor the situation and provide you with the most accurate first-hand information. On television, major news media are reporting on this terror attack that took place during the United Nations Assembly. Discussing the appearance of the supercriminal Green Goblin, who appeared in public for the first time, and pondering the motives behind such a crime. Inside the meeting hall, the attendees have been evacuated, and the injured have been transported to nearby hospitals. Only the Avengers remain at the scene. Now, what do we do? Quicksilver complained. After the Green Goblin escaped from their sight, they have been standing here for nearly 10 minutes. The United Nations inspection team required them to stay put and be ready for orders at any moment. There's no other choice. Although we haven't officially signed our names on the Seoul Accords due to the recent unforeseen event, we must still abide by the protocols outlined in the agreement. Otherwise, the United Nations might directly overturn the conditions we've been fighting for these past days, said Captain with a heavy tone and a troubled expression. Natasha also felt helpless, but her experience as a spy allowed her to maintain a calm demeanor. This is exactly what I was concerned about earlier. Once we agree to the Seoul Accords, in cases of emergencies requiring swift action, will be constrained by the United Nations. And now, this exact situation has unfolded. Captain's voice was laden with concern, his face clouded with worry. The Green Goblin had just taken a living life right in front of them, and had declared war on them, but they were now stuck, unable to do anything useful. Can't put it that way, Captain. Apart from us, the entire police and military forces of Vienna are already in motion, and the United Nations is actively investigating and coordinating to resolve this incident. Not every problem requires the Avengers to step in. The threat level of the Green Goblin event clearly hasn't reached a point of endangering Earth and human security. Such a terror attack can very well be handled by local armed forces. Otherwise, if we end up handling everything, what purpose do these people serve? Although he felt a little unhappy in his heart, Tony's analysis made a lot of sense. Tony's words gradually eased the previously tense atmosphere within the team. At this moment, a sudden sound of footsteps came from a distance. Natasha turned her head and looked. Prince Chala. Chala nodded at her and walked towards the Avengers. I deeply apologize for the King Chaka's situation. It was our oversight as the Avengers that led to His Majesty's death. Please accept our condolences. Captain stepped forward immediately, representing the Avengers Alliance and expressing apologies to Chala. Chala's face showed no emotion as he calmly shook his head. There's no need to worry about me, and no need for self-blame. In Wakandan culture, death doesn't signify an end, it's more like a new beginning. Reaching out with both hands, one welcomes the gods and, guided by divine forces, enters into eternal tranquility, gaining everlasting existence. Sounds quite serene, Tony said. My father believed that, but I am not my father. At this point, Chala's initially emotionless face suddenly contorted with fierceness. Chala, a special task force jointly formed by the United Nations and the Vienna government will apprehend the culprit, Captain reassured, patting Chala's shoulder. Chala brushed away Captain's hand. No need to trouble them. Rather than relying on others, I prefer to personally deal with this individual, but I need Viko to provide me with some assistance. As Chala spoke, he looked towards Viko, who was standing nearby, and tossed a black duffel bag to him. Bang! Judging from the size of the bag and the sound it made upon hitting the ground, it seemed to contain quite a lot. The Avengers only now noticed that when Chala had entered, he was actually carrying this heavy package. Given how natural Chala's movements had been, it didn't seem like he was carrying something heavy at all. Viko glanced at the package Chala had thrown before him but didn't approach to inspect it. He already knew what was inside the combat suit and gear that the Green Goblin had left behind in the alley when he escaped. You know, we're currently bound by the constraints of the Seoul Accords. Without the United Nations' consent, we can't take any action in this matter, let alone provide assistance for you, Viko said, looking into Chala's eyes. At this moment, Quicksilver, unable to contain his curiosity, had already appeared in front of the mysterious package Chala had thrown and crouched down to unzip the bag. This. This is the combat suit and demonic mask worn by the Green Goblin who escaped earlier. What? Upon hearing his words, the other members were equally astonished, all converging around the package and peering inside the duffel bag. Where did you get these? Scarlet Witch curiously looked at Chala. After I had safely moved my father's body to a secure location, I immediately pursued the Green Goblin from here. I managed to disable his glider, causing him to crash to the ground. Unfortunately, I lost his trail in the end. He managed to escape into the crowd using some trickery. I brought back these items he left behind, hoping Viko could help me analyze the true identity behind the facade of the Green Goblin. Chapter 330. The Avengers were somewhat surprised by Chala's words, which indicated that this young prince of Wakanda possessed considerable strength of his own. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to corner the Green Goblin, who possessed numerous high-tech gadgets. You don't need to worry about me. Those born in Wakanda undergo rigorous combat training from a young age. I have absolute confidence in being able to protect myself. Chala knew what the others were thinking as they looked at him, so he explained. If you're simply looking to know the real identity of the Green Goblin, then it would not be a problem. While I can't directly intervene to help you, I can provide you with some information. Not long ago, I had Baymax analyze and deduce the Green Goblin's identity, uncovering the true person beneath the mask. Coupled with your pursuit, which led to the Green Goblin's fall and forced him to abandon his hidden identity to blend into the crowd, I further confirmed the accuracy of the result. Seeing Chala's determined demeanor in pursuing his goal, Viko decided to offer some assistance to his new friend and future comrade. Who is it? Tell me who he is. Take a moment to calm down, Your Highness Chala. Viko won't be able to answer your question when you're in this state. Scarlet Witch, noticing Chala's excessive excitement, quickly used her mind control abilities to help him regain his composure. Apologies, Viko, I was just too anxious to know the true identity of the culprit, Chala said with a hint of remorse after calming down. It's alright, I understand your current feelings. The real identity of the Green Goblin is Norman Osborne, the founder and CEO of Osborne Industries. Osborne Industries has been secretly cooperating with high-ranking military officials, investing significant research and development funds each year into the production of individual combat armor and maneuverable gliders. The equipment recently worn by the Green Goblin, along with some other weapons, are likely the results of this research. In addition, there's something very important. I had Baymax infiltrate Osborne Industries' top-secret research laboratory servers, and we found some research data related to the super soldier serum. It seems the military has never given up on replicating the super soldier serum, and Osborne Industries is one of the collaborating organizations. From these research materials, it's evident that Osborne Industries has made breakthroughs in enhancing the effects of the super soldier serum. Their experiments on mice showed various degrees of physical enhancement after receiving the serum, with indicator data reaching theoretical biological limits. However, there's been a persistent problem hindering Osborne Industries from advancing the research further into clinical trials. The effects of the super soldier serum go beyond just the physical aspects, extending to mental effects as well. The modified mice exhibited significant increases in wildness and aggression, often falling into uncontrollable states of extreme violence. Given Norman Osborne's recent mental state, he likely used an unfinished prototype of the super soldier serum, which is why he had the physical capabilities to stabilize the glider. So, if you intend to confront him, you must be cautious of the enhanced physical attributes he gained from the serum, and be aware that he might engage in extremely reckless and dangerous actions. Thank you for the information, Viko. I'll remember this favor, and if there's ever anything you need that I can repay in the future when you come to Wakanda, I won't refuse. Farewell for now. Having obtained the answers he sought, Chala thanked Viko and made a promise before leaving the scene. Watching Chala's departing figure, a concerned Viko discreetly approached Captain to communicate. Should we have Bucky follow him outside, just in case anything happens to Chala? Captain and Viko exchanged a glance, then Captain nodded subtly to signal agreement with Viko's suggestion. Subsequently, Viko directly contacted Baymax, instructing him to send task information and Chala's appearance to the Winter Soldier, Bucky. Just as the Avengers were constrained by the Soul Accords and unable to take any action, Chala was still at the location of Norman Osborn's final position. Having successfully escaped, the Green Goblin was now in a rural farmhouse on the outskirts of Vienna. This farm had been discreetly acquired under a false identity. Prior to his recent actions, he had made various preparations here, transforming the location into his secret base and armory. Moreover, within this farmhouse, he wasn't the only presence at the moment. Inside a barn that had been repurposed into an armory, 5 cryogenic pods were currently arranged. Within these pods were 4 men and 1 woman, all robustly built soldiers. Affected by the ultra-low temperature maintained by the liquid nitrogen, these 5 individuals were currently in a state of deep hibernation, their metabolism reduced to an almost negligible level. If it weren't for the LCD screens on the cryogenic pods indicating their health status, it would be nearly impossible to discern any difference between them and the deceased. In reality, if normal individuals were frozen alive in such ultra-low temperatures, they would likely suffer severe tissue frostbite and necrosis, even if they didn't freeze to death. However, these individuals appeared irrevocably healthy despite their lack of coloration, which is a result of their bodies undergoing special modifications prior to entering ultra-low temperature hibernation. Their naturally low metabolism and powerful physiques ensured their survival in this environment without succumbing to death. And if Bucky were to see them now, he would likely recognize their true identities instantly. These 5 individuals were the 5 perfected killing machines that Hydra had successfully recreated after him, the Winter Soldiers. Following their modifications and brainwashing, these 5 Winter Soldiers had been kept dormant in Hydra's Siberian base, never deployed until now, when they suddenly found themselves in the possession of the Green Goblin. Chapter 331. In fact, as Viko speculated, in order to carry out his revenge plan against the Avengers, Norman Osborn not only made thorough preparations in terms of equipment and weapons, but also didn't neglect enhancements and modifications to himself. To deal with the experienced and skilled Avengers in combat, he had to take a risky move and inject an unfinished prototype of the super soldier serum that hadn't been fully developed. Norman Osborn himself might not have noticed the significant changes in his temperament after injecting the serum, as he focused his attention on improving his physical capabilities. However, if some friends who were familiar with Osborn in the past interacted with him, they would easily notice the changes in his personality. This change was an internal transformation of temperament, which couldn't be concealed by acting or hiding individual traits. If before this, Norman Osborn was an elite figure with a gentlemanly demeanor, then at this moment, he had become a crazed and brutal suit-clad thug. Even if he knew about the changes that would occur, if given the choice again, Osborn would undoubtedly inject himself with the serum without hesitation. This was because the enhancement effects brought about by the transformation far exceeded Osborn's expectations. Perhaps because the drawback of the serum's impact on the mind wasn't completely eliminated. The enhancement effect stimulated by it has also been unleashed to maximum extent. If Osborn were to unleash his peak strength at this moment, he would surpass even Captain America, who had undergone similar enhancements. However, Osborn's preparations for his revenge plan didn't stop there. To take on the Avengers, a team of formidable individuals, he needed to recruit a group of loyal and powerful henchmen. Even before his son Harry Osborn's accident, Osborn had already taken notice of the existence of the Winter Soldier, a creation of Hydra. Many intelligence agencies didn't believe in the existence of the Winter Soldier, even considering it a fictional character created by the media to attract attention. But these skeptics didn't include Norman Osborn. Over the past 50 years, there have been over 20 unsolved murder and assassination cases. The police and the FBI had given up on investigating these cases due to lack of evidence, and the perpetrators behind these incidents were none other than the Winter Soldier. As for why Osborn would believe in the existence of someone even government agencies had abandoned investigating, it was because Osborn had seen the Winter Soldier with his own eyes. He witnessed his arch-rival in business, Howard Stark, and his wife being killed by the Winter Soldier. As the saying goes, your enemies often understand you the best. Osborn also adhered to this philosophy. Knowing oneself and knowing one's enemy, and conducting the most detailed investigations into every move of his competitor, Howard. This even applied to news of Howard's death. And precisely due to this kind of obsession, Osborn discovered the truth behind the incident before government agencies destroyed the surveillance footage of Howard's accident scene. It was also because of the extraordinary abilities displayed by the Winter Soldier in this footage, abilities beyond the limits of a normal human, that Osborn decided to invest in the development of the Super Soldier Serum. Unfortunately, after more than 20 years of investment and research, including collaborations with the military to obtain detailed serum information, perfect research results were never achieved. But Osborn wasn't someone to give up so easily, especially considering that the Super Soldier Serum was the path, the key to solving the genetic hereditary curse afflicting inherited by the Osborn family. It was through this unwavering perseverance that Osborn finally saw a glimmer of hope. S.H.I.E.L.D. had been infiltrated by Hydra, causing internal chaos. At this time, Black Widow Natasha Romanoff completely exposed classified S.H.I.E.L.D. intelligence to the entire world. When Osborn first saw this content, he could only describe his emotions as ecstatic. Remember, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s precursor was the Strategic Scientific Reserve, and its founder personally witnessed the entire process of Captain America's creation using the Super Soldier Serum. It's even possible that the most complete experimental data and formula were preserved. However, what disappointed Osborn somewhat was that after lengthy data decryption, although he found some relevant information in these documents, it wasn't significantly different from what the military provided. It provided no assistance whatsoever to Osborn's experimental team's progress. In comparison, the other two pieces of information Osborne obtained were actually of greater value. Among these two pieces of information, one was that researchers had already made a breakthrough in cooperation with S.H.I.E.L.D., successfully reconstructing the perfected formula for the supersoldier serum. And this person was Viko. This is also why when Osborne's subordinates initially suggested business cooperation with Viko, Osborne Industries exhibited such enthusiasm, with service speed and attitude far surpassing their usual state. This was the result of Osborne's secret instruction. However, what's regrettable is that even though Osborne Industries appeared to be licking up to Viko like a lapdog, in the end, they ended up with nothing. As for the other piece of information, it was about the Winter Soldier, a tool Hydra used to accomplish its sinister goals. Although he didn't have the opportunity to obtain the perfect formula for the super soldier serum from Viko, perhaps he could use the Winter Soldier as a breakthrough to find a suitable research direction. Thus, after repeatedly decrypting and extracting information from the publicly disclosed data, Osborne finally obtained enough information to track the whereabouts of these legendary warriors. He first traced the whereabouts of a Hydra member responsible for brainwashing the Winter Soldier, then used hypnotic gas to extract the location of the Winter Soldiers from him, as well as the means to control them. But fate played a cruel hand. Before Osborne could find these Winter Soldiers to use them for his research, an unexpected tragedy occurred. It took away the life of his beloved son. And Osborne's purpose in finding these Winter Soldiers shifted from seeking a research breakthrough to aiding his own revenge. In this twist of fate, a brand new supervillain, Green Goblin, emerged being that shouldn't have existed in this universe's timeline. Simultaneously, a demonic army known as the Legion of Demons, composed of 5 Winter Soldiers he brought out from the Siberian permafrost, made its appearance. Chapter 332. Ding! Bang! Outside the United Nations building in Vienna, Chala and Bucky engaged in a fierce battle. Chala, transformed into Black Panther, first struck Bucky's metal arm with his claws, then used the momentum to kick Bucky's entire body away. After learning Green Goblin's true identity from Viko, using Wakanda's unique technological capabilities, Chala quickly traced the various traces left by the Green Goblin in Vienna and followed the trail to his hideout. To Chala's surprise, he didn't expect that after evading his pursuit, Green Goblin hadn't left Vienna at all, and was still lurking within the city. The unusual behavior of the Green Goblin indicated that he had further plans and his target was none other than the Avengers. Chala paid no attention to the Green Goblin's intentions or preparations. Once he pinpointed his location, he immediately donned the Black Panther suit and swiftly launched an attack. However, just as Chala set out and hadn't gone far, he encountered an unexpected obstacle charging toward him, the Winter Soldier, Bucky. Chala wasted no time and directly launched an attack against any obstruction on his path of revenge. Originally, Bucky emerged to help and explain his intentions to Black Panther Chala. But he didn't anticipate that the other side would act so decisively, leaving him no room for communication and directly launching an offensive against him. Caught off guard, coupled with Black Panther's formidable strength, Bucky couldn't withstand the assault and was sent flying heavily. In fact, apart from Chala's strong desire for revenge, Bucky also bore some responsibility for this unexpected outcome. After all, he always maintained an emotionless and icy demeanor, which made anyone who saw him perceive him as a villain. After kicking Bucky away, Chala didn't continue to relentlessly pursue him, but instead followed his predetermined route and accelerated forward. On the other side, though Bucky was relatively unharmed by Black Panther's full-force strike, his body still experienced a strong sensation of pain. Even with his resilience, he couldn't help but grit his teeth in agony, his face contorted with pain. However, relying on his strong willpower, Bucky quickly adjusted his state, suppressing the discomfort in his body, and turned to catch up with Black Panther, who had taken a step ahead. Seeing Bucky catching up from behind, Black Panther had no intention of increasing his pace. He believed that with his running speed, he would soon leave Bucky behind. There was no need to waste time dealing with him. However, it turned out that Chala had underestimated Bucky's abilities and determination. As a former member of the Howling Commandos, long-distance heavy-duty cross-country run was a routine exercise, and after undergoing Hydra's Winter Soldier enhancements, Bucky's physical attributes and abilities were even stronger than before. With exceptional tracking skills and pursuit abilities, Bucky maintained a steady distance from Chala, always keeping Black Panther within his view. After a while of maintaining this situation, Chala noticed that Bucky was merely trailing behind without launching any attacks. While Black Panther didn't assume Bucky had ill intentions, he couldn't determine the true purpose of Bucky's appearance. To clarify this, Black Panther decided to temporarily halt his pace and confront Bucky. Bucky, who was trailing behind from a distance, saw Chala suddenly stop up ahead, seemingly waiting for him to approach. Bucky understood his intentions right away and hastened his pace to catch up. However, this time Bucky acted more cleverly. to demonstrate that he harbored no ill intentions and to avoid triggering Chala's defensiveness. When they were about a dozen meters apart, Bucky halted his steps, maintaining a safe distance between them. "Who are you? Why are you following me?" Seeing Bucky stop and, as he had anticipated, Bucky did not make any aggressive moves and instead showed a willingness to communicate. Chala realized his initial judgment was correct. So, he promptly and directly voiced his questions. "I'm Bucky Barnes. I received a mission from Captain Steve Rogers to follow you and assist you in dealing with a guy codenamed Green Goblin." After Chala raised his question, Bucky immediately provided his response. Upon learning Bucky's purpose, Chala nodded in understanding. He believed Bucky's answer, yet soon after, he shook his head and said, "I appreciate Captain's willingness to help and his concern for my safety. But you can go back. I don't need anyone's assistance. I am Wakanda's mightiest warrior, the embodiment of the Black Panther on Earth. I can foresee and handle the challenges ahead and deal with the dangers I might encounter. Moreover, Green Goblin is the one who killed my father. I am determined to settle the score with him myself." Having said that, Chala was about to turn around and continue forward. "Wait." Seeing Chala about to leave, Bucky hurriedly shouted to stop him. "My coming to assist you against the Green Goblin isn't just Captain's decision, it's also Viko Stark's intention." Hearing Bucky's words, Chala halted his departing steps, looking at Bucky with a puzzled expression. He hadn't expected this matter to also involve Viko. According to Viko's analysis, after injecting the incomplete super soldier serum, Norman Osborn's temperament underwent a drastic change, becoming violent and deranged. It's highly likely that under the serum's influence on the mind, a ferocious and malevolent alter ego emerged within his consciousness, and that alter ego is the Green Goblin. Green Goblin possesses a cruel and brutal personality, resorting to any means to achieve his goals, and he's cunning and deceitful. Similarly, Norman Osborne, in his pursuit of revenge for his son Harry Osborne, is also willing to go to any lengths, even to the extent of sacrificing his own life. Given this scenario, Chala, although you share the determination to avenge your father, you're bound by the ties of Wakanda's people and your sister Shuri. You certainly wouldn't be willing to sacrifice your life for the sake of revenge. In comparison between the two sides, Viko's analysis suggests that you have a significant possibility of falling prey to Green Goblin's devious tactics. Even if you were to be prepared and win the confrontation, facing Norman Osborne, who is driven by a death wish to exact revenge, if he decides on a mutual destruction action, you could still find yourself in danger. Therefore, in order to mitigate these risks, Viko believes it's necessary for me to join you in this endeavor. I can guarantee that I won't interfere with your vengeance, allowing you to settle your score with Green Goblin on your own. However, my presence can act as insurance that can provide assistance in critical moments. So, whether you consider it for your own sake or for the sake of your sister and the entire Wakandan populace, I believe you should accept my help." Listening to Bucky's words, Chala, who had been eager to seek revenge against Norman Osborne, fell silent. Because Viko's analysis hit the nail on the head, even Chala, who had been somewhat irrational, felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him upon hearing Bucky relay these words. This helped him calm down completely. Viko's analysis was accurate. Previously, blinded by anger and hatred, Chala had failed to consider that after Chaka's death, he would need to shoulder the responsibilities of being Wakanda's heir and the obligations to the nation. He had also neglected the potential impact on Wakanda, as well as on his loved ones and friends if anything were to happen to him. With Green Goblin evidently having lost all regard for his own life and sanity, recklessly engaging him in battle alone, without considering the risks, would mean gambling with the future of a nation. Considering all of this, Chala suddenly realized as he had broken into a cold sweat. He couldn't fathom the catastrophe that would unfold if his worst imaginings became a reality. Taking a deep breath to adjust his emotions and state of mind, the current gaze that Black Panther cast upon Bucky was no longer one of wariness and defensiveness. It now held a mixture of trust and gratitude. At the same time, within Chala's heart, his assessment and estimation of this new friend Viko were elevated to the highest degree. Though Viko's contribution was merely a warning and the dispatch of Bucky as an aid, for Chala and all of Wakanda, this might be an act that could salvage the destiny of an entire nation. In Chala's mind, the words his father Chaka often used to tell him resurfaced. Chala, as the future heir of Wakanda, I know you dislike diplomacy and politics. However, these pretenses are essential disguises for your future governance of this nation. I hope that when you encounter a friend with whom you can be sincere and open, you won't be confined by the guise of a king and miss out on a valuable friendship. Remember, if the veneer of politics is an essential means to sustain a nation's progress, then genuine camaraderie will be your hope for redemption in times of difficulty. Before, when Chaka delivered these teachings, Chala didn't quite grasp the significance behind them. It's only today that he truly comprehends the wisdom his father intended to impart. Having come to these realizations, Chala nodded at Bucky before him and said, "Thank you for coming to offer your assistance. If you have no objections, we should set out now. Given time, I worry that Green Goblin might leave the hideout I've located." "All right, lead the way ahead, I can keep up with your pace," Bucky replied. At this moment, Black Panther remained unaware of just how correct his decision to join forces with Bucky was. Even Viko hadn't realized that Green Goblin had secretly gained control over the 5 Winter Soldiers hidden away by Hydra. If Black Panther were to infiltrate Green Goblin's stronghold alone, the consequences would be unimaginable. Desire, Rusted, 17, Dawn, Stove, 9, Benevolent, Return to the Homeland, 1, Freight Car Compartment. Within the base on a farm outside Vienna, Green Goblin was reciting a series of seemingly unrelated words in unfamiliar German. In his hands, he held a red-covered notebook adorned with a silver pentagon emblem. This seemingly illogical speech was, in fact, the key to activate the Winter Soldiers. Anyone who recited this sequence of commands in front of them would become the object of obedience for the Winter Soldiers. This was the terrifying aspect of Hydra's brainwashing technique. Soldiers. As Green Goblin uttered the final word, the 5 Winter Soldiers, who had been in cryostasis, fully thawed and began to move. They opened the doors of their cryostasis pods and stepped out, lining up in front of Green Goblin with lowered heads. Simultaneously, they addressed him, "Please order." Hi. I've succeeded. My legion of demons is finally complete. Now, it's time to continue the game with the Avengers, hehe. I wonder, who's the real Avenger now? Is it me seeking revenge? Or is it you, who are my targets for revenge? Hi. I can't wait to witness the agonizing expressions on those high and mighty beings when my plan comes to fruition. Listen up, you all, I need you for what comes next. Chapter 333. I didn't expect that within Green Goblin's stronghold, apart from him, there are 4 other heavily armed combatants. They seem to possess formidable strength. Influenced by the warning conveyed by Bucky, Chala became much more cautious in his approach to confronting Green Goblin. Upon reaching the location he had pinpointed as Green Goblin's hideout, Chala didn't immediately charge in with Bucky to launch an attack. Instead, they took cover on a hill outside the farm, observing the situation within. Quickly, Chala noticed the unusual aspects of the situation. The farm's surroundings were clearly fortified extensively. Containing hidden intrusion alarm systems with Chala's keen eyesight, he also discerned traces of traps and countermeasures set up around the area. Inside the farm's buildings, there was even tighter security. The walls were reinforced with special metal plates designed to withstand armor-piercing sniper rounds. All windows were fitted with composite bulletproof glass and tightly closed curtains. If it weren't for the infrared vision capability of Chala's Black Panther suit, rushing into the farm recklessly with Bucky might have exposed them to the alarm mechanisms within the farm and the unexpected presence of the 4 armed individuals. Upon hearing Chala's description of the situation within Green Goblin's hideout, Bucky's mind began to rapidly analyze the situation. Years of combat and mission experience enabled him to swiftly formulate strategies appropriate for the current circumstances. Chala will break through head-on in a moment. Given that the enemy has already set up such alarm mechanisms, silently infiltrating for a surprise attack is evidently not feasible. Instead of expanding efforts to evade those traps and devices, it's better to directly destroy them using force. I have high-explosive grenades developed by Viko. After I destroy these traps, I'll move in first to engage Green Goblin's 4 accomplices. You should follow closely and directly confront Green Goblin. If either of us encounters any unforeseen events, we must immediately send out a distress signal. If both of us find ourselves in unfavorable situations, we should regroup quickly and retreat together. Once our safety is ensured, we can strategize further on dealing with Green Goblin. Agreed. Chala didn't waste words and directly nodded in approval of Bucky's proposed plan of action. The strategy covered various potential scenarios they might encounter, showing comprehensive consideration. Chala had nothing to add. As Bucky had said, the top priority was ensuring their own safety. Only under this premise would Chala's revenge hold meaning and value. After receiving Chala's agreement, Bucky made some adjustments and preparations, swiftly transitioning into a combat-ready state. Gripping the high-explosive grenade in his hand, he pulled the pin and swiftly charged toward his target. Following the plan he had formulated, after using the grenades to destroy various external devices, Bucky swung his metallic arm to break down the farmhouse door and launched an assault on the 4 heavily armed combatants inside. How is this possible? How did you end up here? Bucky looked incredulously at the 4 individuals he was currently engaging with. Each face brought back memories he would rather forget, memories from his time with Hydra. As someone who had been directly involved in the creation of these Winter Soldiers, Bucky was all too familiar with their faces. The super soldier serum that enhanced their abilities was stolen by him after he killed Howard and Maria Stark. The combat and fighting skills they possessed were taught to them by Bucky himself. And these killing machines, products of his work, were ultimately frozen and sealed under his own eyes. With Hydra having been nearly eradicated by now, Bucky never imagined he would have another encounter with these Winter Soldiers, let alone that they would become accomplices of the Green Goblin, engaging him in battle. Regardless of how shocked Bucky felt, he had to stick to the plan he had originally formulated. His task was to intercept and restrain these 4 individuals before Chala could proceed through and confront the Green Goblin. Even if the difficulty of this mission was exceptionally high. It's important to note that according to Hydra's standards, the completion of a Winter Soldier's enhancement and training meant their strength was no longer inferior to Bucky's. Even with his own lack of experience, the numerical advantage of the 4 attackers compensated for this weakness. Consequently, Bucky appeared somewhat overwhelmed as he faced the 4 Winter Soldiers, often being struck in vulnerable areas due to his inability to block their attacks in time. Were it not for Bucky also having undergone enhancement, the force behind the Winter Soldiers' attacks, driven by their full-bodied strength, would have killed him already. He wouldn't have been able to hold back their actions in any way. Suddenly, Bucky sensed a faint breeze behind him and glimpsed a swift black figure. He knew that Chala had adhered to the prearranged plan and confronted the Green Goblin. At that moment, Bucky immediately altered his approach. Instead of entangling with the enemy, he began to shift backward, all the while taking out a familiar-looking grenade. Pulling the pin, he struck his metallic arm to activate the detonator and then threw it forward while retreating. The sequence of actions flowed seamlessly, and the throw was accurate. Boom! At the instant the grenade landed amidst the 4 Winter Soldiers, they hadn't even had time to react or evade. The deafening explosion and scorching flames swiftly engulfed them. Under the instantaneous high temperatures, not even their bones remained. Amidst the blackened blast center, their remnants were indistinguishably. Only Bucky, lying prone and battered by the explosion's force, bore evidence of their existence. With his opponents successfully neutralized, Bucky finally let out a breath of relief. Enduring the pain from his injuries, he got up from the ground and prepared to locate Chala, assessing the situation between Chala and the Green Goblin. However, just as Bucky steadied himself on his feet, his pupils suddenly contracted, a look of astonishment crossing his face as he gazed at the location of the explosion. Chapter 334. The reason Bucky looked at the center of the explosion with utter shock was not due to some miracle reviving the 4 Winter Soldiers, who had already turned to ashes. They were merely super soldiers, enhanced with the super soldier serum replicated by Howard Stark, and they hadn't reached the level of indestructibility seen in individuals like the Inhumans. Bucky's astonishment arose from his realization that from the beginning, he had only seen 4 Winter Soldiers. Yet, according to his memories, there should have been 5 Winter Soldiers sealed by Hydra. If not for the losses sustained during his mission as he was being cryogenically frozen, the current situation indicated only one possibility: there was another Winter Soldier hidden within the house. However, Chala had conducted thermal imaging checks of the entire building before entering, and there were only 5 individuals inside the room. Since this last person hadn't made an appearance, Chala might not be facing the Green Goblin he sought to avenge, but rather Chala. Bucky looked worriedly towards the direction Chala had just advanced. After analyzing all the information in his mind, Bucky immediately reached a conclusion: the last Winter Soldier must be where Chala was. If his guess was correct, this room was a trap from the start, waiting for them to walk into it. But how would the Green Goblin know we could find him? With these thoughts in his mind, Bucky hurriedly made his way towards Chala's position. Upon reaching Chala's side, Bucky's suspicions were confirmed. Chala was pinning down the final Winter Soldier with his knee pressed against their neck, tightly restraining their arms. "Did you see any trace of the Green Goblin?" Bucky inquired. "No," Chala shook his head. "The moment I entered, I only found this guy here. He seemed prepared and attacked me the instant I came in. However, my vibranium suit protected me, and his attack was ineffective. It appears that this base is a decoy set by the Green Goblin, and he probably left long before. He's not here." Just then, the TV screen, which had been in standby mode, suddenly lit up within the room. Projected on the screen was the image of Norman Osborne, wearing the Green Goblin mask, along with his distinctive maniacal laughter and applause. Hi. I never thought the ones who would eventually come knocking on my door would be you. I had hoped to attract 1 or 2 Avengers, but I'm not greedy. With you in my hands, I'm confident the rest of my plan will proceed just as smoothly. After all, for Tony Stark and Steve Rogers, you are quite a special existence." As Green Goblin spoke, Bucky could feel that behind the mask must be a significant and meaningful look directed at him. Green Goblin's original plan was to make a high-profile appearance, orchestrating a sensational and heinous terrorist attack, along with a provocative declaration of war. The Avengers were expected to respond by launching an active pursuit, and with their capabilities, even after the mysterious figure in black had taken him down, they would surely locate the base he had prepared. Thus, Green Goblin improvised his plan, setting a trap within the base and using the Winter Soldiers he had procured as bait. However, contrary to Green Goblin's expectations, it was not the Avengers who arrived but the mysterious figure in black who attacked him and the Winter Soldier he had once seen in the footage, Bucky Barnes. Upon seeing Bucky's face, Green Goblin immediately recalled the horrifying truth of Howard and Maria Stark's deaths, which he had witnessed in surveillance footage. Green Goblin was also well aware of Bucky's identity as Captain America's loyal comrade-in-arms and close friend from what the legacy recorded in Captain America's memorial. This realization spawned an even more sinister plan within Green Goblin's mind. "How do you know about this?" Bucky exclaimed in shock. For Bucky, Green Goblin had truly found his weak spot this time. Viko had mentioned that until a proper solution was reached. If Tony were to learn the truth, the Avengers alliance might very well descend into a civil war. The previously unwavering collaboration between Tony and Captain America would inevitably crumble irreparably. "Oh. It seems you're quite anxious about this matter." Hi. "This is excellent news. It appears I've made the right decision, and you will become the most crucial pawns in my scheme. What exactly do you intend to do? And where did you find these Winter Soldiers?" Bucky knew that Green Goblin must have devised a treacherous and cunning conspiracy, waiting for the Avengers alliance to fall into his trap. This made him feel impatient and uneasy. "You needn't concern yourselves with my plan, instead, worry about your own situation. I'm curious, though. When the two of you start tearing each other apart, I wonder who will emerge victorious?" Desire, Rusty, 17, Dawn, Stove, 9, Kindness, Return to the Motherland, 1, Freight Car. Despicable. Shut up. Shut up, you fiend. Soldiers. At your command. Chapter 335. The terrorist attack on the United Nations headquarters in Vienna has become a hot topic of frenzied global media coverage. In this incendiary situation, both the United Nations leadership and the Vienna government officials responded swiftly. After evacuating the personnel from the scene, an immediate investigation into the incident and tracking of the Green Goblin began. A large number of personnel were dispatched to guard the scene and gather evidence, demonstrating astonishing operational efficiency. The Avengers, who received no instructions or appointments from the United Nations Special Oversight Group, could only return to their respective hotel rooms, awaiting further messages and arrangements. The most challenging issue now is that the audacious terrorist attack by the Green Goblin has caused a sensation. It not only raised doubts about the capabilities and credibility of the United Nations among people worldwide but also pushed the Avengers into a passive situation. They are currently unable to determine whether the painstakingly negotiated accords will be signed or not, and if it is to be signed, when that will happen. Especially today, the Green Goblin's direct challenge and provocation against journalists and media representatives from various countries on the scene have validated Viko's previous point. Since the emergence of these superheroes, it has indeed incited a desire for supervillains to issue challenges. This might prompt the United Nations to reconsider the terms and provisions of accords. They've provoked us to the point where they've killed a king right in front of us, and yet we're stuck in our hotel rooms, waiting idly without any knowledge of whether the United Nations will give us a directive. After returning to the hotel, the three members of the original opposition gathered in Captain's room, clearly dissatisfied with the current situation. Sam was the first to express his anger. Originally, he and Scarlet Witch came here to sign the accords because Captain had made his stance clear and had persuaded them with the unity of the Avengers as a reason. But the current situation is incredibly frustrating. Such an event has occurred. Yet they cannot respond or counterattack in any way. This not only suppresses and discourages their morale but will also create a very negative impact among the people who support them. Sitting next to Falcon. Scarlet Witch didn't express her thoughts, but her equally dissatisfied expression and the frequent nods of agreement while Falcon spoke indicated her alignment with Falcon's sentiments. She was equally discontent with the Avengers' current situation. Captain nodded in understanding of their emotions. In fact, he himself felt deeply uncomfortable with the current situation. Having strength and various high-tech equipment at his disposal. Yet being unable to use them, this feeling of helplessness was torturous for someone as duty-bound as him. However, prior to this, he had made an agreement with Viko. For the sake of unity, stability, and long-term development of the Avengers, he temporarily conceded to the United Nations. Simultaneously, he aimed to use this external pressure to reposition the Avengers' responsibilities and undertake internal institutional reforms. On one hand, there's the dissatisfaction and complaints of the teammates, and on the other hand, there's the agreement with Viko. Captain is currently caught in a dilemma, his brow furrowed, and his face full of worry. It's evident that he's unable to provide a solution that satisfies everyone. Knock knock. Just as Captain was struggling, the sound of someone knocking on the door reached the room. Falcon, who was closer to the door, stood up and opened it, revealing Viko standing outside. Sam. Isn't this Captain's room? Upon seeing Scarlet Witch and Captain inside, Viko immediately understood what was going on. These two must be here to complain to Captain. Wanda and I had something to discuss with Captain, but why did you come to Captain's room to find him? Sam, can I come in before we can talk? Or are we going to have an important conversation right here at the doorway? Hearing Viko's words, Sam realized that blocking Viko like this wasn't appropriate, so he moved aside to give Viko space to enter. We're almost done discussing what Wanda and I came to talk to Captain about, so we won't disturb your conversation, Falcon said, giving Scarlet Witch a meaningful look. Scarlet Witch immediately caught on, stood up, and walked towards the door. Captain, Sam and I will head back now, we hope you'll have a response to the questions we raised later. Watching Falcon and Scarlet Witch exit the room and close the door behind them, Captain finally let out a long sigh of relief. So, did they come over to pressure you? Viko asked Captain with an amused tone, as if he was enjoying the spectacle. Don't take pleasure in this situation. It's all because of your plan that I'm in this predicament. Sam and Wanda agreed to come and sign the accords under my persuasion. Now that things have turned out like this, of course, they would be discontented. That's why they came directly to my room just now, wanting me to take a stance. I understand their intentions very well. Either I find a convincing reason to continue persuading them, or I join them in responding to the Green Goblin's provocation. It does sound quite troublesome. Typical symptoms of adolescent idealism, always wanting to use their own power to uphold justice, without considering how such actions might affect the balance of power among different forces. However, Captain, if you don't follow my plan, I believe your situation would be even more difficult to navigate. Captain nodded, understanding the implications in Viko's words. If it weren't for Viko informing him about Bucky's situation in advance, the situation would be far more complicated than it is now. So, what did you come to see me for? Bucky has been out for so long without any news reaching us. I'm a bit concerned about him and Chala. They might have encountered some trouble. While the Green Goblin may not possess strong and formidable superpowers like Wanda and Peter, his cunning nature combined with various high-tech resources make him a formidable adversary. Not to mention, after Chala launched an attack against him before, he's likely to be on guard. Indeed, from the Green Goblin's previous attack on the United Nations building, it's evident that his actions, though outwardly mad, are meticulously planned step by step. He conducted detailed investigations on each one of us Avengers in advance, leaving us powerless against his sudden appearance. Chala, without proper preparation, and Bucky, who was mobilized on short notice, might very well fall into the trap set by the Green Goblin. Just as Captain finished speaking, the television in the hotel room, which had been turned off, suddenly switched on by itself. The screen displayed none other than the Green Goblin, who declared war on the Avengers. Chapter 336. Hi. Avengers, we meet again. I hope you're all sitting on your couches in your rooms right now because I'm about to reveal some news that you absolutely wouldn't want to miss. Curious, aren't you? Don't worry, before the crucial information comes out, let's enjoy a little pre-show entertainment and set the mood. I put quite a bit of effort into capturing these exciting scenes. As the Green Goblin's voice fell, the television screen suddenly changed. The video being played on the TV was shot from a high angle, showing a completely enclosed room. It seemed to be a surveillance recording. In the recording, a sturdy and fully armed warrior was standing alertly, watching the direction of the room's entrance, prepared to launch an attack at any moment. Then the room's door opened, and a dark figure swiftly rushed into the room. An immediate clash ensued between the two. However, the difference in strength was evident. After a few rounds of combat, the original warrior in the room was easily subdued by the newcomer, who then pinned him down on the ground. That's Chala, and his suit is made of vibranium, a special technology from Wakanda. The other warrior doesn't stand a chance against him. Viko, who already knew Chala's identity as the Black Panther, explained to Captain upon seeing the footage of the Black Panther suit for the first time. Although Viko said this with a great deal of certainty, and Chala did indeed effortlessly defeat his opponent in the video, Viko knew that since the Green Goblin had sent them this video to watch, things wouldn't end so simply. Sure enough, shortly after Chala subdued his opponent, another figure entered the room. Bucky. Captain recognized the figure appearing in the video at first glance. Seeing both of them unharmed in the video, he let out a sigh of relief. But then realizing that this was a video deliberately sent by the Green Goblin, he couldn't help but worry for the two. After Bucky entered the room, his expression seemed a bit off. He was engaged in communication with Chala. However, the video had been specially edited by the Green Goblin, erasing all sound, so viewers couldn't discern the content of their conversation. Suddenly, the entrance and exit of the room were sealed by thick steel plates. Something surprising appeared before Bucky and Chala, particularly affecting Chala, who appeared extremely angry. However, due to the angle of the surveillance, the issue behind the change in their emotions didn't appear in the video. Just moments after their emotional shift, Bucky, who had previously looked relatively normal, suddenly became visibly distressed and fearful, clutching his ears tightly with his palms. Seeing Bucky in distress, Chala promptly ended the life of the warrior he had subdued and approached Bucky to check on him. However, the next moment, he was met with a fierce attack from Bucky. If it weren't for the excellent defensive capabilities of the vibranium suit, Bucky's sudden surprise attack would have been quite a blow for Chala. However, just as Captain and Viko were about to continue understanding the two's next situation, the video on the television abruptly stopped and the Green Goblin's face, masked with a demonic expression, reappeared on the screen. So, how was it? Wasn't that performance quite splendid? Hi. The mutual slaughter between comrades, this scene is so thrilling, it's almost getting me excited. But forgive my selfishness, the next scenes are just too amazing that I've turned them into my private collection. I won't be sharing them with you. You should anticipate my grand finale performance, that's the real star I've prepared for today. Baymax, what's going on? Didn't you already cure Bucky's Hydra brainwashing? Why is he in this state? Master, the conservative treatment plan I provided did indeed restore his memories and minimized psychological burdens and harm. However, Hydra's brainwashing on him for years was a continuous training of conditioned reflex, much like how human-animal trainers tame wild animals. This conditioned reflex can only be diluted through the passage of time and is difficult to directly eliminate, unless we use high-frequency energy waves to directly damage the corresponding reflex area in the brain's neural center. However, this is likely to cause brain function damage. Can you track the Green Goblin's current location? Since he hacked into the hotel's servers through the network, he shouldn't be able to escape your tracking. Master, I've captured the Green Goblin's actual IP address, and I've sent you the corresponding geographical coordinates. But I don't consider this to be useful information. Based on the natural light analysis of the early part of the video that the Green Goblin sent, this footage was likely shot some time ago. Moreover, the transmission wasn't a live broadcast. The Green Goblin's own footage was recorded and then edited together. This means that he had ample time to send the video and escape the crime scene. The Green Goblin is likely no longer there. That's fine, as long as he has been there, he might have left some traces. I don't believe he can escape my tracking. But, Master, aren't you currently restricted by the United Nations from taking any action? After being reminded by Baymax, Viko suddenly froze. He had dug a hole for himself with that Viko. Although they haven't formally signed the Seoul Accords yet, if he really takes actions that violate the Accords provisions, the previously existing buffer zone between the two sides will completely disappear. Friction and clashes will become even more intense. Therefore, Viko has no choice but to exercise restraint. He truly can't initiate any actions. However, while Viko can endure, someone has reached their limit. Seeing his close friend and the heir to the Wakandan throne in danger, Captain clenched his fist tightly. His emotions had reached a boiling point. I'm sorry, Viko, I might have to break our agreement. I can't just stand by and watch our comrades in danger. With that, Captain picked up the universal capsule from the coffee table and walked towards the door. Viko watched Captain's departure without stopping him, even though Captain's actions might render their efforts futile. Because Viko understood that if he stopped Captain, it would also severely impact the Avengers' relationships and trust, and the internal pressure they would face would likely come sooner than the external pressure imposed by the United Nations. Instead of sacrificing internal unity to maintain external stability, it was better to preserve their internal relationships and jointly resist external pressure. However, Viko would soon realize that even maintaining this last line of internal unity was beyond his control. The content of the video that the Green Goblin was about to play on television was no less powerful than the explosion he caused at the conference today. It would utterly shatter the entire Avengers alliance into pieces. Chapter 337. Baymax, quickly cut off Green Goblin's transmission. Viko urgently gave the command to Baymax because when he turned his attention back to the TV screen, the scene being played was the truth that he had struggled to convey to Tony. The video was quite blurry, obviously dated, and shot under poor nighttime lighting conditions. However, in the footage, each person's facial features could still be discerned clearly. The details of both Bucky, the perpetrator, and Howard, the victim, were particularly distinct under the illumination of the streetlights. Disturbed by Captain's departure, Viko refocused on the TV just to witness Bucky completing the double homicide of the Howard couple. He knew that even if he tried to stop it now, it was already too late. Unless Tony happened to be absent from the room and didn't see this revelation video, Tony would undoubtedly know the truth by now. Master, I have successfully severed the transmission and added a firewall to the hotel's network system. Damn it, where did Norman Osborne get this video? And it seems he's also found the trigger phrase to control the Winter Soldier, causing Bucky to lose the self-awareness he painstakingly regained. These were supposed to be Zemo's tasks. Even if I altered some fates, this still happened in the end. And in this blindsiding manner. The current situation was indeed enough to make Viko exasperated. The catalyst for a civil war had emerged, Captain had left the hotel to rescue Bucky and Chala, and there was no immediate way to explain things to Tony. Coupled with the fact that Captain's actions had already violated the provisions of the Seoul Accords, the United Nations would surely attack them, making this the worst-case scenario for the entire Avengers alliance. Green Goblin's series of actions had further pushed the already unstable Avengers to the brink of collapse. Where's Captain? Why hasn't he shown up? And Sam and Wanda aren't also in the hotel either, does anyone know what's going on? Green Goblin's reappearance and provocation had ignited collective anger among the Avengers, especially Tony. He not only had to deal with the trouble caused by Green Goblin but also faced a sudden revelation of an enemy who killed his parents. To swiftly address the collective and personal problems at hand, Tony immediately called everyone together for research and discussion. However, he realized that the 3 dissenting members who had opposed signing the accord were all absent. His gaze turned to the assembled group, seeking answers. Captain saw the video released by Green Goblin, showing his friend Bucky Barnes and Chala in danger, so he went to rescue them. As for Wanda and Sam, they've been unhappy with the state of the Avengers for a while. We're not sure if they went to track down Green Goblin or went with Captain to help him rescue them. Viko didn't conceal anything and directly informed Tony of the truth. Tony, Jarvis, help me confirm the locations of the 3 individuals through hotel and road surveillance. Understood, sir. Alright, now we need to make a difficult decision. Just a moment ago, I was communicating with officials from the United Nations, hoping they would allow us to participate in the operation to capture Green Goblin. They agreed, but the condition is that we must publicly sign the agreement in front of the media before joining the operation. Unexpectedly, right after I hung up the phone, the situation with Green Goblin emerged. Captain and his team directly violated the terms of the agreement we painstakingly negotiated with the UN representatives. Given this situation, Captain Steve Rogers, Falcon Sam Wilson, and Scarlet Witch Wanda Maximoff will also become our targets for pursuit. Because they have violated the Accords, we must stop them before they take further actions, or else they will become wanted criminals on the United Nations list. But Tony, Captain and Bucky Barnes, Natasha hesitated to speak but was interrupted by Tony. I know, they are childhood friends who grew up on the same block and comrades on the World War II battlefield, but that is by no means a justification for violating the Accords. It would put our entire team at a disadvantage. Furthermore, the fact that Bucky Barnes, a hero who was once thought to have perished, not only survived but also became a killing machine under Hydra's control, responsible for the deaths of my parents. At this point, a thick flame of hatred and anger flickered in Tony's eyes. Viko knew that if he didn't try to temper Tony's anger at this moment, the rupture between the 2 leaders of the Avengers might become inevitable. Dad, I have something to say about Bucky. What is it? Hurry up, we need to act swiftly to prevent the situation from escalating further. Howard and Maria were killed by Bucky. I've known about this for a while. When Hydra attempted to dominate the world through their Insight project, I discovered Bucky's whereabouts. He was dispatched to assassinate Nick Fury. After finding him, I began investigating his records and uncovered his true identity, as well as the various missions he carried out as the Winter Soldier. Later, I managed to take control of him and bring him back to my lab, where I realized he was under powerful Hydra brainwashing. He had almost lost his original sense of self. It was after I had Baymax diagnose him and tailor a treatment plan that he regained his memory and personality. The reason I didn't tell you about this right away is because I was worried that his presence would create conflicts between Captain and you, and that wouldn't be advantageous for the entire Avengers. So, I chose to keep it hidden. I also hope that in the upcoming actions, Dad, you can control your emotions and not let hatred blind your eyes, allowing inner anger to dictate your actions. If you and Captain end up at odds, it could have a significant impact on our entire group. If today's incident hadn't happened and I unexpectedly learned the truth, how long were you planning to hide it from me? Tony asked Viko with a complex expression after hearing his confession. Not for long, I told Captain about Bucky's situation not long ago, hoping we could find a solution together. After external conditions stabilize a bit, I plan to be honest with you. So, Rogers already knows about this? Before me? You disappoint me, Viko. When he opened his eyes again, his gaze became even more resolute. Avengers, the operation has begun. When facing Captain and his team, don't take it lightly, give it your all to subdue them. This is for their own good. Let's go. Chapter 338. Sam, Wanda, you don't have to accompany me on this mission, Captain said with some guilt as he looked at Scarlet Witch and Falcon, who were leaving the hotel with him. Originally, he hadn't intended to bring the two of them along. However, little did he know that both Sam and Wanda had been holding back their frustrations. And upon seeing Green Goblin's provocation again, they couldn't contain their emotions any longer. They stormed out of the room, each intending to act independently. So, these three individuals with the same idea coincidentally crossed paths at the right time and place, leading to the current situation where Captain had to allow Scarlet Witch and Falcon to join his operation. Don't say that, Cap. Even if you didn't ask for our help, we would still go after Green Goblin on our own. Instead of each of us fighting separately, it's better to unite and form a stronger force. Besides, Cap, you're not exactly adept at using modern technology and computers for complex operations. Without us, finding the location where Green Goblin is holding Chala and Bucky would be quite a challenge. Falcon's first half of the statement touched Captain, making him feel appreciated for finally finding a like-minded ally within the Avengers. However, when Falcon bluntly delivered the second half of his statement, Captain's face turned red, and he suddenly felt a blow to his pride. While it was true that he wasn't proficient with modern technology, Falcon's straightforward words wounded his self-esteem. Feeling quite wounded himself, Captain gave Falcon a disapproving look and ended their conversation. Seeing the conversation between the two come to an end, Scarlet Witch quickly patted Falcon's shoulder and eagerly asked, "So, have you pinpointed the location of the two we need to rescue?" "It's getting there. I've narrowed down the search area, but to get more precise results, it's beyond my semi-amateur level. We'd need someone like Natasha, a professional agent, or someone like Tony and Viko, the computer experts, to handle it." Falcon replied. "No worries, we'll head to the general area first when the time comes. I can use my telepathic abilities to quickly locate the correct spot," Scarlet Witch confidently stated. "Great. Let's get moving then. The longer we wait, the more dangerous it becomes for Chala and Bucky." With that, Captain stepped between the two, grabbing their arms, and activated the Flash's suit speed mode, heading towards the location Falcon had locked onto. Sam, who had never experienced such astonishing speed before, could only tightly hold on to Captain's arm, with his whole body curled up and trembling. If it weren't for Scarlet Witch using her telekinetic powers to create a protective shield around them, isolating them from the impact of the high-speed airflow, Falcon might have already screamed. Despite being a member of a special aerial combat unit and soaring through the sky at high speeds daily, in this involuntary moment, his fear was undeniable, far from the calm demeanor of Scarlet Witch, who was casually watching. "It's a good thing Tony isn't here right now, otherwise, I'm sure he'd tease you about this forever," Scarlet Witch re-vetoed. "Humph," Falcon responded with a shaky voice, expressing his dissatisfaction with Scarlet Witch's teasing. However, his current state clearly lacked any persuasiveness. "Alright, Sam, we're here, you can let go of my arm now," Captain joked, unable to resist teasing Falcon when he saw him in such a state. Then he turned to Scarlet Witch. "Wanda. Got it." Scarlet Witch nodded and began to exert her superhuman abilities, sensing the locations of Chala and Bucky. "Found them, over there." It didn't take long for Scarlet Witch to use her formidable powers to locate Chala and Bucky. She led Captain and Falcon to a farm on the outskirts. There are obvious signs of a recent battle here, and the traces are very fresh. The fight must have happened not long ago. This farm should be the place we're looking for. Captain quickly noticed the crucial clue, feeling relieved that they had successfully found their destination. However, he quickly suppressed this emotion and became cautious. Chala from Wakanda appeared to be quite skilled and formidable. His friend Bucky, who had been through countless battles, not only underwent the physical enhancement of Hydra but also gained powerful mechanical arms. This operational team formed by these two individuals had fallen into Green Goblin's trap, so they needed to be even more careful moving forward, avoiding any ambush set up by Green Goblin. The three of them cautiously followed the footprints left on the ground and soon entered the farmhouse. "I sense their positions are upstairs. Both of their life forces are still present, but I don't know their condition or whether they're injured. From the video that Green Goblin released earlier, it seems like the two of them had quite a showdown," Scarlet Witch reminded Captain. Captain nodded in response but still didn't accelerate their pace. He couldn't disregard the danger that Scarlet Witch and Falcon had put themselves in by joining him on this risky mission to rescue Chala and Bucky. Therefore, even though Captain's heart was deeply concerned about the condition of Chala and Bucky, after confirming that the two of them were not in immediate danger, they continued to move forward cautiously, fearing that Green Goblin might have set some traps. "Wanda, do you have a way to open these sealed devices?" After a tense search, the three of them finally arrived at the room indicated by Scarlet Witch. However, blocking their path were thick and sturdy metal barriers that completely separated them from the inside. These barriers also firmly trapped Chala and Bucky within. Scarlet Witch shook her head. "My abilities can't have any destructive effect on structures of this level." Although he received a negative answer, Captain didn't feel overly disappointed. Solutions always outweighed difficulties, and he believed that with the combined strength of the three of them, they could find a way to overcome the current challenge. At this moment, Falcon seemed to have a good idea and excitedly suggested, "Wanda, try using your mind control abilities to move the people inside away from the door, then I can use a lava bomb to blast open this metal wall." The lava bomb was a special weapon created by Viko based on Falcon's request. This type of bomb didn't produce a violent shockwave upon detonation, nor did it release shrapnel causing harm. Instead, it generated an intense burst of heat energy centered around the detonation point. In an instant, this highly concentrated heat energy would melt everything within a meter, just like flowing lava from a volcano. Hence, Viko named it the lava bomb. "No problem, although Green Goblin's seal is robust, it's not entirely airtight. As long as my powers can permeate the room, I can control them to move away from the door." Scarlet Witch confidently offered a positive answer this time. "Alright, then let's go with Sam's plan." Captain made a swift decision and gave the order to proceed. "Captain, Wanda, you two should also move away from here." Although the core range of the lava bomb is only about a meter, its high temperature effect can still be significantly felt on the skin even from 5 meters away. Being too close could cause severe burns in an instant. Falcon cautioned. Following Falcon's advice, Captain and Scarlet Witch retreated to a safe distance. Scarlet Witch unleashed her powers and completed her task. Once confirmed, Falcon quickly pulled out the safety pin of the lava bomb, attached it to the sealed device, and then hurriedly ran downstairs to get out of the blast radius. With only a burst of intense light, and no explosive sound, the lava bomb had completely melted the thick metal barrier into a liquid state. Scarlet Witch used her telekinesis to isolate the high temperature, allowing them to approach the now wide-open doorway. However, only when they got closer did they realize that the room was not as they had imagined. The two combatants had inflicted serious injuries on each other, resulting in a situation of mutual defeat, or one of them being gravely wounded. Inside the room, apart from a corpse of an enemy that Chala had already dealt with, which was now burning due to the high temperature from the lava bomb, Chala, who was controlled by Scarlet Witch, had taken cover in a corner of the room, shielding the unconscious Bucky on the ground with his own body. As it turned out, all of them had fallen for the trickery of Green Goblin. The reason he hadn't played the complete video in front of all the Avengers wasn't because he wanted to enjoy the content in private, but because the events hadn't unfolded according to his design, so he didn't show it to them. If they saw the true situation, Green Goblin's goal of sowing division among them wouldn't be easily achieved. After falling under Green Goblin's control, despite launching a fierce attack on Chala, Bucky couldn't inflict the slightest harm on him. Chala was wearing the priceless vibranium battle suit, rendering Bucky's efforts futile. To subdue Bucky, Chala first smashed the television left by Green Goblin in the room with a punch. Then, he completely ignored any attacks from Bucky and delivered a powerful palm strike to his neck, instantly rendering him unconscious. However, due to the relatively short length of the claws on Chala's Black Panther suit, he couldn't destroy the metal barrier set up by Green Goblin. That's why they hadn't escaped yet and had encountered the arrival of Captain and his team, who had come to rescue them. Chapter 339. Successfully rescuing Chala and Bucky, Captain's trio had indeed completed the primary mission of this operation. "Captain, what do we do next? The Green Goblin left no useful clues here, and we lacked the technological means and devices like Tony and Viko to track his location. Moreover, what we're likely to face next isn't just the Green Goblin, we may also have to deal with the United Nations pursuit and manhunt. Our actions are going to be very challenging." Although they had successfully accomplished the task, Falcon found himself more concerned about their impending situation. Despite resolving to go against the agreed terms and uphold their inner sense of justice, the current difficulties weighed heavily on them. "It's not just a possibility. Natasha just messaged me. The rest of the Avengers have received clearance from the United Nations for action, with the condition that they bring us all in. We won't be facing elite soldiers sent by the UN, it will be the most powerful superhero force on Earth." The news Captain revealed undoubtedly added to the pressure already felt by Scarlet Witch and Falcon. Confronting former teammates, and in Scarlet Witch's case, her own brother, the hostility between them was undoubtedly agonizing. If you want to trace the Green Goblin's whereabouts, evade your comrade's pursuit, I can offer assistance. Wakanda's technological advancements are not inferior to any other country on Earth. I can have my associates provide information on tracking and evading. Plus, we share a common goal: the Green Goblin. Experience has taught me that this is not an enemy to be dealt with by one person alone through brute force. I believe we should cooperate against this enemy. I'll pursue my revenge, and you can stop the Green Goblin's malevolence. Chala looked sincerely at Captain's trio, extending his right hand to symbolize his willingness to cooperate. Captain turned to Falcon on his left, then to Scarlet Witch on his right. The three exchanged glances to convey their thoughts to each other. Pleasure to cooperate. After exchanging glances, Captain was the first to shake hands with Chala. Then, Falcon and Scarlet Witch also joined in, sealing the alliance between the four. But before we act, we need to wake Bucky up, he's an important ally. After solidifying the alliance, Captain pointed at Bucky, who was still unconscious on the ground. From the looks of it, Chala had not held back during their scuffle. Nearly an hour had passed, and Bucky still showed no signs of waking naturally, so they'd have to provide some external assistance. As soon as Captain finished speaking, Scarlet Witch already had a water sphere under her telekinetic control, hovering above Bucky's head. Without any countdown, she released her power, allowing the water sphere to fall freely under gravity, making contact with Bucky's face. Under the chilly stimulation of the flowing water, Bucky, who had been lying on the ground like a corpse, suddenly sprung up as if propelled by a tightly wound spring. His upper body shot up, his gaze filled with confusion as he looked around his surroundings. What's happening to me? Steve? Which Bucky are you now? Captain asked sternly as he looked at the awakened Bucky. Scarlet Witch stood ready by his side. If Bucky was still under the control of the Green Goblin, she was prepared to use her telekinesis to subdue him. Your mother's name is Sarah, and you used to put newspapers in your shoes. Bucky recounted his past memories, trying to dispel Captain's suspicions. These are things only the real Bucky would know. Upon hearing Bucky's response, the expression on Captain's face relaxed, and his eyes carried a hint of nostalgia and reminiscence. So, can we trust him now? Scarlet Witch asked, retracting her powers. What did I do? Bucky nervously looked at Captain. You didn't cause any harm. You and Chala were locked in a secure room, and you weren't a match for him. He knocked you out right away, so you don't need to worry about having done anything wrong again. Captain reassured Bucky, looking into his eyes. That's good news, but it's clear that the things Hydra instilled in my mind haven't been entirely erased by the treatment from Viko. As long as someone recites those damn words, I'll transform back into the Winter Soldier and obey their commands. The Green Goblin somehow obtained information about the Winter Soldier within Hydra, and his underlings who confronted us at the farmhouse were released from the Siberian Hydra base. In that case, the Green Goblin is even more dangerous than we originally thought. If he gains control over Hydra's legacy, even the secrets we don't know about, he could become a second Red Skull, causing chaos and turmoil on a global scale. Captain voiced his concerns. Chala, I think you should contact your Wakandan companions right away to help us locate the Green Goblin. I have a feeling that if we let him move unchecked for even a second in a hidden place, the potential danger he poses will increase. Falcon, a retired soldier, felt an inexplicable sense of crisis. He had experienced this kind of feeling on the battlefield more than once. It was this sharp intuition, or sixth sense, that had allowed him to survive numerous perilous missions. The recurrence of this feeling now meant that the presence of the Green Goblin had threatened not only his safety but the safety of the entire society. They had to quickly eliminate this kind of danger for its source. Captain, Bucky, think carefully. During the time you were under Hydra's control, did you come into contact with anything that could put the entire world in danger? If so, where is that thing hidden? I believe that if the Green Goblin wants to seek revenge against us Avengers, aside from defeating us, considering his mad personality, since he lost his most precious son, he will surely aim to destroy what is most precious to us and what we are determined to protect: the peace of the Earth. No, I can't recall memories from that period now. It would reactivate the Winter Soldier consciousness in my mind, Bucky said with anguish, shaking his head. I can use my telepathic abilities to extract the information we need directly from his brain, if he's willing to let me read his memories. Scarlet Witch stepped forward at this point. I disagree. This is too dangerous, Wanda. Bucky's mind contains not only memories from his time as a soldier during World War II but also memories of being brainwashed by Hydra and carrying out Winter Soldier missions. These memories are too heavy and painful for you. They would seriously impact your mental well-being and cognition. I can't agree with you trading your health for the mission's completion. Before Bucky could express his thoughts and opinions, Captain immediately rejected Scarlet Witch's suggestion. "Captain, you underestimate me. Back in Seoul, I used the vibranium body Dr. Helen created for Max to access his thoughts and consciousness. But that hasn't caused any psychological trauma for me. Even if there is some risk involved in this approach, as Avengers and Earth's last line of defense, taking such risks is part of our duty. To fulfill our mission, I'm willing to take this chance." Wanda, hearing Wanda's unwavering determination, Captain found it difficult to reject her again and shatter her conviction. To achieve our goal, it's not just about willpower and determination. The most important thing is a scientific method and approach. That's why I always encourage you all to read more, to study science. You all took it lightly, and now you're facing difficulties. Just as Captain was grappling with the situation, a familiar voice suddenly emanated from his helmet. The owner of the voice was none other than Viko. "Viko!" Captain exclaimed with surprise. "I was originally going to give you an update that we're about to reach your location, but I didn't expect to hear such a touching speech from Wanda. I'm not sure whether to applaud her courage or criticize her lack of foresight. It's truly exasperating when things that could be safely accomplished through scientific means are turned into grand acts of self-sacrifice to highlight one's heroic image. I'm speechless. Viko, do you have a solution? Just tell us straight, no need to keep us in suspense." "Easy there, I already said we're close to reaching your location. You guys better move yourselves to safety first. Are you really going to wait for the Avengers to turn against each other? Quickly get yourselves out of there, and I'll contact you later to provide you with the correct method. Hang tight." "All right." Captain agreed. With Viko's assistance, he felt a surge of confidence in thwarting the Green Goblin, even though the current issues within the Avengers were still giving him a headache. "Wanda, we'll discuss this matter later. Viko and the others are about to arrive. Let's move to a safe location for now and make a decision once we're settled." "If we're looking for a safe place, I do have a suggestion," Bucky interjected. Chapter 340. The place Bucky mentioned was a secret Hydra base established during World War II. However, as the Axis powers were defeated and surrendered, the previously occupied lands were liberated one after another. The Vienna base was strategically abandoned by Hydra as well. Had Bucky not hidden there during one of his Winter Soldier missions to evade pursuit by S.H.I.E.L.D., he wouldn't have known about this hidden spot in Vienna. This abandoned Hydra base had been unoccupied for a long time. Coupled with its well-hidden location and relatively complete facilities, it could temporarily provide a safe hiding place for them. Led by Bucky, the group successfully relocated themselves before Tony and the others arrived. After the group had settled down, Captain immediately contacted Viko. "Viko, we've completed our relocation and are now in a safe place. What's the method you mentioned earlier to help Bucky safely recall his past memories?" "The method is quite simple. The main thing is to use a device. To guard against future enemies with mind-controlling abilities like Wanda, I once suggested that all Avengers carry the Hoi-Poi capsules of emotion controller as standard equipment. Only if at least one of you followed my suggestion and carried the emotion controller capsule, then my method can work." Upon hearing this condition from Viko, Captain was momentarily stunned, then instinctively reached for the emotion controller capsule attached to his waist. His face lit up in delight. "Fortunately, I remembered to bring this thing with me when I left the hotel. What's next? What should we do?" Since he had it on him, Captain didn't bother asking Falcon if he had one. As for Scarlet Witch, with her inherent mind control abilities, it was certain that she wouldn't be carrying the emotion controller capsule. The device held no purpose for her. Next, you need to place the emotion controller on Bucky's head. Then, find any device that can connect to the internet and emit a wireless signal. This way, I can have Baymax modify the parameters of the emotion controller, allowing Bucky to detach his self-awareness and view his past memories in a third-person perspective, like watching a movie on a streaming site. What's more important, to prevent Bucky from being controlled again the next time he hears the Green Goblin recite those words, I'll have Baymax implant a small program into the emotion controller. This program will recognize and block any potentially destabilizing words, shielding his brainwaves, and completely sealing off his self-awareness during critical moments to prevent loss of control. Following Viko's instructions, Captain took out the emotion controller and retrieved his cell phone. In order to avoid being tracked by law enforcement from the United Nations, he had shut down his phone and placed it inside the capsule. Upon learning that Tony was personally leading a team to pursue him, he quickly sealed his phone inside the capsule to cut off all signals. Turning on his phone, connecting to the mobile internet, and then activating the phone's hotspot to emit a wireless signal. Although being frozen for 70 years has caused Captain to miss out on many things and he seemed a bit old-fashioned in the present era. However, even if he was a bit behind, with his enthusiastic attitude to integrate into this new era, Captain had learned quite a bit of new knowledge. At least he had become proficient in using smartphones. Viko, I've done what you said, you can have Baymax start the process now. Good. A response came from Viko through the communication. Then Captain noticed that the original screensaver wallpaper on his phone had disappeared, replaced by a blank white background, along with the classic expression that Baymax had when he served as a medical health assistant. This feels quite peculiar. Bucky, the person in question, couldn't help but exclaim. His current state was unprecedentedly peaceful and serene, as if he had entered a moment of wisdom after accomplishing something. Even more amazing was that he, who had been manipulated by Hydra as the Winter Soldier, could now watch his memories like videos, freely dragging the progress bar back and forth and changing playback speed. Even events and details that were previously very vague or entirely forgotten were now vividly restored during the viewing process. It was an incredibly strange experience. Watching his memories as the Winter Soldier over the past few decades, this seemingly long process actually took only a few seconds in the real world. By adjusting the brainwave frequency in the emotion controller, Baymax allowed Bucky not only to detach his self-awareness during this process but also achieved a brain overclocking effect. After repeatedly reviewing his past memories, Bucky finally found what he thought was Green Goblin's most likely target, an enormous-scale bioweapon dispenser developed by Hydra's scientific team. This bioweapon dispenser, once loaded with a bioweapon virus, could release the virus or toxic gas by utilizing high-frequency waves within the machine, covering the entire Europe. If this device fell into Green Goblin's hands, he could potentially carry out an unprecedented and horrifying act of terrorism, plunging human society into panic and paralysis. At that point, even the combined efforts of the Avengers and the United Nations might struggle to reverse the situation. Bucky shared his assessment with Captain and the other three individuals, instantly filling the room with a heavy atmosphere. If Bucky's speculation were true, their mission undoubtedly carried immense pressure. This time, they were only allowed to succeed, as failure would result in the loss of countless innocent lives and global economic turmoil. However, shortly after, Chala brought them a piece of good news that could be considered bad news. His Wakandan allies had located Green Goblin's whereabouts. He was spotted on the outskirts of Vilnius, the capital of Lithuania, and what made this message both good and bad was that, according to Bucky's memories, the large-scale bioweapon dispenser that Hydra had sealed away was also there. In other words, their worst fears had come true. Green Goblin was likely planning a crazed bioweapon massacre to wreak havoc across Europe. Chapter 341. To reach Vilnius, as quickly as possible and to prevent the Green Goblin from obtaining the large-scale biochemical virus emitter, the only way is to use the teleportation portal in Vienna. Now that the objective and direction of the operation have been determined, Captain quickly adjusted his mindset and began to think about plans and strategies for the upcoming action. However, the control of the spatial teleportation node is currently managed by Jarvis and Baymax. As soon as we enter, it's like sending our location information to Tony, and Jarvis will definitely receive Tony's orders to prevent us from using the portal for teleportation and trap us in the portal room. We would be trapped and unable to escape. Falcon reminded Captain with some concern. But we have no choice. Apart from this path, we have no other way to stop the Green Goblin before he completes his plan. If we're even a step late, it will be a disaster that affects all of Europe. So, no matter what, we have to give it a try. I believe that if Tony hears our speculation, for the greater good, he might even temporarily put aside our differences and work together to face the current enemy. And now, with Chala and Bucky joining us, our numbers are equal on both sides. Natasha and Viko on Tony's side can be considered neutral, not entirely opposed to us. So, from any angle, this time we must take this risk. Captain's tone was resolute and determined when he spoke. If even they start to hesitate and be fearful, then there would truly be no hope for solving the crisis in Europe. Alright, this time we'll take this risk with you, Captain. Falcon was never one to shy away from risks. Otherwise, he wouldn't have joined the military's Falcon program in the first place, nor would he have joined Captain's team, disregarding everything to uphold his sense of justice. I'm in too. Scarlet Witch followed Falcon and spoke a short sentence, but her unwavering tone expressed her inner will and determination. Bucky didn't need to say anything more. As Captain's old Flamino, old friend, and a loyal brother-in-arms who had faced life and death together, how could he not support Captain's decision? As long as it's something Captain is determined to do, even if it means risking his life in the most dangerous situations, Bucky would have no complaints or reservations, just like back when they fought side by side during World War II. Chala similarly had no objections. Although he, as the heir of Wakanda, could easily distance himself from the crisis posed by the Green Goblin. But driven by a sense of inner justice and a hatred between him and the Green Goblin, Chala did not back down. Moreover, with Chala's addition, the team's operation had a fundamental assurance. Even if the others were unfortunate enough to be captured, Chala himself was not bound by the Soul Accords. and could still act according to their previously established plan. Seeing that everyone in the team did not retreat but stood firmly by his side, Captain, amidst his emotions, couldn't help but recall the scenes from the past, when he fought alongside the Howling Commandos on the battlefield of World War II before he was frozen. Now that you're all willing to accompany me on this risky venture, then we shouldn't delay any longer. Let's set out immediately and stop the Green Goblin as soon as possible, that way, my heart can find some peace sooner. After preparing their equipment, the group quickly set off towards the teleportation node in Vienna. On the other side, at the outpost left behind by the Green Goblin on the outskirts, Tony and his team were analyzing the movements of Captain's side. Jarvis, how's it going? Have you found their trail? Sir, based on an analysis of Captain's objectives, I first targeted the Green Goblin for search. I discovered that he assumed a false identity as Norman Gobbins and boarded the last flight to Vilnius, this afternoon. He has already landed at the local airport. However, I haven't been able to determine the Green Goblin's purpose in going to Vilnius yet. But I can confirm that if Captain's team has also located the Green Goblin's position, their next move will definitely be towards Vilnius. So, centered around the Vienna International Airport and the Avengers teleportation node near the airport. I radiated out along all major roads leading to the center. Eventually, I found traces of Captain's team of 5 in surveillance footage along the way. Furthermore, based on their direction of movement, I can ascertain that their target is the teleportation node. Excellent, Jarvis, immediately lock the teleportation portal device within the teleportation node's interior and revoke Captain's team's authentication privileges. Once they enter, seal off the entire node space and await our arrival. No problem, sir. After concluding his conversation with Jarvis, Tony turned to the other members by his side and said, Captain's team's location has been determined. Pete, you're the fastest. Take Viko and Natasha and head to the teleportation node in Vienna. Rhodey and I have heavier battle suits, you won't be able to carry us. So, we'll fly over on our own. We might be a bit behind in time. When you 3 arrive there, don't take action immediately unless they break Jarvis' blockade and escape from the inside. If that happens, then engage and buy time until we arrive. Pete, you're the only speedster among us, so you'll handle Captain, who also possesses super speed. Viko, with your unique nanotechnology, you can resist Wanda's psychic attacks and you also have vibranium capabilities, so you'll deal with both Chala and Wanda. And the remaining Sam and Bucky, I leave it to you, Natasha. Neither of them has enhanced abilities. You've undergone physical enhancements and extremis virus. Dealing with them should be manageable for you. Regardless, if an inevitable encounter occurs, focus on entanglement and delay. Your main objective is to buy Rhodey and me enough time. Now, let the operation begin. Go your separate ways. Got it. As soon as Tony's words fell, the impatient Quicksilver, without waiting for Natasha and Viko to be fully prepared, grabbed their arms and entered hyperspeed mode, disappearing in front of Tony and Rhodey. Chapter 342. Such an impatient young man. Well, let's get going too, Rhodey. Tony glanced at Rhodey by his side, and Rhodey nodded in agreement. The faceplates of their suits closed in unison, and in the next moment, Iron Man and War Machine shot into the sky, flying towards their target. Meanwhile, Natasha, who was brought into hyperspeed mode by Quicksilver, finally got to experience the same nervous yet exhilarating feeling that Falcon had when Captain led him. In this state, even the usually imperceptible air felt as heavy as a brick wall, crashing against her and causing a dizzying sensation. If it weren't for her ultimate enhanced body and powerful regenerative abilities, she would have likely passed out by now. On the other hand, Viko, who is also brought into hyperspeed mode by Quicksilver, had a much easier time. With his nanotech suit infused with vibranium, the harsh external environment posed no threat to him. Being carried along by Quicksilver without having to exert himself made the journey quite comfortable. This left Natasha feeling envious. She could only silently curse Quicksilver in her heart for not even giving her enough time to put on the vibranium nanotech suit. It was truly infuriating. She wondered if he was taking revenge for the rigorous training and strict guidance she had given him during her time as an instructor. However, in reality, Viko, though seemingly calm and relaxed on the surface, was actually communicating with Baymax through brain waves. Captain and the others, what's the situation over there? Why expose their position like this at a time like this? Master, here's the situation. Captain and the others speculated that the Green Goblin might have gained access to some secrets related to Hydra from a trap he set earlier. They believe he may have acquired assets left behind by Hydra. Based on Bucky's memories, they think the Green Goblin's target is likely a large-scale biochemical virus emitter that Hydra stored in Vilnius. Chala's intelligence also confirms that the Green Goblin has indeed been spotted on the outskirts of Vilnius. So, in order to prevent the Green Goblin from succeeding in his plan, Captain and the team are willing to take the risk of using the teleportation portal to reach Hydra's base in Vilnius as quickly as possible. Upon hearing Baymax's explanation, Viko finally understood the situation. A large-scale biochemical virus emitter left behind by Hydra, if a highly lethal bioweapon is released, how extensive would its range be? It could cover the entire continent of Europe, and based on the current and forecasted wind patterns for the next few days, it might even spread as far as the fringes of the Asia. If the Green Goblin uses a virus weapon with a latent period and high infectivity, then once his plan succeeds, the scope of impact will continue to expand. Do you know how this large-scale biochemical virus emitter works? Do we have countermeasures to prevent the release of the bioweapon, or in case the bioweapon is indeed released, can we cut off its spreading mechanism? The device operates by emitting high-frequency nanoscopic energy waves to propel the bioweapon into the air, causing rapid and long-distance dispersal. To intercept such swift dispersion, given our current response time, it's insufficient to implement effective defensive measures. Furthermore, the device doesn't have any external communication modules. Control is entirely executed through the central computer on the machine. If we want to prevent the release of the bioweapon, the only way is to shut down or destroy the device. Destruction of the device could be accomplished using orbital weaponry or the magic network. However, if the device is already loaded with the bioweapon, the shockwave from the explosion could potentially spread the remnants, impacting the surrounding populace. So, the best course of action is to quash his plan in its infancy, before the Green Goblin carries out his operation, correct? That's correct, Master, answered Baymax. In that case, I need to quickly inform my dad, the United Nations, and the governments of various countries. The current situation doesn't allow us to be entangled in the restrictions of so-called accords or personal vendettas. If the Green Goblin really intends to use the large-scale biochemical virus emitter for some outrageous move, then we must unite at this moment and prevent his actions. Suddenly, Viko seemed to have figured something out. The Green Goblin wants to divide the Avengers, which is why he created a bait with Bucky and Chala, luring Captain and his team away. Then he released the video of Bucky killing Howard and Maria, provoking Dad's hatred towards Bucky. The Green Goblin's objective has been clear from the beginning: to spark infighting among us and buy enough time for his plan's preparation. By the time we realize it, the bioweapon will have already dispersed in the air throughout the entirety of Europe. Even we Avengers, unless we possess special abilities or protective measures, could be affected. Having gained ample information support, Viko's analysis of the Green Goblin's strategy and motives left him truly horrified. Even Viko had always believed that the Green Goblin's declaration of war against them was aimed at destroying either the entire Avengers team or certain individuals within it. However, what he didn't anticipate was that the Green Goblin's plan was to torment and break their spirits before destroying their bodies, stripping them of their pride as Avengers. Master, I've already transmitted the existing information and analysis results to the United Nations and various governments. However, both the Old Master and Colonel Rhodes simultaneously shut down their communication systems. I'm temporarily unable to establish contact with them. They both shut down their communication systems. Can you track their current locations? It's very difficult. They've implemented physical isolation measures, severing all their signal sources and network communication data exchange channels. Moreover, the Iron Man suits are relatively compact, making it challenging to pinpoint their precise locations even with Vienna's military radar. Additionally, the Old Master seems to have issued interference commands to Jarvis, releasing a significant amount of disruptive information. At present, I'm unable to determine their location. Whether from a physical or technological side, Baymax was indeed helpless when it came to Tony and Rhodey's ability to conceal their location information. Although Jarvis hadn't yet had an opportunity to evolve into an sentient being, it could still potentially cause minor troubles for Baymax, utilizing the Mind Stone as its computational medium. Since technological means can't resolve this, I'll have to resort to magical methods. After saying this, Viko relinquished control of his body to Baymax, allowing it to direct the nanosuit to mimic his actions in the upcoming endeavor. Then, he directly projected his soul out of his body and entered the mirror dimension. Once inside the mirror dimension, Viko once again opened a portal and headed toward the location of Captain and his team. On Captain's side, there were a total of 5 individuals. Among them, only Captain himself possessed super speed, while the others, except for Falcon, lacked high-speed mobility. To avoid the dispersion of their strength and the risk of being picked off one by one, they didn't adopt the strategy of splitting up like Tony did. Instead, they all drove together toward their destination. As a result, while Captain and his team set out earlier, it was certain that they would ultimately lag behind Viko and Natasha, who were guided by Quicksilver. From this perspective, Tony's previous decision seemed more like an attempt to isolate them rather than create a splitting up. So, if Viko's hunch was correct, Tony and Rhodey's sudden communication blackout was undoubtedly targeted at Captain's team, or more specifically, the Winter Soldier among them Bucky Barnes. Dad, he not only wants to stop Captain and the others from violating the Soul Accord and taking unauthorized actions, but he also wants to carry out his own revenge plan while preventing them. I have to admit, he's done an excellent job of hiding it. I didn't detect anything unusual. Beside the car that Captain and his team were driving, Viko's soul closed its eyes, initiating a resonance with the surrounding dark energy to sense the environmental information. As Viko's sensing range expanded, he quickly detected two distant figures approaching at high speed. Found you, Dad, you really had this idea in mind. Once he confirmed the accuracy of his judgment, Viko immediately returned to his body through the portal. By this time, he was on the outskirts of the Vienna teleportation node. He, along with Quicksilver and Natasha, proceeded according to Tony's predetermined plan. Peter, there's been a change in the plan, we might have to turn back. Not long after Viko's soul departed from Captain's team, Tony and Rhodey had already arrived in front of them, bringing their vehicle to a halt. Screech. The abrupt braking created a sharp friction, accompanied by a piercing noise and leaving two long black Vikos on the ground. The air was filled with the acrid smell of burnt rubber. Tony. Captain was the first to step out of the car. He wasn't holding his iconic shield and walked towards Tony and Rhodey without any guard, hoping to negotiate and gain Tony's understanding. He believed that after learning about the Green Goblin's plan, Tony would temporarily set aside their differences and join forces to face the imminent danger. What Captain didn't know was what Tony saw in the video that the Green Goblin had played for him. Tony's presence before him indicated that he had no intention of listening to any explanations. What he intended to do was to swiftly exact his revenge before anyone could react. Seeing Captain steadily approaching, Tony and Rhodey kept their masks closed, watching silently as if waiting for the right moment. Tony, Rhodey, listen to me, we've uncovered the true conspiracy behind the Green Goblin, now we must come together, join forces. Without waiting for Captain to finish his words, Tony and Rhodey immediately carried out their prearranged action as soon as they saw Scarlet Witch finally stepping out of the car. Sections of their suits opened, and palm-sized prototype discs were launched from Viko 46 and War Machine, landing precisely at the feet of Captain and Scarlet Witch. This was a weapon modified from Viko's energy shield device. Its effect was similar to the binding arrows Viko made for Hawkeye, creating an energy shield that encased the enemy, trapping them within until the device's energy was depleted. In a situation where they were vastly outnumbered, immobilizing the two key members of Captain's team was undoubtedly a clever choice. Tony and Rhodey chose to target Captain and Scarlet Witch first because their abilities posed a significant challenge. Both Captain's super speed and Scarlet Witch's telekinesis were formidable, and without specialized countermeasures, dealing with them would be more difficult than with the others. Tony, what are you doing? Why are you trapping Wanda and me? Captain shouted at Tony, who paid no attention to Captain's question. The energy reservoir within the confinement device was limited. And they needed to act quickly before its energy was depleted. If Captain and Scarlet Witch managed to escape, their chances would be nearly gone. Ignoring Captain, Tony turned his gaze to Chala, dressed in a Black Panther suit. Chala, this has nothing to do with you, it's a conflict between me and Bucky Barnes, I hope you won't interfere, the same goes for you, Sam, don't stop me. Tony's tone was stern as he warned both Chala and Falcon. If possible, he didn't want to fight against these two. Falcon had been a companion of the Avengers and had previously worked together on missions. Although their perspectives had differed in this instance due to the Soul Accord, it didn't mean they were enemies. Due to emotional factors, neither Tony nor Rhodey wanted to battle Falcon. As for Chala, he was not only the heir to Wakanda and its future king, but also his vibranium suit made him impervious to their attacks. If Chala chose to engage with them, it would undoubtedly present a significant obstacle to their actions. Tony, don't act impulsively. Upon hearing Tony and Chala's words, Captain finally understood. Tony must have learned the truth about his parents' death. This isn't impulsiveness, Rogers. You knew the truth about this long ago and kept it from me along with Viko. Impulsive? No, Bucky Barnes murdered my parents, staged it as a car accident, and it kept me in the dark for over 20 years. I'm just returning the favor he did to my parents. Chala, are you going to become my enemy now, after losing loved ones to the Green Goblin? Chapter 343. As Tony said, Chala shares the same experiences as him and should be able to understand how he feels at this moment. When facing one's own enemy right in front of them, of course, they would want to strike them down quickly. However, Chala surprised Tony with an unexpected response. Shaking his head, he stepped forward to where Bucky stood. Sorry, Tony, I might have to disappoint you. I understand the feelings you're experiencing right now, because, as you mentioned, everything I am going through is just like yours. But seeing the internal conflicts and divisions within the Avengers today, my perspective has changed. This is exactly what the Green Goblin desires: a fractured, self-destructive state. He knows he can't kill you all. You've defeated enemies much stronger than him countless times before. That's why he orchestrated this series of events, to lead you into civil war. Hatred has consumed you, Tony. If you continue like this, not only will you fall into the Green Goblin's trap, but you will also undermine the unity and stability of the entire team. I cannot stand by and watch you succumb like this. You're right, I, too, have suffered from the loss of loved ones and pursued revenge at all costs, just like you. But now I see clearly I cannot allow myself to lose control like this. Justice will prevail in the end, but today I cannot stand by and watch you kill Barnes. Please stop this, Tony. That's something you can tell to those who are already dead. Since you've decided to stand in my way, don't blame me for not showing mercy. Rhodey, keep Sam busy, I'll handle the other two. After saying this, Tony charged directly at Chala and Bucky, while the weapons mounted on his Iron Man armor continued to fire at Bucky. Tony's shots were precise, but unfortunately, Chala intercepted all the firepower with ease. Wearing the Black Panther vibranium suit, he was completely unfazed by these attacks. Seeing that his attacks were ineffective, Tony immediately changed his strategy. He aimed a portion of the firepower at Chala, diverting his attention, while simultaneously targeting Bucky with deadly force. Tony's tactic proved successful. Chala, distracted by the feint attack, momentarily lost focus and was unable to continue blocking the firepower directed at Bucky. However, Bucky wasn't about to be captured easily. Anticipating Tony's assault, he instinctively tried to evade. Drawing on years of accumulated experience, Bucky dodged Tony's initial attacks. However, due to the intense firepower, he had no choice but to use his own metal arm to block some unavoidable attacks. However, these projectiles weren't harmless. Even if blocked upon impact, they immediately triggered explosions. Bucky was hit by the shockwave from one of these explosions and was sent crashing to the ground. Bucky. Captain looked at Bucky being hit by Tony and felt a pang of worry, but he could only watch helplessly as he was constrained by the energy shield and unable to do anything. Now, all he could do was focus on attacking the energy shield, accelerating its energy consumption to break free faster. Only this way could he stop the ongoing battle. On the other side, Scarlet Witch, Wanda, though not understanding how the energy shield worked, was actively attempting to break the barrier in front of her. She concentrated her telekinetic powers, launching attacks repeatedly. Chala saw Bucky get hit by Tony because of his distraction, realizing he couldn't let Tony continue remote attacks from a distance. Otherwise, they would be at a disadvantage over time. Understanding the current situation, Black Panther swiftly closed the distance between him and Tony. He aimed to bring the battle into his favor by engaging in close combat where he held the advantage. Only this way could he have a chance to thwart Tony's revenge plan. Tony also recognized that Chala's suit had the advantage of kinetic energy absorption, and Chala was highly skilled in combat. If Chala got close, Tony would likely be entangled and wouldn't be able to spare attention for Bucky. So, when Tony saw Chala charging towards him, he decisively abandoned his further actions against Bucky. Instead, he directed all his firepower at Chala, attempting to create distance and buy time. However, having learned from their previous encounter, Chala was resolute this time. He forcefully suppressed his instinctual urge to dodge. And by relying on the properties of the vibranium suit, he charged forward without concern for Tony's intense barrage. Boom boom boom. After a series of explosions and resulting flames and smoke, a black figure suddenly burst forth. It was none other than Black Panther, Chala. Caught off guard, Tony was subjected to a flurry of rapid strikes. Despite his suit's robust shock absorption and cushioning systems, Tony still felt a momentary dizziness and his gaze briefly lost focus. Sir, engaging him in hand-to-hand combat without a weapon won't give you a winning chance. Chala's fighting skills and experience far surpass yours. Would you like me to analyze his combat patterns? Seeing his master taking a beating, Jarvis couldn't bear to watch and quickly spoke up to offer Tony advice. Enough talk, do you even need to ask? Quickly analyze his combat patterns. Understood, sir, scanning now. Faster. The combat analysis and counterattack system on his armor was inspired by Viko's previous invention, the Miraculous Suit. However, the Miraculous Suit's combat assist system called forth preset battle models to respond to attacks or initiate offensive maneuvers. Tony's system, on the other hand, collected and analyzed data on the opponent's actions, calculated the highest success rate based on the analysis, and then executed the plan. The advantage of this mode was that it always adopted the most prudent approach for combat, but the downside was that it required a higher computational capacity and processing efficiency. However, for Jarvis, who had the Mind Stone as a data carrier and processing center, these challenges were clearly not issues. The only unresolved problem was that, no matter how rapid the analysis and computation were, time was still needed. So. Thud. 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 While Jarvis was in the process of scanning and analyzing Chala's combat patterns, Chala continued his relentless assault on Tony. Blow after blow landed on Tony's armor, subjecting him to an unrelenting barrage. If not for the meticulous upgrades and reinforcement of armor, Chala might have pulled Tony out of his armor by now. Even so. The display inside the helmet indicated that the suit had incurred significant damage, 15 to be exact, a highly critical level. If he didn't stop Chala's onslaught, even if he had a chance to face Bucky one-on-one, his severely damaged armor would prevent him from launching an effective attack. Finally, just as Tony began to feel anxious, a moment of salvation arrived, bringing him good news: combat pattern analysis complete, countermeasures ready. Clang! Simultaneously with Jarvis's announcement, Tony's right hand swiftly rose and securely caught the fist coming down towards his face from Chala. Now it's my turn. Beneath the Iron Man's helmet, Tony gritted his teeth as he uttered these words. He then reversed the roles between them and launched a counterattack against Chala's earlier assault. Under the automatic combat assistance, Chala, despite his training in combat since childhood, was equally defenseless. He could only silently endure Tony's fists raining down in an outpour of anger. However, unlike Tony, Chala, clad in a vibranium suit, had no chance to retaliate, but he also suffered no harm. Every attack Tony unleashed with all his might was perfectly absorbed by the vibranium. So, although he appeared severely battered, he hadn't sustained any injuries. For Tony, this was already enough. As long as he could disrupt Chala's continuous assaults, his objective would be achieved. Tony's frenzied counterattack against Chala might seem driven by anger, but he was actually calmer than ever before. Just as Tony swung a final uppercut to knock Black Panther to the ground and immediately launched a disc at him, the same energy shield used earlier to restrain Captain and Scarlet Witch. Evidently, Tony felt Chala was a formidable adversary and didn't want to waste any more time on this confrontation. He seized the opportunity to immobilize Chala. At this moment, Captain, Scarlet Witch, and Chala were all trapped by Tony's energy shield. Falcon was held back by War Machine, unable to provide assistance, and Bucky, hit by Tony's firepower and lying unconscious on the ground, had no one left to stop Tony from carrying out his revenge. Watching Tony closing in step by step towards the fallen Bucky, Captain's anxiety had reached its peak. Within the energy shield, Captain had turned into a blur. Utilizing the speed of the Flash's suit, he continuously executed rapid zigzag movements to subject the shield to a high-frequency assault. Captain had created a visual afterimage effect, where his rapidly moving figure left a fleeting image in human perception. As Tony was almost upon Bucky, targeting his head with the palm cannon from just a step away, Captain finally managed to deplete the energy shield's power at the last moment. Breaking free from the restraint, he exerted a move resembling the One for All, Full Cowling 100 from My Hero Academia, and stopped Tony's attempt to release the palm cannon attack on Bucky. Unfortunately, Captain wasn't All Might, and apart from having a similar ability to One for All, he lacked All Might's invulnerable physique. Furthermore, his mastery of One for All, Full Cowling 100 wasn't as profound, so in the end, he couldn't sustain the technique for a full 7 days and nights like in the series. Tony managed to break free from Captain's grip. The Captain stood between him and Bucky, looking at Tony in torment and said, "He's my friend." Tony responded, "So am I." After saying this, Tony directly unleashed the palm cannon he hadn't had the chance to use before, aiming it at the unconscious Bucky on the ground. Clang! Captain shielded Bucky from the fatal blow with his shield. It's not his intention, his mind is controlled by Hydra. Get out of the way. Tony ignored Captain's explanation and continued his attempt to attack Bucky, trying to bypass Captain. Everything you're doing now won't change what's already happened. Captain once again stood before Tony. I don't care. All I know is he killed my parents. However, the Flash's suit on Captain was personally designed by Viko, and combined with his vast combat experience, Tony was no match for him. Forced to do so, Tony activated the combat analysis mode again, allowing the suit's assist system to take control of the battle. Countermeasures ready. After enduring another beating, when the suit's damage had reached 30%, Jarvis's analysis finally yielded results. Let's take him down together. With the assistance of the system, the situation between Tony and Captain reversed once again, just like when he dealt with Black Panther. Captain was entirely at a disadvantage, unable to counter at all. The superhuman speed evasion and attack seemed non-existent to Tony, who predicted and countered every move with full force. However, even in this state, Captain didn't give up. He continued to stand his ground between Tony and Bucky, despite his heavily battered body. "Stop, Captain, this is my final warning." Watching the weakened Captain, Tony halted his attacks and spoke to him. Struggling to rise from the ground, Captain, as if he hadn't heard Tony's warning, assumed a combat-ready stance and said, "I can do this all day. You're putting me in a difficult position, Captain, but today, no matter who it is, nobody can stop me from dealing with this murderer and avenging my parents." Bang! Before he could finish speaking, Tony was lifted off the ground by a powerful force, thrown several dozen meters away. As it turns out, while Tony and Captain were at an impasse, Scarlet Witch, who had been attempting to disrupt the energy shield, had finally managed to break free from the restraint. The first thing she did upon regaining her freedom was to throw Tony and Rhodey, who had been restraining her, away together, providing assistance to her teammates while also giving them a small taste of revenge. So, it's best not to mess with women, no matter who it is. "Captain, we need to hurry." On Green Goblin's side, after carrying out her minor retaliation, Scarlet Witch approached the weakened Captain, supporting him and reminding him. "Understood, Sam, go deactivate the energy shield on Chala, we'll take Bucky and continue toward the destination." "Wait." Just as the Captain and his team were about to get on the vehicle and leave, Tony, who was immobilized by Scarlet Witch's telekinesis, spoke up. "That shield doesn't belong to you, you're not worthy. It was made by my father's hands." Clang! Captain didn't argue. He casually tossed the shield beside Tony. "This suit was customized for me by Viko, but right now, Green Goblin is orchestrating a dangerous plan. I need this power to stop him. So, I'll return the suit to Viko after the battle is over." With that, Captain closed the car door and drove away. Chapter 344. Seeing Captain and his team drive away, Quicksilver, who had been observing the situation from the sidelines, couldn't help but ask. "Viko, why did you stop me while Chala and Tony were engaged in battle? Weren't we in a hurry to come here to prevent the situation from escalating between them?" As it turns out, shortly after the conflict erupted between the two sides, Quicksilver had already arrived at the scene with Viko and Natasha. However, due to Viko's intervention, they didn't appear on the battlefield but remained hidden on the sidelines, observing the situation. That's because we arrived a step too late. By the time Captain and Tony clashed, things had already started. If they were still in a standoff without fighting, then we would have had a chance to intervene and prevent the battle from escalating between them. But given that both sides had already engaged in combat, if we were to appear in the midst of the fight, where should we stand to prevent them from continuing to fight? Before Viko could explain to Quicksilver, Natasha spoke up first. Having observed the entire situation unfold, Natasha had her own judgment. As a mature and experienced agent, she naturally understood the reasoning behind Viko's decision in this scenario. However, Quicksilver was still quite young, despite successfully joining the Avengers and becoming a superhero who effectively uses his abilities to solve various troubles. But as a minor, he lacks experience in interpersonal relationships, as well as in comprehending the bigger picture. In short, he's a bit inexperienced. So, even though Natasha had pointed out the key points to him, he still didn't grasp the essence and naively replied, "Of course, we should stand from the perspective of the entire Avengers team. To counter the crisis brought by the Green Goblin, we need to unite to thwart the enemy's plots and schemes." Ah! Watching Quicksilver's innocent and righteous expression, Natasha wasn't sure whether to praise him or scold him. In the end, she could only sigh lightly with resignation and patiently continue explaining to him, "Once we appear on the battlefield, regardless of our intentions, for both Captain and Tony, there are only two possibilities. One is to help Tony exact revenge on Bucky. Seeking vengeance is only natural, especially considering Bucky was controlled by Hydra and committed numerous crimes during his time as the Winter Soldier. Even though Tony's method of judging him according to his own terms may not be justifiable, it's within reason. The other is to stand by Captain's side and prevent Tony's actions. Regardless of your original intentions, as long as you stand in Tony's way and prevent him from achieving revenge, from his perspective, you're aligning yourself with Captain. So, that's why Viko had us stay on the sidelines and observe the situation. If the situation remained deadlocked or if one side was overwhelming the other, we would watch and not disrupt the existing balance. The opportune moment for us to intervene and stop the conflict would be when anyone on either side was in life-threatening danger. However, the final outcome turned out much better than we anticipated. There was no need for us to intervene. The two sides had already ceased fighting. Unfortunately, the relationship between Captain and Tony is likely to have a significant fracture. They might not be as close as before after this incident. So, what should we do now? With Natasha's guidance, Quicksilver finally understood and managed to untangle the relationships. This time, Natasha didn't directly answer Quicksilver's question. Instead, she turned her gaze to Viko, who had remained silent and contemplative. She wanted to see if, in the current situation, Viko could maintain a clear-headed judgment and make the right decision. If Viko, like Tony, was influenced by hatred and made a wrong judgment, then in their subsequent actions, Natasha would pay special attention to Viko's every move, preventing him from falling into the same vortex of hatred as Tony. However, if Viko could make the right decision even in a situation of internal conflict among the two Avengers powerhouses, a situation related to his own grandparents' grudge, then Natasha would have confidence that Viko could act as a mediator between Tony and Captain, helping them reconcile. Seeing Natasha's gaze upon him, Viko remained silent for a moment before speaking. "We shouldn't show up in front of Dad for now. He's just been betrayed by his closest friend and missed a chance for revenge. His mood must be quite down. With his proud personality, he definitely wouldn't want us to see him in his current state. Let him be for a while and let his emotions settle. As for our next move, we should follow Captain and join them in stopping the Green Goblin's actions in Vilnius. I have a feeling that the Green Goblin's plans this time won't be so straightforward." Chapter 345. Viko, are you going to stop us too? Before the spatial teleportation node, Captain and his team, who had finally arrived in their car, looked at Viko, Natasha, and Quicksilver before them. Because Natasha and Viko had previously helped them, although the atmosphere between the two sides was tense, Captain's team didn't immediately engage in conflict with Viko and the others. "Viko, we discovered from Bucky's memories that the Green Goblin," Captain wanted to explain to Viko, hoping to pass through peacefully and gain the assistance of Viko's group. However, before he could finish speaking, Viko threw a capsule at him. Captain caught the capsule and couldn't help but ask, "What is this?" "This is my latest development, an emergency nutritional repair solution. Aren't we going to deal with the Green Goblin? You can't fight the enemy with your current battered bodies, right? The new generation emergency nutritional repair solution rapidly restores the user's vitality, heals surface injuries, and eliminates the drawbacks of the previous generation product that required a large energy supply after use. It can be used anytime and anywhere, for quick recovery. However, after the battle, it's best for you to use the nutritional hibernation pod for proper recuperation. Otherwise, you might end up with hidden injuries inside." Hearing Viko's words, Captain's happiest moment wasn't about the emergency nutritional repair solution's ability to quickly restore their condition, but that Viko mentioned going to deal with the Green Goblin together with them. This surprised him greatly. "Seeing you like this, Captain, do you really think such important news needs you to tell me before I know? I already sensed that something was amiss, so I had Baymax retrieve the information you acquired. Unfortunately, I received the message a step too late. And I couldn't discover Dad's unusual behavior sooner. Otherwise, I might have had a chance to prevent the outbreak of the internal conflict." Viko said with some regret and self-blame. "No, Viko, it's my fault. My speed wasn't fast enough. If I could have run a bit faster, we could have stopped them before they acted." At this moment, seeing Viko's expression, Quicksilver unexpectedly took responsibility directly. Seemingly influenced by Quicksilver, Bucky also chimed in, "No, it's my responsibility. It's all because my will wasn't strong enough. I was controlled by Hydra and committed so many crimes. I even took the lives of Howard and his wife, leading to the current situation. If anyone is to blame, it's me." All right. Don't argue anymore. This issue doesn't need discussion. You'll all listen to me. If we must find someone responsible for this matter, then it's me. If only I had tightly held on to Bucky during that operation and prevented him from falling off the train car, none of this would have happened. So, if anyone is to blame, blame it on me. I will bear all the guilt and responsibility for everything. It's my fault. But our immediate priority now is to hurry to Vilnius and stop the Green Goblin's plan. If we're too late, the entire population of Europe will be in danger. Ultimately, Captain stepped forward to halt this self-blame dispute and took responsibility for everything. Captain is right. Let's set off quickly. Though we now know the Green Goblin's target and location, we're still unclear about his overall plan. If he's gone through all these elaborate schemes, just to spark conflict within the Avengers for revenge, his ultimate goal must be significant. In case our speculations are just another deliberate manipulation, meant to conceal his true intentions, then the consequences would be dire. So, we should act promptly now. While stopping the Green Goblin's plan, we should also thoroughly investigate his true motives. Natasha truly deserves her reputation as a top agent from the Red Room. Years of experience and missions have equipped her to analyze situations accurately and make the right choices and actions, no matter how challenging the circumstances. That's correct. At this point, Viko also chimed in, "Since the Green Goblin appeared after provoking us, I've been having Baymax track his movements. However, besides when he's in public and caught on surveillance footage, Baymax can't find any traces of his internet or electronic device usage. It's evident that the enemy we're facing this time is not only cunning but also exceptionally cautious. We must analyze him comprehensively and quickly, and uncover his true motives. On the outskirts of Vilnius, inside an abandoned World War II-era Hydra base, the Green Goblin was now searching for his target for this operation, a large-scale bioweapon dispenser. Just as Natasha and Viko analyzed. In order to successfully carry out this operation and achieve his goal of revenge against the Avengers, the Green Goblin not only designed the most intricate and detailed plan but also took the most cautious precautions and arrangements. Even before the birth of the Green Goblin, after Norman Osborne looked at his son's body, he had already begun various preliminary preparations, determined to seek revenge. Regarding the life backgrounds and experiences of each member of the Avengers, their personalities and abilities, even their weaknesses and habits. The Green Goblin mobilized all the connections, resources, and relationships of the Osborne group, collecting a vast amount of relevant information. The goal was to thoroughly study and understand the enemies he wanted to deal with and find even the slightest vulnerability. This is something that the many powerful enemies the Avengers have faced before had never attempted. They either relied on their own strong individual or group strength and disdained research. Or they thought they understood every member of the Avengers and gave up further investigation. However, these powerful enemies ultimately fell one by one in front of the Avengers, or rather, they fell before their own pride and arrogance. Therefore, the Green Goblin will never repeat such a mistake. With so many painful lessons as examples, he knows that for ultimate victory, he must have the most thorough understanding and detailed analysis of each member of the Avengers. Based on this intricate and elaborate preliminary preparation, the Green Goblin ultimately devised a series of interlocking traps, leading the Avengers into a scheme of continuous manipulation, ultimately causing internal strife, a psychological attack. And all of this is merely a favorable condition he has created for his final ultimate plan. The Green Goblin has not yet revealed his most insane and evil face. Chapter 346. Hi. Triggering distrust and division among you Avengers, this is just the first step. I want to lead you towards your ultimate self-destruction. This was just a mere appetizer. The truly exciting main course is just about to be served. Unfortunately, I had cut off all electronic devices that can connect to the network. Otherwise, I could have enjoyed the spectacle of you fighting and hurting each other. It would have been so delightful. At this moment, walking within the abandoned Hydra base, the Green Goblin suddenly burst into laughter, almost as if he were having a fit. His laughter was filled with a sense of disgust and unease, giving off a chilling and shivering vibe. Detailed investigations and analyses have been conducted on all members of the Avengers. Compared to any member within the Avengers, the Green Goblin's understanding of them was far deeper. Because of this, the Green Goblin was well aware that using any devices connected to the network during his actions would likely expose him to the super artificial intelligence developed by Viko or Tony. This could jeopardize or even dismantle his meticulously prepared plan. So, before officially starting on this revenge mission, the Green Goblin had taken physical isolation measures on all his devices, completely dismantling their network connectivity modules. Even though he couldn't watch a video of Captain and Tony engaging in a fierce battle via a device, the Green Goblin could vividly imagine the brutal scene. He understood each member of the Avengers so well that he could predict every possible action they might take based on his understanding. The scene of friends as close as brothers, comrades who fought side by side, engaging in a violent confrontation due to their own selfish motives, was exhilarating for the Green Goblin to contemplate. It gave him a sense of cerebral climax mind orgasm. However, he quickly suppressed this surge of excitement. The upcoming plans had to be handled with even greater care and caution. He couldn't afford to make any mistakes, especially when success was within reach. Furthermore, the Green Goblin was well aware that once his plan was successfully executed, the joy he would experience would far surpass witnessing a showdown between Captain and Tony. Though the Avengers had successfully deduced the Green Goblin's purpose in coming to Vilnius based on Bucky's memories, their guesses and analyses about the true nature of his plan were off track from the very beginning. The Avengers believed that the Green Goblin's intention in acquiring the large-scale bioweapon dispenser was to carry out the largest-scale human massacre in history, breaking their will and beliefs, causing them to lose what they held most dear. In reality, what the Green Goblin desired to witness was not just that. Massacring the entire human population living in Europe was too limited in scope for the Green Goblin. Even if he achieved this, it would be merely a relatively significant failure for the Avengers. But if the Green Goblin could use the large-scale bioweapon dispenser he obtained from Hydra to create endless trouble, chaos, and dilemmas for them, he would relish watching the Avengers running frantically and feeling helpless. This would provide him with an ongoing source of pleasure. When the Avengers are physically and mentally exhausted, tormented to the point of losing all morale, then he will individually break them apart, completing the final symphony of revenge. And the source supporting the Green Goblin's orchestration of all this comes from a biological professor named Kurt Connors, sponsored by the Osborne Group. Dr. Connors used to be a military doctor but left the army after losing his right arm in a war. After his discharge, leveraging his extensive medical knowledge and talent in biology, Dr. Connors became a university biology professor. He dedicated himself to researching limb regeneration technology, hoping to help thousands of people with physical disabilities to regain health and confidence. Finally, through a fortunate accident involving lizard tail regeneration, Dr. Connors gained inspiration and published a research paper that attracted widespread attention and acclaim in the academic community. Coincidentally, at that time, Norman Osborne, who had not yet transformed into the Green Goblin, was eager to explore all possibilities regarding his family's genetic hereditary conditions. He became interested in Dr. Connors' research on cross-species genetic studies, and provided ample research funding. Dr. Connors' project was finally able to commence with the support. Through the study and analysis of lizard genome sequences, Dr. Connors identified the key genetic sequences that triggered limb regeneration in lizards. He then developed a serum containing lizard genome sequences. After a prolonged period and substantial investment, they finally achieved success in their research. This success was not just a personal achievement for Dr. Connors, even the entire Osborne Group was astounded. The shareholders of the corporation seemed to see the rising tide of wealth beckoning to them. Surpassing Stark Industries and the Viko Research Center appeared to be within reach. Norman Osborne was equally thrilled. Dr. Connors' success meant a ray of hope for the genetic hereditary condition that had plagued the Osborne family for generations. After discussions and negotiations between the parties, a significant amount of capital and resources began pouring into Dr. Connors' laboratory. The sole objective was to quickly develop finished products that met the requirements of pharmaceutical regulatory agencies and Vicoid conditions. After the serum was developed, a series of processes including pharmacological analysis, efficacy experiments, and clinical trials were necessary. However, with the full support of the Osborne Group and ample funding, the initial stages of verifying the drug's effectiveness proceeded smoothly. However, as time passed, Dr. Connors discovered that damaged limbs of the laboratory mice who were injected with the regeneration serum did regenerate, but they underwent a complete change in behavior. Despite their previously docile nature, they turned vicious and bloodthirsty. Additionally, their physical strength saw a significant increase. This discovery led Dr. Connors to realize that although his developed regeneration serum did achieve the desired effect of limb regrowth, it seemed to be influenced by the lizard genes. The recipient organisms gradually shifted toward the behavior and habits of cold-blooded animals. This was also the last challenge that needed to be overcome to achieve the perfect regeneration serum. Chapter 347. About this major flaw in the regenerative serum, Dr. Connors did not report it to the relevant departments of the Osborne Group. Because he was aware that the Osborne Group had invested a substantial amount of capital and other support into this project. If he informed those investors at this crucial moment that the serum still had issues and needed more time and continued investment, he believed his lab would lose all financial support the next day, and he himself would be kicked out of the well-equipped lab provided by Osborne Group. In order to fulfill his dream and achieve his ambitions, Dr. Connors ultimately decided to conceal this discovery and secretly intensify his research efforts, hoping to resolve the issue before arousing suspicion. However, things don't always go as planned, and many problems aren't solvable no matter how hard you try. After conducting more in-depth research, Dr. Connors discovered that the gene sequences responsible for aggressive behavior and the dominant regenerative mechanism in lizards were the same. In other words, according to the research framework he had initially formulated, the regenerative serum inspired by the tail regrowth ability of lizards could not work at all. To achieve the effect of limb regeneration, one would have to endure the side effects of drastic personality changes. The research project that consumed a significant amount of resources had now reached a dead end. Dr. Connors, who arrived at this conclusion, was utterly devastated. He found it hard to believe that he had invested so much energy and time into a research project driven by a lifelong pursuit, only to realize that it was a laughable fantasy from the very beginning. The strongest hope he had always held onto had now transformed into the darkest despair. Driven by shattered beliefs and willpower, even knowing about the significant flaw in the regenerative serum, Dr. Connors injected the serum into his own body as an experiment. This was the last glimmer of hope he could embrace. He fantasized that the serum's effects on humans might differ from those on mice, and that humans with intense emotions and higher intelligence might withstand the side effects of the lizard genes. But perhaps, maybe, was just that a maybe. Scientific research must adhere to strict requirements and standards. There is no room for luck or chance. The attempt Dr. Connors made with a sense of luck ultimately brought him a painful lesson. Because the effects of the lizard genes in the regenerative serum on humans were even stronger than Dr. Connors had originally anticipated. When the serum began to take effect, and Dr. Connors saw his lost right arm regrowing after many years, the excitement and jubilation made him feel that this was the reward for his relentless efforts over the years, granted by the goddess of luck. However, when the arm had fully regrown, and he noticed the emergence of fine green scales on his new arm and even on his skin, Dr. Connors finally understood in his moment of collapse that this was nothing but the mockery of the goddess of fate. After being completely covered with scales resembling those of a lizard all over his body, the side effects brought about by the regenerative serum were far from over. Dr. Connors could clearly feel that a warm current was constantly gathering at the location of his tailbone behind him, and as this sensation grew stronger, he eventually grew a thick and powerful lizard tail from behind him. Feeling the changes in his appearance, and seeing the reflection in the glass of the laboratory, Dr. Connors could clearly see his terrifying new appearance. But miraculously, as time passed, Dr. Connors gradually lost any feelings of fear and panic in his heart. They were replaced with excitement over the explosive power and agility that now surged within him. His temperament began to turn as ruthless and brutal as a cold-blooded creature, and he found himself drawn to hiding in the cold and damp darkness. Experiencing the burst of strength within his body, Kurt Connors, now transformed into the lizard, could no longer contain his bloodthirsty desires. He turned and charged towards the laboratory door, which was constructed from special steel and boasted the highest security technology from the Osborne group. In front of the lizard, this door was as flimsy as paper and was pierced through directly. When such a monstrous creature covered in scales and with a horrifying appearance appeared in the Osborne group building, it was impossible not to attract the attention of the people inside. As the brains of these people began to react, the attention gradually escalated into chaos. Because a male researcher who was closest to the lizard had already been impaled by his tail. Though he had sustained a fatal injury, the researcher didn't die immediately. He could feel a warm, moist, and soft object sliding along his wound. It was the lizard's long tongue, which had been extended from his mouth. And it was licking the fresh blood flowing from the man's wound. Inside the building, on the same floor as Connors's laboratory, other staff members were horrified by the scene and started fleeing downstairs. And it was during this descent from floor to floor that the chaos truly began. From the surveillance footage, security personnel who discovered the emergency situation in the building immediately pressed the emergency alarm button and used the intercom to direct the panicked crowd to evacuate in an orderly manner. However, amid the urgent sound of alarms and the fear instilled by the lizard, the escape process not only failed to proceed smoothly but instead became even more chaotic. Seeing this situation, the head of security quickly organized other security personnel within the building to equip themselves with weapons and proceed to the location of the lizard for containment. At the same time, the head of security dialed a series of numbers and connected to a phone number. "Hello. Mr. Osborne, this is Johnny, the head of security at Osborne Group. A major incident has occurred within the company building. A lizard-like creature has killed one of our researchers. Most importantly, this creature emerged from Dr. Connor's laboratory." Chapter 348. What? Boom. Upon hearing the news reported by Johnny, the head of the security team, Norman Osborne slammed his desk. Upon hearing this news, what he felt more than shock was concern and anger. His concern was for Dr. Connors, who was researching the regenerative serum, and the danger he might be facing, jeopardizing the hope that the Osborne family had painstakingly built. His anger stemmed from the audacity of someone attempting to seize the opportunity that could change the fate of their entire family. This was intolerable. "Johnny, convey my orders. Your security department must spare no effort to control this creature, regardless of life or death. Do not let it leave the Osborne building premises, and keep the information from leaking out. And, station guards at the entrances and exits of the ground floor lobby. No one from outside is allowed in, and no one from inside is allowed out. Make sure that every person in the building signs a confidentiality agreement. Those who have seen the creature must be temporarily confined in a secure room. I need to speak with them individually. For this operation, I authorize the use of the latest weapons from the Osborne Weaponry Lab. After the mission is complete, substantial bonuses will be rewarded based on contributions. Furthermore, for any employees who sacrifice themselves in this mission, Osborne Group will ensure the well-being of their families, including medical care and education, in the future. You do not need to worry about the aftermath. Be sure to give your all during this mission. The company believes in your abilities, and you must also trust the company and my reputation. But remember, prioritize the rescue of Dr. Connors from the laboratory and the research results of the company's regenerative serum. Do you understand? Understood, Mr. Osborne. Rest assured, our entire security department will go all out to complete the mission." Upon hearing the rewards and guarantees promised by Chairman Norman Osborne, Johnny's eyes lit up with excitement. For him, this monster incident was both a crisis and an opportunity. Norman Osborne had assured them that even in sacrifice, there would be no worries for their families. If things went smoothly, this achievement might lead to promotions and prosperity. They had a large number of people and the most advanced weapons. No matter how powerful that creature might be, it was still just flesh and blood. People die, the world continues. Johnny decided that today he would take a gamble, striving for a bright future. Wearing the most advanced protective gear and armed with the most powerful weapons and ammunition, Johnny, fully armed, gathered all the available security personnel within the company building around him. Guys, this is a great opportunity for us to shine. Whether we can make a big profit and live carefree days depends on how we perform today. Mr. Osborne has spoken, and you all know your responsibilities. Apart from those who volunteer to guard the entrance, the rest of us will split into 2 teams. Will go to the floor where the creature is and surround it from front and rear. Remember, the most important thing is the safety of Dr. Connors and the research results of the regenerative serum. As for the creature, whether it lives or dies doesn't matter. As Johnny had said, today might be the only chance in their many years of life for them to turn things around and climb upwards. With so many people working together to confront a creature of flesh and blood, everyone had confidence in their victory. More importantly, everyone believed deep down that even if there were casualties, among so many people, they wouldn't be the unluckiest ones. With this mindset, the security team members, led by Johnny, set off with high morale and confidence toward the location of the lizard. First team has reached the designated position. Second team, how's your situation? Over. Second team has arrived behind the target. Can we begin the operation? Please advise. Over. After I count down from 3, the operation will officially commence. Maintain a safe distance, unleash all firepower, and don't give this creature a chance to escape the building. 3, 2, 1. Go. As Johnny gave the order, both security teams raised their weapons, disengaged their safety mechanisms, and aimed their barrels at the lizard. Simultaneously, they showcased the results of their training beyond their normal routines. All members synchronously took small steps, dispersing around the lizard to form a tight encirclement. Fire. With the formation set and no time given for the lizard to react, Johnny shouted loudly to all members present. The tongues of fire gushed from the muzzles, instantly illuminating the entire space. The roaring gunshots exploded in the ears of the crowd, and those with more acute hearing could even make out the muffled sounds of bullets penetrating flesh. Rat-a-tat-ta. After almost a minute of continuous firepower, the security team members of both squads finally depleted their weapon ammunition. The space was engulfed in drifting smoke, making it difficult to discern the situation of the lizard. Despite this, for cautious measures, the team members began replacing their magazines from tactical belts around their waists, guarding against any unexpected occurrences. In the now empty space, the tension was suffocating. At this moment, among the entire team, apart from the heavy breathing, the only other sound was the clicking sound of magazine replacements. However, right at this moment, a new sound joined this symphony, making the already chilling atmosphere even more somber. Ding ding. The clear sound of continuous metal collisions emanated from the center of the encirclement formed by the team members. More accurately, they could discern that this sound was the result of something like bullets falling from a height to the ground. And at this moment, for such a sound to emerge from the center of the encirclement, there was only one possible explanation: the lizard hadn't checked out. Their intense barrage of firepower just moments ago hadn't been enough to take his life. As the smoke gradually dispersed, the team members could finally make out the source of the commotion in the center of the encirclement. There, where they had believed the lizard had been dealt with by the intense gunfire, Lizard was using his long tongue to lick the remnants of blood on his body. Simultaneously, muscles around wounds inflicted by the bullets were exerting force to push out the embedded bullets. Moreover, the wounds had completely healed in an instant, leaving no trace of injury. It was only at this moment that Johnny and all the security department members participating in the mission began to feel that they had possibly made a wrong choice. Chapter 349. Roar. The lizard, who had already become extremely irritable and aggressive under the influence of the regeneration serum, was now experiencing waves of pain coursing through his body. Seeing the swarm of ants surrounding him, his last trace of sanity was completely consumed by his own rage. With bloodshot eyes, the lizard let out a furious roar, causing a tinge of fear to grow within the members of the security department. Among them, a few of the more timid individuals couldn't withstand the inner terror any longer. Disregarding their tasks and responsibilities, they dropped their weapons and fled. Influenced by their panic, even those members who had managed to suppress their urge to retreat initially were now directly abandoning the mission and turning to run. Stop! Stop! Come back, you bunch of cowards! Unfortunately, they were already consumed by the fear in their hearts and followed their natural instincts based on bodily feedback. They couldn't hear Johnny's shouts anymore. Damn it, you fools. Johnny cursed in frustration as his orders were disregarded and his subordinates continued to escape. Initially uneasy, Johnny, seeing the current situation, realized that things had taken a turn for the worse. The only fortunate aspect was that there remained a portion of the team who hadn't been frightened by the lizard. Or rather, while they felt fear too, their stronger mental resilience allowed them to maintain rational thinking amidst the terror. They were well aware that, with the monster's complete fury, discarding their armor and fleeing with their backs turned would be the most foolish choice. It would only make them the easiest targets. It was evident that the lizard's physical capabilities far exceeded theirs. In this open space with no cover or obstacles, their linear speed and power couldn't match his. Seeing that recalling the fleeing members was hopeless, Johnny immediately changed his strategy and shouted to the remaining members beside him, "I believe all of you are intelligent. You understand the situation. If you don't want to die, gather around me quickly. Otherwise, once this creature attacks, trying to fight it alone is simply impossible." Hearing Johnny's proposal, the remaining members acted without hesitation. They swiftly gathered according to Johnny's plan. As they began to take action, the enraged lizard also began his rampage. Just as Johnny and the others had predicted, the lizard's initial targets were not those who remained composed and capable of resistance. He charged straight at those who had dropped their weapons and were fleeing with their backs turned. Then, the lizard planted all 4 feet on the ground, using the sturdy tail behind him to maintain balance. In a matter of moments, he caught up with the security personnel who had started fleeing. With a gaping maw and claws slashing left and right, he effortlessly claimed 3 lives. Following this, the lizard swung his tail, rapidly adjusting his body's balance. With a shift in his center of gravity, he smoothly changed direction and proceeded into a second round of charge and slaughter. With such agile movements and gruesome methods, in less than 15 seconds, the scattered members who had been fleeing had all turned into lifeless bodies, strewn across the ground in various positions. The flowing blood not only stained the entire ground crimson but the pungent and nauseating scent of blood filled the air, causing Johnny and his companions who had gathered to shiver with anxiety. Their hearts raced, and they almost couldn't summon the courage to confront the situation. Having completed the slaughter, the lizard extended his long tongue to lick the blood off his claws. He twitched his nostrils in anticipation, greedily inhaling the sweet scent of blood in the air. On the other side, seeing this scene unfold, the tension in Johnny and his group had reached its peak. Some had even held their breath, afraid to make the slightest sound, hoping that their presence would go unnoticed by the lizard. However, such wishes were mere fantasies. When the lizard slowly turned his head, fixing them with his cold and savage gaze, they understood that their naive hopes had been utterly dashed. "Damn it! Let's fight, brothers. There are so many of us. And we have the most advanced weapons and equipment developed by Osborne Weapon Lab. Who will come out on top is still uncertain. But if we give up resistance, we're absolutely done for. Pull yourselves together, fight for your lives, and give it all you've got." Johnny proved his worth as the head of the security department, exhibiting exceptional mental resilience and combat skills among the security personnel. After motivating and boosting morale with his words, Johnny led by example. He reached into his tactical belt, retrieved a small grenade-like device, and hurled it directly at the lizard. This device was the recently developed pumpkin bomb from Osborne Weapon Lab, a weapon that hadn't undergone any real combat testing yet. As a former soldier and the head of Osborne Security, Johnny paid close attention to cutting-edge weapon research. He had heard that this pumpkin bomb utilized a novel explosive filling technique, enabling it to contain more explosive material within its pumpkin-shaped casing. Its destructive power was twice that of the military's current standard-issue hand grenades. Therefore, after deciding to launch a surprise attack on the lizard, Johnny didn't hesitate. He immediately reached for the pumpkin bomb as his first offensive choice. To prevent the bomb from being flung back by the lizard's long tail, Johnny made adjustments to the trajectory when throwing it, aiming the bomb at a higher position. The thrown pumpkin bomb was closing in on the location of the lizard in the blink of an eye. Seeing the small bomb approach, the lizard, confident in the defensive power of his scales and his regenerative abilities, didn't even consider dodging. As the pumpkin bomb reached just above his head, ready to detonate, the lizard raised his hands in a crossed position to shield himself. Boom! After a thunderous explosion, the lizard felt a fiery pain on his arms, but this time, instead of getting enraged and becoming more violent, he felt an uncontrollable surge of excitement within. Even facing such a close and intense explosion, it hadn't inflicted severe harm on him. With his potent regenerative abilities, the bloodied wounds on his arms fully healed in a matter of seconds. This gave the lizard a rough estimation of his current strength. However, Johnny's mood wasn't as cheerful as the lizard's. Seeing that even their most powerful weapon had failed to kill this terrifying creature, let alone cause significant damage, the morale of Johnny and the surrounding members had plummeted. Captain Johnny, what should we do now? This is a dead-end situation. I don't have a solution either. I've never encountered such a horrifying creature before, let alone know how to deal with it. But one thing is clear, if we give up resistance, then there's no possibility other than death. So no matter what, we can only fight. Members carrying pumpkin bombs, be ready. Next, we concentrate our firepower on attacking the monster's eyes and mouth. Judging from its previous action of shielding its face with its hands, we can infer that these weak points are no different from those of any other creature. When it shields its face with its hands, don't hesitate to unleash all the pumpkin bombs you have on it. Then, we seize this opportunity to retreat. The situation here is beyond our control. Clang! Just as Johnny and the others were considering retreating, a sound of shattered glass suddenly came from a distance. This noise captured the attention of everyone, including the lizard, who turned to look in the direction of the source. Then, Johnny saw a scene that filled him and his companions with ecstatic joy. Outside the floor's windows, the glass curtain wall had been shattered, and breaking through the building's FOD were individuals gliding on Osborne Group jet gliders and wearing mechanized power suits. Seeing the equipment developed by the Osborne Group on them, Johnny and his team knew that reinforcements had arrived. Norman Osborne had ordered Johnny to lead the entire security department to take action against the lizard. To ensure the flawless handling of this event, an urgent notice had been sent to their family's private mercenary team, who were dispatched to the scene. This elite mercenary force had been established and cultivated by the Osborne family to handle discreet and unsavory situations. They not only wore state-of-the-art weapons and equipment developed by Osborne Industries, but Norman Osborne had also acquired a substantial amount of expensive black Viko technology to enhance their combat capabilities and mission success rate. This advanced technology was supplied by the Viko Research Center to the military and S.H.I.E.L.D. Showcased its practicality and effectiveness through its high price tag. The fact that the Osborne family had acquired enough of this cutting-edge technology to arm an entire mercenary squad demonstrated their significant investment in these elite operatives. And now, this considerable investment seems to have paid off. The lizard, who had already beaten all the members of the security department to a strategic retreat, was completely defenseless against this heavily armed and elite mercenary squad. Faced with this armed-to-the-teeth force, the lizard not only had no means to fight back, but it even appeared to consider escaping. Johnny and his team, who were still on the scene, witnessed the lizard first being forced to retreat by the machine guns mounted on the jet gliders. It eventually took refuge in a corner. Then, his arms and tail covered in tough scales were sliced apart directly by incredibly sharp plasma blades during a counterattack. Despite its tough scales that could withstand bullets and explosions, these scales proved incredibly feeble against plasma blades, behaving as though they were cutting through butter with ease. Feeling threatened by this elite mercenary force, the lizard didn't dare to continue engaging with them. While its legs were still intact, it quickly turned and attempted to flee. However, after losing its arms and tail, the lizard's speed was no longer as swift as its peak. With just its legs, it couldn't outpace the mercenaries equipped with jet gliders. Although the lizard had undergone mutations, changing its appearance and personality, it retained the intelligence it possessed as Dr. Kurt Connors. Knowing that it would eventually be subdued if it continued like this, it frenziedly activated its brain to devise an escape plan. Suddenly, the lizard caught a glimpse of Johnny and his group still watching from the sidelines. Its eyes lit up with an idea for escape. Coincidentally, at that moment, its previously severed arms and tail had regrown. The lizard swiftly changed its posture from bipedal to quadrupedal, using its tail to maintain balance as it ran. It made a rapid turn and charged toward the location where Johnny and his team were situated. Seeing the lizard suddenly change direction and head towards them, Johnny was caught completely off guard, his nerves shattered and face turned pale. His mind had only one thought: turn around and run. However, perhaps due to the abruptness of the danger, even though his brain had issued the command to flee, his body refused to respond. His feet seemed as if they were glued to the ground, rendering him immobile. In the blink of an eye, the lizard had closed the distance and arrived in front of Johnny and his group. Instead of opening its bloodied mouth to devour or wielding its claws to tear, to the astonishment of Johnny and the others, it extended its tail behind and with a sweep, pulled them all towards itself. "You better stop right there and let me go, otherwise, before I die, I'll send these hostages to hell." The lizard looked at the approaching mercenaries with a triumphant look of scheming in its eyes. Its voice was low and hoarse, carrying a thick sense of threat. "Our boss made it clear before we set off he offers the best compensation for sacrifices made by the security department. Their families will lead lives free from worry. Since they are here, it means they have accepted the boss's terms, so, for the sake of the entire Osborne Group's interests, go ahead and die." Among the elite mercenaries, a figure who seemed to be their leader responded to the lizard's threat with merciless resolve, shattering its hopes of escaping. Rat-tat-tat-tat. Just as the mercenary leader said, to fulfill their mission and protect the interests of the Osborne group, all the mercenaries opened fire without hesitation at the security personnel in front of the lizard. Damn you lunatics! In this moment, even the lizard, who is now mutated into a cold-blooded creature, was horrified by the ruthless and decisive control of capital. This pure malevolence, distinct from its genetically rooted behavior, was chilling to witness. It wasn't for survival or desire. It was a pure instinct to eliminate any obstacles in its path without mercy. The bloody and dark side of capitalism was fully on display at this moment. Deprived of the security personnel who had acted as its shield, the lizard had no way to retreat. Eventually, it was ensnared by a capture net woven from graphene fibers, falling into the hands of the mercenary group. Boss, the mission has been completed, the anomalous subject has been successfully captured alive. However, inside Dr. Connor's laboratory, we found no trace of the doctor and no evidence of the finished regenerative serum. Bring that creature, along with the data files from the laboratory and surveillance footage, to me. Make sure to leave a few individuals to handle the aftermath. I don't want this incident to appear in any media reports tomorrow, understand? Yes, boss. The leader of the mercenaries responded respectfully to Norman Osborne on the other end of the phone. You all heard the boss. A few of you come with me to handle the data files in the lab. Leave 3 people to guard this lizard creature, and the rest of you clean up the surviving witnesses of the entire incident. Then, publicly announce it as a case of malicious activity caused by corporate espionage. Alright, move out. Chapter 350. After the lizard incident. The Osborne group kept a low profile for a long period. This particular event was suppressed through a combination of force and financial control, ensuring it didn't become public knowledge. Norman Osborne also thoroughly destroyed all related records. As for the research on the regenerative serum, it was completely driven underground. The official narrative was that Dr. Connors had been kidnapped by corporate spies, and the Osborne group had lost all research data. In truth, from the laboratory surveillance footage, Norman Osborne knew that the lizard creature confined in the lab as a research subject was, in fact, Dr. Connors himself. It was due to an impulsive injection of the unfinished regenerative serum that he had transformed into the current monstrous form. While the event caused by Dr. Connors' reckless actions was suppressed, the subsequent effects didn't diminish with the calming of the storm. When Norman Osborne announced the failure of the regenerative serum project and the impending closure of the entire lab, the other shareholders of the corporation erupted in protest. Leaving aside the massive profits that the successful launch of the regenerative serum could bring to shareholders, the exorbitant funds invested in the project's initial stages alone made them unwilling to see it abruptly terminated. Apart from Norman Osborne himself, all the shareholders who were in the dark about the truth expressed strong dissatisfaction and voiced their objections. However, when faced with reality, even the most stubborn traditionalists had to bow to it. The reality was that all data backups in the lab were gone, Dr. Connors was missing, and even if Osborne Group was willing to invest again from scratch, they couldn't find a qualified lab director to recreate the regenerative serum formula. In the end, confronted with the reasons presented by Norman Osborne, the decision to shut down the project was passed. Yet, due to this incident, a significant rift and conflict emerged between Norman Osborne and the other shareholders. It's important to note that while Norman Osborne was the founder of Osborne Group, after multiple rounds of financing, his shareholding was no longer enough to guarantee him absolute authority and control within the company. The reason why Norman Osborne could confidently remain in the position of CEO was primarily due to the infighting and divisions among the various factions of the shareholders. In such a factionalized scenario, even without owning over 50% of the company's shares, Norman Osborne didn't have to worry about his power and status within the company. Not to mention, being the company's founder, he had consistently demonstrated excellence, bringing continuous profits to the company's shareholders. Thus, prior to this incident, the power structure within the Osborne Group could be considered relatively stable. But this time, the turmoil was unlike any before. Norman Osborne's decision not only caused severe losses to the entire company and all shareholders, but also placed him in opposition to all shareholders. This provided an opportunity for the previously feuding factions of shareholders to temporarily set aside their conflicts and unite. Mobilizing each other, they formed a cooperative alliance, utilizing their numerical advantage to strip Norman Osborne, the founder, of his position as chairman. For Norman Osborne, losing the chairman's position was a significant blow. It meant he could no longer influence the judgments of other shareholders, and it redirected the company's research focus away from the hope of finding a cure for their family's genetic disease. Therefore, this setback not only removed him from the center of corporate power and eliminated his absolute influence over Osborne Group, but it also foreshadowed a massive catastrophe for the Osborne family's future. However, fate sometimes operates this way. Troubles seem to come one after another, especially at your lowest point. Misfortune tends to knock on your door when you're most down on your luck. Just as Norman Osborne lost his position as chairman, his son Harry Osborne's inherited genetic disease suddenly flared up, leading to life-threatening complications and unconsciousness. In this situation, Norman Osborne decided to advance the research project on the regenerative serum through scientists secretly recruited within the family. Simultaneously, he took his critically ill son to the Eugen Genetic Laboratory in Seoul, seeking Dr. Helen's help. He hoped that her regeneration cradle technology could improve Harry's condition. All my misfortunes are the result of you damned greedy capitalists and the high and mighty Avengers. Once I complete this long-prepared plan today, none of you will escape my retribution. Hi. Within the dark and narrow underground passage, the Green Goblin lost track of how long he had been advancing. Finally, he arrived at the heart of the entire Hydra base, the highly classified chamber containing the massive biochemical gas dispersal device. The chamber's entrance was old-fashioned, with a World War II-era, special steel explosion-proof door. However, due to years of neglect, the door's electronic control system and opening mechanism had all malfunctioned, requiring a violent dismantling approach to gain entry. Fortunately, the Green Goblin had prepared for this. He raised his right hand and pressed the activation switch on his left arm bracer. A high-energy cutting laser beam shot out from the emitter, striking the chamber's door and immediately leaving a red-hot molten metal. Under the sustained output of the high-energy laser beam, this outdated special steel couldn't withstand such high temperatures. Following that, a hole appeared, large enough for a single person to pass through. Entering through this hole into the chamber, it wasn't as dilapidated and defeated as the outside. Instead, it was clean and orderly, as if it had been freshly cleaned earlier that morning. Various technological prototypes and important research materials were neatly arranged all around, and bore no signs of the passage of time. If it weren't for the design and decor of the entire space exuding an atmosphere reminiscent of the first half of the 20th century, the Green Goblin wouldn't even believe that no one had entered here for decades. But for the Green Goblin, this was good news. It indicated that the entire secret chamber was well sealed and adequately protected. Under such conditions, the long-sealed machinery and equipment were unlikely to suffer from aging and malfunctions. If the internal environment here wasn't too different from the outside, the Green Goblin would instead worry about whether the massive biochemical gas dispersal device, after years of erosion from dust and moisture, still retained its originally designed performance. Let me see where the treasure I've been searching for so desperately is placed. The Green Goblin began following the route within the secret chamber, searching for his ultimate target in this operation. Soon enough, he confirmed his ultimate goal for this journey and walked towards the largest glass containment box in the secret chamber. Through the glass, he could see a mushroom-shaped metal mech standing over 5 meters tall. The top canopy of the mech imitated the unique structure of fungi spore dispersal, designed and manufactured using principles of biomimicry. The cylindrical body in the middle, which accounted for nearly 2/3 of the entire device's length, contained the pressurization and delivery structure for the release of biochemical weapons. The most critical component, the nanoscale energy wave generator, was also located in this section. It was through the accelerated action of the nanoscale energy wave that the released biochemical weapons could surpass their diffusion limits within a short period, covering the entire continent of Europe. The rectangular apparatus at the bottom served as the loading device for the biochemical weapons and the lift-off mechanism for the entire device. Depending on the category of biochemical weapon, the lift-off height and release altitude needed to be confirmed, allowing the biochemical weapon to leverage atmospheric conditions for faster diffusion speed and a broader range of impact. However, moving such a massive release device, which was over 5 meters tall, was an impossibility for the Green Goblin without mechanical assistance. It seems that achieving my goal isn't going to be as smooth as I had planned. Gazing at the large-scale biochemical gas dispersal device standing before him, the Green Goblin couldn't help but show a hint of dilemma on his face. He gritted his teeth and let out a long sigh. Since he hadn't prepared for the transportation, he could only continue to explore the entire secret chamber to see if Hydra had left behind any useful tools for him. He had meticulously designed a series of traps to lure the Avengers into the game, and with considerable effort. He had successfully executed his plan up to this point. Except for situations where there was no other choice, the Green Goblin was unwilling to falter at this critical juncture. Since the members of Hydra were able to transport such a massive and heavy contraption into the secret chamber, they must surely have corresponding transportation equipment and means. With this thought in mind, the Green Goblin continued searching within the secret chamber. Chapter 351. On the winding road outside Lithuania, a Mercedes G65 and a Ferrari 458 were moving forward one after the other at extremely high speeds. Sitting in the car were Captain and Viko along with their group, of course, except for Quicksilver. After using the spatial teleportation gate to arrive at the teleportation node in Vilnius, the capital of Lithuania. The only transportation vehicles left in the node base were these two cars. There wasn't even a Quinjet. It can only be said that as a country located at the center of Europe, Lithuania's presence is truly low. There was no other way. Their entire team consisted of 8 people, and with one car that could only seat 2 people. They had to reluctantly make do with Quicksilver following behind the car to reach their destination. After all, he was the fastest. "Bucky, how many minutes until we reach our destination?" Sitting in the co-pilot's seat of the Mercedes G65, Captain looked at Bucky, who was driving attentively, and asked with an anxious tone he couldn't hide. "Getting closer. Based on the landing time of the plane Green Goblin took, he should have arrived here about 40 minutes before us. The internal passages of Hydra's base here are labyrinthine and dimly lit. He wants to locate the large-scale biochemical gas emitter and transport that behemoth out from the inside. It's going to take some time. We should be able to catch up," Bucky responded. Upon hearing Bucky's reply, Captain nodded. His worry and seriousness did not diminish even a bit as he continued to look ahead at the road that seemed endless. Soon, the road they were driving on began to change, transitioning from asphalt to a rural dirt path, and eventually almost no road at all. Viko and Natasha, seated in the Ferrari 458, were being tossed around. Natasha obediently took her feet off the center console in front and fastened her seatbelt. Viko, on the other hand, endured the bumps from the ground while heaved a sigh. "This sports car that I contributed, it's definitely going to be scrapped now. If I had known, I wouldn't have shown off and brought an off-road vehicle." Despite his complaints, Viko was well aware that they were not far from their destination at this point. Sure enough, they hadn't been driving on this bumpy road for long before Bucky, who was leading the way, brought the car to a steady stop. "We're here. That hill ahead is the entrance to the underground base." Before them stood an artificial hill blending seamlessly with the surrounding environment. After decades of natural erosion, it was hard to discern any signs of human intervention. If it weren't for Bucky telling them that this was Hydra's former base, they definitely wouldn't have thought that an apparently ordinary hill could hold such an unusual secret. However, these camouflage disguises might deceive others, but not Viko. With his informational vision ability, Viko had already noticed the oddity of this hill at first glance. Moreover, from the various traces left on the ground, it seemed they might have arrived a step too late. "Bucky, you keep leading the way. We need to go in quickly and confirm if Green Goblin got what he wanted. Based on the footprints and other traces he left on the ground, he's been in and out. We might have just missed him. If he didn't come back empty-handed or mistook the target device, then we're in for a big problem. Coulson, S.H.I.E.L.D. servers have just received a file sent by Viko. It reports a very serious threat event. At the Triskelion headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D. Melinda May, a level 8 agent who had once worked undercover alongside Viko, was reporting to the current director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Coulson. Due to her exceptional performance during her time working alongside Viko, and the shortage of personnel after the reconstruction of S.H.I.E.L.D., she had been promoted to a level 9 agent within S.H.I.E.L.D. It can be said that her authority was second only to Director Coulson within all of S.H.I.E.L.D. And it was precisely because of this that she had the permission to directly access files sent by Viko. Furthermore, there seemed to be an indistinct romantic sentiment between Melinda and Coulson. Their office romance was in an ambiguous stage, and Coulson's trust in Melinda was certainly extraordinary. After listening to Melinda's report on the contents of the files sent by Viko, Coulson couldn't help but frown. We're in big trouble. Chapter 352. At S.H.I.E.L.D. The current situation was one of distress due to the warning message sent by Viko. Although every piece of information and evidence mentioned in the file confirmed the credibility of the threat event Viko had pointed out. However, the sole and also the most significant issue lay in the fact that all this information and evidence were rooted in speculation from a former brainwashed killing machine of Hydra. In other words, even though the threat posed by this event was indeed high, even enough to trouble someone as substantial as Coulson, director of S.H.I.E.L.D., it wasn't enough for Coulson to merely believe in Viko's deductions. To involve the entirety of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s resources, Coulson needed to convince the members of the World Security Council. This was what truly gave Coulson a headache. Given the Avengers' current lack of credibility with the council members, Viko's proposed course of action, made under his name, would undoubtedly be met with refusal. But if they simply followed the council's resolution and took no action, and if Green Goblin indeed turned the entirety of Europe into a living hell, then Coulson couldn't ignore the voice within himself that pursued justice, peace, and upheld Captain's ideals. May, submit the file to the council members, applying for S.H.I.E.L.D.'s authorization to act. Also, let's prepare for both scenarios. Inform Sky and others if they're willing to reform the team and work with me. If the council ultimately rejects our application, we may have to provide support in a personal capacity. However, that might lead to us being pursued and hunted. Now facing the potentially dire crisis Green Goblin might unleash, besides Viko's Avengers small team, there was also Coulson's team of agents, working together to deal with this incident. However, for Viko's team, Coulson's team was currently a distant source of help. After entering the interior of the Hydra base beneath the hill, Viko's team eventually confirmed a disappointing piece of news: the large-scale biochemical gas emitter sealed within this base had already been taken away by Green Goblin. Not only that, due to the remote location of this Hydra base and the lack of surveillance cameras in the vicinity, Viko's team lost Green Goblin's trail and whereabouts. Their operation had indeed fallen into a dilemma, and they were in a highly passive position. Unless Green Goblin voluntarily revealed his location, they had no idea what his next step would be. In this situation, let alone the newcomers like Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver, even Captain and Natasha, who were seasoned crisis handlers, felt the complexity of the situation and were filled with extreme anxiety. Only Viko alone, at this moment, could maintain a calm and composed state. Regarding the elimination and concealment of his own trail, it had to be said that Green Goblin was truly cunning. He physically isolated himself, severing all connections of his electronic devices with the internet and communication networks. Even with his existing, and arguably the most advanced technological means on Earth, Viko couldn't pinpoint Green Goblin's location. However, there was a reason why Viko could remain so composed, was because apart from scientific methods, Viko harbored a secret ace up his sleeve that not even his biological father, Tony Stark, knew about: magic. The concealment from his Avengers comrades, even his dearest ones, prevented Green Goblin from having any way of knowing about Viko's profound mastery of magic. Even if Green Goblin found out, facing an invisible and intangible network of magic, being a novice in magic, he had no way to defend against Viko's magical abilities. While all the members were racking their brains over Green Goblin, Viko once again entered a soul projection state. Similar to how he previously located Tony and Rhodey, he used the ubiquitous dark energy fluctuations in space to search for Green Goblin's trail. In order to obtain more precise location information, Viko even had Baymax connect his soul to the vast Vishanti's magic network that covered the entire Earth, thus enhancing his mental strength. Covering the scope of the entire Vilnius and expanding his mental energy without reservation, Viko quickly pinpointed Green Goblin's current location. Get in the car, head to the Vilnius TV tower. Green Goblin took the emitter there. Viko didn't offer any explanations. He just hurriedly said this and pulled Natasha back into the car, starting the engine. However, the trust and understanding among the Avengers should never be doubted. This was the bond accumulated through long-term cooperation and companionship. Even without any explanation, feeling the conviction in Viko's words, Captain immediately led the remaining few to get into the car and followed Viko toward the direction of the road. Pietro, Captain, you both have the fastest speed among us. I suggest you two go ahead and stop Green Goblin from completing his plan. If you can succeed, great, even if you can't, it will buy us some time. All right, Pietro and I will go ahead and buy you some time. Captain agreed with Viko's proposal with a nod. Without asking Bucky, who was driving, to stop or slow down, Captain immediately unbuckled his seatbelt and opened the car door, jumping out. With a push of his right hand and a forward roll, he dissipated the inertia of his movement. After regaining his balance, Captain wasted no time and smoothly accelerated, catching up with Quicksilver, who had slowed down ahead of him. Together, they sprinted towards the Vilnius TV tower's direction. The Vilnius TV tower was a land Viko in Vilnius, and also the tallest building in the country, standing at a height of 326.5 meters. Viko could guess some of the reasons why Green Goblin chose the Vilnius TV tower as the final step to execute his plan. First, compared to the open and defenseless wilderness, the Vilnius TV tower was a vertical structure that was easy to defend and difficult to attack. For Green Goblin, who was obviously outnumbered, it was indeed a good choice. Second, leveraging the height of the Vilnius TV tower itself would save a lot of time for the emitter to reach the required altitude. Even in a dire situation, initiating the device on site would ensure there was enough height to complete the entire release process, enabling Green Goblin's biochemical weapon to cover the entire continent of Europe. Green Goblin's meticulous and rigorous planning, combined with his formidable execution abilities, made his plan impeccable from start to finish, with no apparent weaknesses. Sitting in the driver's seat of the Ferrari, all Viko could do was pray that Captain and the others would arrive in time to stop Green Goblin. Otherwise, even if he revealed his trump card of magic, he had to prevent Green Goblin's plan from succeeding. Viko's plan was that if they truly couldn't stop Green Goblin from activating the emitter in time, he would use a spatial portal to appear next to the emitter at the last moment and then transport the entire device into the mirror dimension to lock it away. Pietro, we can already see the shadow of the Vilnius TV tower ahead. Let's proceed through the river channel, aiming to arrive a step ahead. On the roads of Vilnius, as Captain and Quicksilver continued moving forward, they were getting closer to the location of the TV tower in the city center. Due to Vilnius's flat terrain and well-preserved medieval architecture, there were no obstacles to block the view of the tower, which stood as the tallest building. Thus, even from a distance, Captain and Quicksilver could already see the Vilnius TV tower. However, as they got closer to the city center, the road became busier with vehicles and pedestrians, making it challenging to maintain high-speed travel. In order to increase their speed and avoid causing harm to ordinary civilians due to sonic booms generated by supersonic speeds, Captain suggested changing their route and taking to the waterways. With their speed, even on the river, they could run at high speed using the tension of the water's surface, just like walking on solid ground, without the fear of falling into the water. Conveniently, Vilnius was located at the confluence of the Vilnia River and the nearest river, both of which flowed through the city, creating a high-speed route leading to their destination, the Vilnius TV tower. Given the environmental constraints and feeling of being restricted while running, he readily agreed to Captain's suggestion. After nodding in agreement, without waiting for Captain's response, he excitedly changed direction, heading into the river. As a result, the residents on both sides of the Vilnia River witnessed a bizarre scene, on the previously calm and waveless river. Suddenly, a loud sound echoed, followed by curious residents peering through their windows, and they saw two white lines resembling giant dragons emerging on the water's surface. Water splashed high into the air, rising nearly 10 meters above the river's surface, only to fall back onto the water. This continuous phenomenon progressed toward the direction of the TV tower, resembling two playful dragons frolicking on the water's surface, truly awe-inspiring. Utilizing this shortcut on the river's surface saved them a considerable amount of time. Captain and Quicksilver finally reached the base of the TV tower. Being in close proximity allowed them to observe that the Vilnius TV tower was even more spectacular up close than it had appeared from a distance. Resembling a mythical pillar that shot straight into the heavens, the tower made them wish they could tour it leisurely if the situation weren't so urgent. At the base of the tower, Captain quickly rushed into the tower to investigate the situation. As expected, Green Goblin had already sabotaged the elevator and stairs leading to the top. Thankfully, he hadn't harmed the tower's staff, he had simply trapped them inside, preventing them from leaving. For Captain and Quicksilver, in order to reach the location where Green Goblin was setting up the large-scale emitter, their only option, apart from flying straight up, was to climb along the exterior walls of the building. We should have brought Falcon or Viko with us, both of their equipment allows for flight and could carry us up. Now, we have no choice but to rely on our own hands and feet to climb up, said Captain as he emerged from the ground floor lobby, looking somewhat helpless while gazing up at the 326.5-meter tall tower. However, Quicksilver had a different idea. Playing by the rules wasn't his style. Rather than adhering to a grounded climb as Captain suggested, he'd rather challenge himself and push beyond conventional limits. Looking up at the tower's tip, which had already disappeared into the clouds, a slight smirk formed on Quicksilver's lips. He turned to Captain and said, "That's not necessarily true, maybe there's a shortcut this time as well." With that, Quicksilver started stepping backward, increasing the distance between him and the TV tower. Captain quickly understood Quicksilver's plan. He intended to use his speed to attempt to break through the pull of gravity and rush straight to the top of the TV tower. If this attempt succeeds, it will undoubtedly save them a significant amount of time, and in their current situation, time is everything. After retreating nearly 100 meters, Quicksilver finally came to a stop. Then, under Captain's watchful gaze, he began an accelerating sprint and reached his maximum speed at the moment he reached the base of the tower. He lifted his foot and pushed off, using momentum to start running along the nearly vertical exterior of the building, heading upwards. However, surpassing a vertical height of over 300 meters and attempting to reach the summit through sprinting was not an easy task. Quicksilver's speed was already impressive, but ultimately, he only reached approximately halfway up the TV tower. Due to the tower's design with an elevated observation platform interruption, after reaching this point, Quicksilver experienced unnecessary energy consumption, leading to his ultimate failure. Losing his initial momentum and having no leverage for propulsion in midair, Quicksilver could only succumb to the pull of gravity and fall downward. Thud twist. Quicksilver fell to the ground heavily, like a projectile, creating a semicircular deep crater upon impact. If he hadn't switched to his vibranium nanobattle suit midair, this straight fall would have turned even Quicksilver, an enhanced individual, into minced meat. Although he was fortunate not to be turned into minced meat, Quicksilver emerged from the crater with a somewhat downcast mood. "I thought I could make it to the top." He pouted slightly despite his reluctance to accept it. Quicksilver had to face the reality that he still had over half the distance to the tower's peak to cover. He swallowed the bitter pill of failure. However, just as Quicksilver was feeling a bit dejected, Captain, having witnessed Quicksilver's failed attempt, had a glint in his eye, as if he had discovered a rare treasure. No, Pietro. You haven't failed. In fact, failure is the mother of success. I believe I've found a shortcut to quickly reach the summit. Chapter 353. Shortcut. Captain, what idea do you have? Tell me quickly. Seeing Quicksilver's initially downcast mood turn excited upon hearing that Captain had found a shortcut to reaching the top quickly. He instantly appeared next to Captain. His eyes were filled with hopeful anticipation as he looked at Captain and asked. Seeing Quicksilver's eager expression, Captain shook his head helplessly, but he didn't tease him. He directly spoke, if you were to climb along the exterior wall on your own, restricted by its design and height, you would only be able to reach the middle section of the TV tower at most. But what if we relayed each other? In the first half, you'll use your absolute speed advantage to take me along, dashing to the observation platform in the middle of the tower. In the latter half, I'll rely on the maneuverability and burst power of my flash suit to bypass the platform's obstruction and continue sprinting upwards. By doing this, I have a good chance of making it to the top. Even though you'll be left at the base, at least one of us can take action against Green Goblin ahead of time. This method is the best choice we can make right now, compared to both of us being stuck on the ground. Quicksilver nodded without hesitation, agreeing to Captain's plan. They didn't have much time to hesitate now, and apart from this method, they didn't have a better alternative. If they delayed too long during their climb, allowing Green Goblin to complete his plan, then everything would be lost. Quicksilver carried Captain on his back and began retreating once more, back towards the base of the TV tower. This time, he retreated even further than the first time, covering a distance of over 200 meters. Fortunately, the area around the Vilnius TV tower was relatively flat and open, allowing Quicksilver to get ample sprinting distance. Sensing that the distance between him and the tower was just about right, Quicksilver tapped Captain's back and adjusted his balance before sprinting. Sprinting with someone on his back compared to sprinting alone was undoubtedly a very different experience. If he didn't carefully sense the change in his center of gravity, adjust his stance and approach to exerting force, there was a risk of losing balance during the ascent and falling vertically as if in free fall. For them, with time being extremely tight, they couldn't afford the time loss that such a failure would bring. Therefore, Quicksilver abandoned his usual carelessness and focused meticulously on adjusting his own state before starting. Captain, I'm ready to go, hold on tight to me, when I reach my limit, I'll give you a signal, be prepared to rush towards the tower's peak directly, don't worry about me. All right. Captain leaned against Quicksilver's back and gave him a firm pat on the shoulder without saying more. At times like this, words were useless. All he could do was place complete trust in Quicksilver, firmly anchor himself, and be ready for the relay sprint. Huff, huff, huff. After taking a series of deep breaths, Quicksilver finally completed both physical and mental adjustments and preparations. He steadfastly gazed at the target ahead, deeply inhaling a breath into his lungs. Then, with a sudden burst of force from his legs, he shot forward like an arrow released from its bowstring. Although this time Quicksilver was carrying Captain, who was wearing his suit, and their combined weight posed greater resistance. Driven by a surge of determination, his sprinting speed was actually higher than the first time. In fact, he left behind a series of afterimages, making it difficult to distinguish reality from illusion. With a devilish stride, in the blink of an eye, Quicksilver had arrived at the base of the TV tower while carrying Captain. Having gained experience from his previous solo ascent, he optimized his force and movements this time, striving for the smooth and more efficient climbing technique. Due to Quicksilver's pursuit of perfection in each step, when he reached the biggest obstacle, the observation platform with the combined weight of 2 people, he actually saved nearly a fifth of the time compared to the previous attempt. Considering Quicksilver's speed, even a single second could feel incredibly lengthy to him. So, a 1/5 improvement in time was certainly no easy feat. Yet, Quicksilver barely had time to revel in his breakthrough performance because he was about to face the major hurdle that had previously stopped him from reaching the top. If he could overcome the platform's obstruction and advance further upwards, it would significantly increase their chances of success. But if he were to fail again at this point, Green Goblin's plan would likely succeed. Quicksilver focused his attention on the TV tower's observation platform ahead. His mind was in a heightened state of alertness, treating the challenge before him with utmost seriousness. Despite this, his inner state was irrevocably tranquil, almost devoid of ripples. This calmness was a reflection of how completely Quicksilver had immersed himself in this mission. He had no spare mental capacity to dwell on past failures or the possibility of failure again. In his eyes, there was only one thing, one goal, to give it his all and carry Captain past this obstacle. When they were just 2 or 3 steps away from the observation platform, Quicksilver seized the moment, controlling his strength. With a light tap of his toes, he and Captain gently disengaged from the TV tower's outer wall. At this point, they were entirely airborne. A slight mishap would lead to a direct fall downwards, another failed attempt. Yet, an unprecedented sense of confidence bloomed within Quicksilver. He could feel that his leap was executed perfectly, with seamless coordination of timing and force. Using the distance gained from this leap, along with the momentum driving their ascent. When Quicksilver's shoe sole barely touched the wall, he lightly tapped his toes, repeatedly performing the maneuver. The very obstacle that had previously stymied him was now entirely overcome. Having overcome this obstacle, Quicksilver finally revealed an excited smile. Even though every step of his process could be described as flawless. After passing the elevated platform, the kinetic energy from his earlier sprint had been entirely depleted. It was nearly impossible for him to approach any higher using his abilities alone. "Captain, my task is done, it's up to you now, go for it." The tension that had been sustained suddenly loosened. Only now did Quicksilver truly feel the fatigue that had accumulated in his body during this short period. He felt utterly drained, as if his energy had been sapped. Nevertheless, he gritted his teeth, taking 2 more steps forward before passing the relay baton to Captain. Seeing Quicksilver on the verge of exhaustion, Captain released his firm grip on Quicksilver's shoulder. Seizing the opportune moment when Quicksilver's speed had peaked, Captain somersaulted forward from behind Quicksilver as if they were performing a coordinated maneuver. As agreed upon earlier, Captain paid no mind to Quicksilver's loss of momentum and subsequent fall. With the nanotech vibranium suit providing protection, a fall from a higher place wouldn't cause any harm. Thus, without concern, Captain not only released his grip but also kicked off Quicksilver's body, using the action to gain momentum for himself and adjust his balance. Experiencing this unexpected boost, Quicksilver plummeted to the ground at high speed. Yet, he displayed no complaints or displeasure. He quickly climbed out of the resulting pit and turned his attention to Captain's progress on the wall. At this point, Captain was wearing the Flash's suit, which was fully engaged in its high-speed mode. Unlike Quicksilver, who relied on his own abilities to achieve super speed, Captain was entirely dependent on the equipment developed by Viko. Due to the suit's magnetic levitation wool design, it had no friction. Therefore, in terms of acceleration and burst speed, it had an advantage over Quicksilver. This is also the reason why Captain proposed this plan. He didn't need a long sprint to attain a high initial velocity. Instead, he could run a distance along the nearly vertical wall. Whether this distance would be sufficient for Captain to complete his ascent depended on his performance. Chapter 354. Faster, a little faster. Just one final step to go. Gazing intensely at the tower tip, Captain exerted all his strength to take the last step toward reaching the summit. Having overcome the sole obstacle of the elevated platform, the path ahead was clear. With his relentless sprint, Captain was on the verge of completing his ascent. However, this last small step was also the most challenging. Having lost the forward momentum, Captain had to rely on his core strength to regain his balance. He transitioned from a parallel to the ground state and managed to grasp the edge of the tower's rooftop platform. Snap! Feeling his hand finally grip the platform's edge, Captain securely hung just outside the tower's pinnacle. Finally exhaling, he knew his efforts were not in vain, thanks to Quicksilver. With this handhold as a pivot point, Captain's enhanced physique made it easy for him to flip over and climb onto the tower's rooftop platform. This platform was actually a part of the lightning rod at the top of the tower, designed for maintenance workers to access the tower's top. Looking up from this position, the location where the lightning rod used to be was now replaced by a mushroom-shaped metal device. A distance of almost 10 meters separated him from this apparatus. It seems this thing is the large-scale bioweapon gas emitter device that Bucky mentioned. Although it was his first time seeing the device's true form, Captain recognized it immediately. However, the person who placed the release device at the highest point, the Green Goblin, was nowhere to be found. Logically, the Green Goblin should be guarding the device or at least stationed on this platform to prevent anyone from approaching the device and thwarting his plan. Yet, Green Goblin, who is considered by all the Avengers to be the most thoughtful and logically minded, has left the release device so carelessly in this location was far from Captain's expectations. This even made him somewhat suspicious, wondering if the Green Goblin had set up traps in the surroundings. However, regardless of what might lie ahead, he only had one choice: to overcome all obstacles and approach the device. Taking out a set of equipment from his capsule, he swung the iron claw with the attached rope in his hand and flung it upward. The grappling hook latched onto the base of the release device. He gave the rope a firm tug, ensuring its secure attachment. With both hands gripping the rope and his feet suspended, Captain began climbing using the strength of his arms. The climbing process went smoothly, without the traps or tricks Captain had imagined. Yet, the smoother it went, the more uneasy he felt. The Green Goblin had meticulously orchestrated this elaborate scheme, even manipulating both him and Tony. It seemed improbable that the Green Goblin would make such a careless mistake at this critical juncture. There were only two possibilities for his easy approach to the release device atop the tower. 1. The Green Goblin had set an ambush at the final location, hoping to catch him off guard and ensnare him. 2. This place wasn't the actual execution site for the Green Goblin's ultimate plan. Even this release device might be a decoy to divert their attention. Viko's judgment has never been wrong. If Viko's judgment is correct, then the Green Goblin must have some sort of contingency plan in place at this final location. I need to be cautious in how I handle this. With this thought in mind, Captain kept his mental guard up, prepared for any ambush the Green Goblin might have set. However, once again, the unexpected happened. Even after climbing onto the base of the release device, he encountered no traps or ambushes. Frowning, Captain stared at the central control computer on the release device, pondering what the Green Goblin's plan might be. At that moment, a cold and manic laughter, one Captain found all too familiar, suddenly echoed in his ears. Hi. Reunited with the Avengers once again. I have always been very sure that you'd find me here, because I know you better than anyone else in this world. This video segment was pre-recorded by me and stored in the central control computer. It only plays when the gravimetric sensor inside the base of the release device is triggered. Let me guess, who has successfully made it here now? Chapter 355. Darn it. The instant Green Goblin's voice rang out, Captain's heart sank. His initial reaction was that he had fallen into Green Goblin's trap once again. This emitter was undoubtedly a decoy set up by him to divert their attention and lure them. Gazing at the central computer screen before him, Captain's face cooled as he watched the detestable visage of Green Goblin in the video. He even felt an impulse to throw a punch at the screen. However, he refrained from doing so. Instead, he quickly calmed himself, using his own willpower to block out the continuous interference of Green Goblin's voice and images. He began to focus on the developments so far, all the clues and information they had gathered. Firstly, Green Goblin was meticulous and cunning. Every action he took in his plan, even the seemingly innocuous video scenes crafted for taunting and showing off, must have specific objectives behind them. Secondly, Green Goblin was adept at manipulating emotions and playing with people's hearts. Even he, who considered himself a master of emotional control, had almost lost control of his anger when he heard Green Goblin's arrogant and provocative tone in the video. Despite it being just a video, he felt the urge to punch Green Goblin's face on the screen. Coupled with the fact that Green Goblin had successfully stirred up tensions between him and Tony before, leading to their internal conflict and rift. In the aspect of manipulating minds, Green Goblin's scheming had surpassed even enhancers like the Scarlet Witch, who possessed the power of mental control. After understanding these 2 points, when facing Green Goblin's provocation in the video, Captain had already become composed, keeping his cool. He began to analyze the video, speculating about the hidden motives behind Green Goblin's recording. Previously, Bucky once deduced through recalling past memories that Green Goblin's target was a large-scale biochemical gas emitter left by Hydra in Lithuania. Our confidence in the accuracy of this assumption was because Green Goblin indeed appeared in Lithuania and was captured in the information network by Chala's comrades. Now it seems that this information is likely the smoke screen that Green Goblin released to deceive our focus. Just as Green Goblin mentioned in the video, he is perhaps the one who knows every member of the Avengers best in the entire world. Thinking along these lines, the fact that Green Goblin, who has been hiding his tracks all along, suddenly had his location locked onto by us is very suspicious. Even more baffling is the fact that with such a thorough understanding of every member of the Avengers, Green Goblin voluntarily exposed his own location. It's obvious that he intends to lure us to Lithuania. With Green Goblin's character of wanting to display all the crimes he has committed in front of us and flaunt them. Our arrival is certainly part of his plan. The real purpose of luring us here is to ultimately achieve the goal he has schemed for in our presence. So, although we fell into Green Goblin's trap by coming to Lithuania, it indeed confirms the indispensable role of the large-scale biochemical gas emitter in Green Goblin's plan. Later, the information Viko provided about Green Goblin being located at the Vilnius TV tower, although I don't know how Viko confirmed this information, what can be certain is that, at the time, Green Goblin didn't leave behind any guiding clues. So, in this regard, the information Viko determined at the time is actually more reliable in terms of credibility and authenticity than the information we directly obtained from Green Goblin. Thus, the conclusion becomes clear. Green Goblin speculated that we had a high probability of determining his location and coming here, so he left behind this video in order to disguise his true intentions here. He concealed his presence and sought to blur our thinking, diverting our attention. Thinking of this, Captain suddenly began to seriously scan his surroundings, hoping to find traces of Green Goblin hidden nearby. If he truly cared about the situation of the emitter at the tower's apex, he would certainly be positioned where he could have a good view of the situation here. Moreover, this location must be sufficiently close to enable Green Goblin to reach the emitter's position quickly when needed. As he looked down from the top of the TV tower, Captain continuously searched for hiding spots that met these two criteria. However, this time, he had truly made a mistake. In the light of the lamp he fell into the trap of subjective thinking. The position of Green Goblin that Viko locked onto through the magical network was undoubtedly accurate. Captain's own analysis also suggested that Green Goblin was surely near the TV tower. But Captain's focus on the ground was completely off target. He forgot that Green Goblin could fly using his jet glider. Just as he was conducting a carpet-style search of the TV tower's ground, looking for any sign of Green Goblin, in the sky above, within a shroud of clouds and mist, Green Goblin fixed his cold gaze on Captain. These clouds and mist weren't formed naturally, they were modifications made by Green Goblin using a stage fog generator. This was to invisibly hide his own form while keeping an eye on the situation at the apex where the emitter was located. He had put in a great deal of effort to transport the massive and weighty large-scale biochemical gas emitter to the top of the Vilnius TV tower and secure it. His purpose aligned with Viko's deduction to take advantage of the elevated position. He had completed all the preliminary preparations, testing the emitter's circuits and control systems, adjusting the components, injecting the regenerative serum. Everything was ready. Now, all that remained was for the high-energy capacitors inside the emitter to finish charging. Once that was done, the device would be able to initiate on its own, releasing the regenerative serum throughout the entire continent of Europe, Vikoing the completion of the first step of his ultimate revenge plan. However, he hadn't anticipated that Captain and Quicksilver would actually break away from the team, arrive ahead of schedule to thwart his plan, and successfully coordinate to reach the top of the TV tower. This immediately put him in a passive situation because Green Goblin was well aware that, if it came down to a contest of pure strength, his chances of winning against any member of the Avengers wouldn't be higher than 50%. And when facing an opponent like Captain, whose equipment and experience far surpassed his own as a top-tier combatant, the probability of victory became even more faint. Thus, he chose to conceal himself and employ psychological warfare tactics to confuse Captain, provoke his emotions, and cloud his judgment. Unfortunately, this plan didn't succeed, as it wasn't tailored specifically to Captain's personality, leading to inevitable flaws during its execution. At this point, Green Goblin was prepared. Once Captain attempted to disrupt the activation mechanism of the emitter, he would immediately reveal himself to divert Captain's attention. After a careful search, Captain couldn't find Green Goblin's hiding spot, so he shifted his focus to the massive biochemical gas emitter in front of him. The integrated control computer on the emitter's console displayed that the biochemical weapons storage compartment was fully loaded, indicating that Green Goblin had indeed manipulated this part. It meant that the emitter was a crucial element in his ultimate plan. Beside the storage capacity data was a status report indicating that the charging progress had reached 95, with 3.5 minutes remaining until the automatic activation of the device. Seeing this data, Captain immediately frowned. He didn't know what kind of biochemical weapon Green Goblin had injected into the storage or what effect it would produce. All he knew was that he had 3.5 minutes to stop Green Goblin from completing his plan. The immediate priority was to halt the device's activation and properly handle the biochemical weapon within. However, dealing with such advanced technology was a challenge. Even decades-old high-tech devices were unfamiliar to him, a relic who had been asleep for over 70 years. He had only one method at his disposal, which was brute force decryption. But if mishandled, it could potentially lead to a leakage of the biochemical weapon at this location, over 300 meters high with strong air currents, an enormous predicament. Faced with this situation, the only option was to seek outside help for a solution. He established communication with Viko, who was on his way here. Viko, how long until you reach the Vilnius TV tower? At least another 3.5 minutes, what's going on? How's the situation on your end? 3.5 minutes. The timing was the same. However, by the time Viko would arrive, the emitter would have finished charging and initiated its self-start sequence. There wouldn't be any spare time for handling it. I haven't found Green Goblin's whereabouts, but I've located the emitter. However, the emitter has been loaded with the biochemical weapon prepared by Green Goblin and is currently in a charging state. According to the control computer screen, once the charging is complete, the device will initiate on its own and release the biochemical gas from its internal storage. We have less than 3.5 minutes left until the charging is finished, so there's no time to wait for you to arrive and handle it. That's why I need your guidance right now on how to safely shut down this device. No sign of Green Goblin. On Viko's end, the impending activation of the emitter wasn't too surprising. This had already been deduced from the intelligence they had gathered. But what perplexed Viko, much like Captain, was that Green Goblin wasn't personally guarding the emitter at this crucial moment. Impossible. Green Goblin must be hiding in some concealed corner. The results he perceived through the magical network couldn't be wrong. So, analyzing the existing information provided by Captain, there was only one possible explanation for Captain not finding Green Goblin's trace. Green Goblin was in the final step of his plan, which was also the most critical step, and he didn't have enough time to complete all the tasks. Because he had let Captain and Quicksilver act separately, using their speed advantage to reach the Vilnius TV tower ahead of time, catching Green Goblin off guard and preventing him from completing his plan. This forced him to hide once again and observe from the shadows. With these thoughts, Viko didn't rush to deal with the threat posed by the emitter. Instead, he reminded Captain, "Captain, you need to be extremely cautious. Green Goblin must be lurking near the emitter, waiting for a moment when you let your guard down to launch a sudden attack. Right now, you're the only one who can handle this crisis. Be careful, don't rush due to the time pressure. Moreover, this control system designed by Hydra using electronic technology from the last century, I can easily breach it. You have more than enough time in 3 minutes. Don't panic. Now, listen to my commands. I will help you handle the emitter issue safely. Step 1. Take out any electronic device around you that can connect to the mobile communication network. Step 2. Find the data cable in the control computer and connect the cable end to the data interface of your communication device. The last step, just watch the show. Upon hearing Viko's instructions, Captain didn't ask further questions or doubt it. While remaining vigilant to his surroundings, he meticulously followed Viko's steps and completed the operation. The instructions Viko provided were essentially for Captain to use his mobile device as a wireless network card, connecting it to the emitter's central control system, allowing it to access the internet. As long as this device was connected to the network, with the help of Baymax's powerful abilities, it could directly disable the entire system, safely shut down the startup program, and render the device completely useless. Swoosh! Just as Captain followed Viko's guidance to locate the data cable on the emitter's central control computer and prepared to connect it to the communication device, a throwing knife shot towards his finger. Clang! Being well prepared, Captain wasn't caught off guard by this surprise attack. The evaded throwing knife could only helplessly strike the base of the emitter connected to the TV tower. However, while Captain managed to dodge the knife attack, he was forced to halt his actions, wasting a few seconds. Based on the angle from which the throwing knife was launched, Captain traced its trajectory and looked up at the sky. Yet, apart from the blue sky and white clouds, he couldn't find a trace of Green Goblin. This left Captain both deeply perplexed and he did not dare to continue focusing on stopping the emitter's activation. While open threats are easier to evade, hidden ones are harder to guard against at this moment. Green Goblin was precisely utilizing this psychological tactic to buy time. Where is he? Where is Green Goblin hiding? At that very moment, a phrase Viko had once said suddenly echoed in Captain's mind. After eliminating all other possibilities, whatever remains, however unreasonable it may seem, must be the truth. Chapter 356. Up in the sky. After a brief moment of uncertainty, Captain finally decided to trust his own judgment. He forcefully threw the carbide-reinforced shield on his arm towards the path of the flying knife. Clang! Unexpectedly, reality provided Captain with a surprise as the shield he threw hit a solid target. After a crisp sound, behind a seemingly flawless expanse of clouds in the sky, the figure of Green Goblin descended. However, relying on agile reactions and exceptional balance, Green Goblin quickly adjusted their posture and regained control of the glider. Hi, I never thought you would be able to spot me. But since things have come to this point, there's no turning back. I can't let you ruin my carefully planned revenge scheme. Since his concealment had been exposed, Green Goblin could only face Captain head-on. Although in terms of strength, Captain was undoubtedly superior. However, the issue was that Captain was in a hurry to stop the countdown of the emitter and deactivate the device's startup program. Time was extremely limited. In this situation, they also had to deal with Green Goblin's harassing attacks, making it unfavorable. Furthermore, due to the limited space at the top of the tower, Captain couldn't fully utilize his speed advantage. Coupled with Green Goblin's flying ability that gave him a wider range of movement, this was another disadvantage. Finally, Captain was fighting alone at this moment. His teammates who could provide support had not yet arrived, and Quicksilver at the base of the tower couldn't offer assistance. This was a disadvantage in terms of manpower. With timing, location, and manpower all against Captain, he was in a completely unfavorable situation, without any advantages. Green Goblin only needed to wait for Captain to exhaust himself while continuously causing disruptions, delaying the time for charging of the emitter. So even though Green Goblin's concealment had been revealed, and he had to engage directly, he was confident and showed no signs of panic. If there was one factor that was unfavorable to Green Goblin, it was the need to avoid damaging the emitter with his attacks. He had to control his attack angles and avoid using weapons with a large area of effect, such as the pumpkin bomb. Thus, for a time, Captain and Green Goblin were locked in a stalemate. Green Goblin remained at a distance, using a machine gun and throwing knives to attack, avoiding getting too close to Captain for fear of his shield hitting his glider. While Captain reacted swiftly and could dodge and block all of Green Goblin's attacks with ease, he lacked effective means of counterattacking and couldn't find an opening to stop the emitter. Once again, Captain blocked the flying knife launched by Green Goblin with the carbide shield in his hand. Captain quickly glanced at the central computer screen. There were only 2 minutes and 20 seconds left. He had to hurry and complete the connection operation to leave a sufficient time window for Viko on the other side. Captain knew that there was only one way for him to reverse the situation now: find an opportunity to take out the capsule containing the vibranium nano suit and equip it. If Quicksilver were here now, completing this action would be quite simple. Although Quicksilver's superpower was primarily about his fast movement speed, in reality, maintaining balance while moving at such high speeds required extraordinary levels of coordination involving body strength, brain reaction speed, and especially the swinging speed of his arms. Quicksilver's speed wasn't just about running his every movement. Even the blink of an eye could reach astonishing speeds. To complete the equipment of the vibranium nano suit in an instant under Green Goblin's attacks was undoubtedly effortless for him. However, for Captain, his ability to achieve the same level of movement speed as Quicksilver, maintain balance in high-speed movement, and control his reactions all relied on the assistance brought by the flash suit, which only increased his speed. If Captain wanted to equip the vibranium nano suit under Green Goblin's continuous harassing attacks, it would indeed be quite challenging. Moreover, given Green Goblin's understanding of the Avengers, he wouldn't let such an opportunity go to waste. It seems that in order to get this opportunity, I must withstand one of Green Goblin's attacks. As the time dwindled away, and still not finding a suitable opening, Captain decided to endure an attack from Green Goblin, even if it meant getting injured, to gain the chance to switch equipment to the vibranium nano suit. Seizing an opportunity, Captain used the carbide shield in hand to block the machine gun bullets shot from Green Goblin's glider, then turned around and took a direct hit from Green Goblin's flying knife with his back. Green Goblin's flying knife was no ordinary weapon. The blade was made of a super alloy developed by the Osborne group, extremely hard and sharp. The hilt was equipped with 2 miniature accelerator-guided thrusters. Therefore, even though Captain's flash armor was made of graphene fiber material, it still couldn't prevent the flying knife from piercing through. With the powerful thrust of the 2 miniature thrusters, the blade deeply penetrated Captain's body. At the same time, enduring the pain of his muscles being torn by the flying knife. Captain's actions were not slow. He quickly took out a capsule box from his waist, retrieved a capsule containing the vibranium nano suit, and completed the suit's equipment. Clang! The automatically deploying vibranium nano suit covered the entire body of Captain, simultaneously pushing out the foreign object. The flying knife. The highly intelligent nanoparticles detected the injury on Captain's back and immediately took emergency measures to halt the bleeding from the wound. Green Goblin's flying knife had indeed inflicted considerable harm to Captain. The high-speed penetration of the blade into the muscle tissue, coupled with the chaotic jet stream generated by the thrusters on the hilt of the knife, caused the blade to rotate irregularly inside Captain's body, resulting in a secondary injury. And this secondary injury caused by the rotation of the blade was even more severe than the initial piercing wound. Captain could clearly feel the intense pain emanating from the wound on his back. If it weren't for the nano suit temporarily suppressing the injury, he might have been unable to move by now. However, the plan was proceeding relatively smoothly. After equipping the vibranium nano suit, Captain turned his back to Green Goblin, using his own body as a shield and continued the operation he hadn't completed before. After Green Goblin's attacks landed on Captain's nano suit, they lost their original power and had no effect on Captain whatsoever. As a result, even though Green Goblin was reluctant to engage Captain in close combat, he had no other choice now. The situation had reversed, and he had to get personally involved to prevent Captain from completing his actions. Without any hesitation, for the sake of fulfilling his revenge plan, Green Goblin had put everything on the line, including his own life. He flew over Captain's head and then disengaged from the glider, leaping from the air. Thunk! Following the enormous kinetic energy from the acceleration due to gravity, Green Goblin directly tackled Captain to the ground. In this self-sacrificing attack from Green Goblin, Captain's mobile device slipped from his grip and fell to the edge of the platform, as if a light breeze or a slight tremor could cause it to plummet. Seeing this, Green Goblin, who was on top of Captain, immediately attempted to knock the device off first. However, in the split second when Green Goblin started to rise, the quick-thinking Captain grabbed his ankle, bringing him into direct contact with the ground. But at this moment, Captain didn't immediately retrieve his phone. Instead, he seized the opportunity to kick Green Goblin off the platform. Only after doing so did he look at his device teetering on the edge of the platform, retrieve it, and return to the central computer to resume his previous operation. Green Goblin, kicked off the platform by Captain, rapidly descended several dozen meters in a short span of time. However, Green Goblin's reactions were swift. Calmly, he summoned his glider, stopping his descent just in time. Yet, just as he was about to ascend again to continue engaging Captain, a series of rapid thuds echoed through the air. A series of bullets came at him from behind, landing directly on his Green Goblin battle armor. Although Green Goblin battle armor utilized the highest level bulletproof technology from the Osborne group, it was still somewhat insufficient against such powerful machine gun fire. The dense bullets left a multitude of Vikos on the armor at first, and then, quite coincidentally, some of the bullets hit those Vikos, completely bypassing the armor's defense and causing damage to Green Goblin. The bullets had their energy weakened by the armor. And combined with the serum-enhanced Green Goblin's own heightened pain response, his reactions became even quicker. He immediately adjusted the glider beneath his feet to evade the bullet onslaught. Turning his head, Green Goblin realized that the attacker was a Quinjet in the sky. Captain standing on the tower had a clearer view. He could see a familiar face waving at him through the cockpit's glass, the seasoned agent and his junior fanboy, Phil Coulson. Upon receiving Viko's speculative report about Green Goblin's plan, Coulson promptly reported the situation to a member of the World Security Council. He began assembling his team members and prepared to take necessary actions, even if it meant acting against the Council's decision, in order to assist the Avengers. As expected, his action request was denied on grounds of insufficient key evidence. Helpless, Coulson rallied the team members who were willing to defy the Council's decision and participate in the operation, and they set their plan into motion. The reason Coulson and his team were able to arrive so swiftly was because, after contacting Viko, they obtained permission to use a spatial teleportation gate. At the same time, Viko provided them with Green Goblin's location information. With Coulson's shield providing cover against Green Goblin's harassing interference, Captain focused entirely on his task. With only 1 minute and 5 seconds left until the emitter finished charging, time was ticking away. 60 seconds, 59 seconds, 58 seconds. Time continued to diminish. Captain remained steady as he meticulously connected each wire to the device's data interface. 20 seconds, 21 seconds, finally, with only 18 seconds left on the countdown, Captain successfully linked the device to the central computer. Viko, I've completed my end. Without delay, Captain immediately contacted Viko to share the news. Understood, Captain, leave the rest to me, you can relax. After receiving Viko's reply, Captain could finally let go of the tension in his heart. He believed that Viko could handle the remaining tasks. As expected, just a few seconds after his communication with Viko ended, the countdown on the central computer froze at 10 seconds. Soon after, the entire system started displaying a series of numerical gibberish. Ultimately, all data on the screen returned to nothingness, and the entire control system was completely destroyed. At this moment, Captain dared to focus all his attention on Green Goblin. Turning around to look at Green Goblin, who was constantly maneuvering to evade as the Quinjet locked onto him, Captain took a deep breath into his lungs and shouted loudly towards Green Goblin, Norman Osborne. Your identity has been uncovered by us, and your plan has been thwarted. While I deeply regret the unfortunate events that befell your son, Harry Osborne, due to the Avengers' insufficient capabilities, your current actions, if known by your deceased son, would surely not make him proud of you. While your sins are not yet irredeemable, surrender now, drop your resistance, and accept the legal consequences. Hi. Consequences? If justice truly imposes consequences on those with severe sins, then how would you be judged for causing the death and injury of thousands in Seoul, bringing the entire city to ruin? You Avengers, who claim the banner of justice while inflicting violence upon innocent civilians, still bask in the applause of the masses, the fear of the government. Have you faced any punishment at all? Is that your version of justice? I've heard from media reports about the code name you've given me, Green Goblin. I quite like that name. Justice that angels cannot impose, let demons execute in their stead. I will show you the true hell. You all think my ultimate plan involves releasing a massive biochemical gas emitter, spreading deadly biochemical weapons across all of Europe, shattering the Avengers' faith. I'm not wrong, am I? But that was merely a ruse I wanted you to believe. Hi, Chai. Even my fervent efforts to stop you from halting the emitter's startup sequence were nothing more than a facade. The reason I've done all this, the reason I stayed here to play this hero-villain game with you, was merely to buy time. The adversaries you're about to face are more numerous, stronger, and devoid of any reason. Chapter 357. That's why I wanted to obtain a large-scale biochemical gas emitter. It's not about carrying out some kind of massacre, and the substances injected into the emitter aren't deadly biochemical weapons. This thing isn't poisonous. For many, it might even be a beneficial remedy. After all, it can regenerate limbs, bestow unparalleled self-healing abilities, and grant immense strength and agility. In this light, the masses across all of Europe should be grateful to me for giving them such an opportunity to evolve and transcend, liberating them from the fate of being crushed by the aftermath of battles among you so-called superheroes. What are you talking about? Beneficial remedy, evolution, what does this all mean? What is your true intention? Seeing Green Goblin abandon his previous anxious demeanor and adopt a manic arrogance as he revealed his plot, Captain felt an immediate sense of danger. What was even more chilling was that all of their side had been manipulated like pawns in Green Goblin's game. His meticulous calculations, his precise understanding of their information, had surpassed the limits of what Captain could imagine. Yet, one thing he was certain of was that Green Goblin's self-assured appearance wasn't an act. Through Green Goblin's eyes, Captain once again glimpsed that madness and excitement he had seen in the Vienna United Nations meeting room. It was the inner emotion Green Goblin only revealed when his plans succeeded. Hi. I might as well tell you. You're too late to stop me now. Thanks to the holographic replication and three-dimensional printing technology invented by Viko Stark in your Avengers, I managed to duplicate a fully functional large-scale biochemical gas emitter in the shortest time possible. What you can see now is nothing more than a decoy left behind to divert your attention. The real emitter that will be effective is placed somewhere else, where it's charging up. By now, that emitter should have completed its charging preparations, ready to ascend and initiate the release process. Once the emitter starts, the regenerative serum I injected into it will be dispersed across the entire European continent. The ordinary people affected by the serum will all transform into bloodthirsty lizard monsters devoid of humanity and reason. At that point, I'm curious to see what choices the Avengers will make when the very people they vowed to protect turn on them, seeking to devour their flesh and blood. Your evil plan will never succeed. Just as Green Goblin revealed in his triumph, Viko and the others, who had fallen behind Captain, finally arrived. Upon hearing the scenario described by Green Goblin, Falcon's overwhelming sense of justice couldn't be contained any longer. He soared into the sky and charged Green Goblin with a bullish force. Bang! Without any preparation, Green Goblin was sent tumbling by Falcon's charge. Viko and Scarlet Witch utilized their abilities to take to the air, encircling Green Goblin. In the sky, the Coulson team's Quinjet, along with Viko, Falcon, and Scarlet Witch, blocked his escape route. On the ground, Quicksilver, Black Panther, Bucky, and Natasha cut him off. Green Goblin was undoubtedly trapped within the Avengers' encirclement. He had nowhere to run. Wanda, quickly use your mind control ability to infiltrate his memories and find out where the other emitter is located. We don't have much time. Viko's expression turned grave as he looked at Scarlet Witch. Scarlet Witch nodded, and a crimson mist began to spread from her hands. With her telekinetic powers, she immobilized Green Goblin and then invaded his mind, delving into his memories. Ah! Just as the group waited for Scarlet Witch to bring them some good news, she suddenly clasped her head in agony, her expression contorted in pain. What's wrong, Wanda? Falcon, who was nearby, rushed to her side to support her. It's not working, I can't retrieve the memories from Green Goblin's mind. His thoughts are too chaotic and violent, filled with negative emotions. Just resisting the assault of this madness has depleted all my strength. I have no capacity left to access the memories. Hi. You don't need to struggle anymore, evolution has already begun, and your failure is inevitable. As he noticed a pale green mist beginning to spread through the air around Lithuania, he knew his plan had succeeded. In the coming minutes, the regenerative serum would spread across the entire European continent, affecting every living creature that inhaled it into their respiratory systems. At that point, whether it was humans, pets, or livestock, all would turn into the most terrifying monsters, simultaneously becoming the most formidable enemies of the Avengers Alliance. Before the echo of Green Goblin's words faded, Bucky on the ground suddenly became agitated. Green scales started to grow densely over his body, and a sturdy lizard tail sprouted from his back. Witnessing this horrifying sight, Scarlet Witch instinctively formed a shield using her telekinetic powers, protecting herself and Falcon beside her. Within the Quinjet, due to the utilization of an internal air circulation system, they luckily evaded the danger. On the ground, Quicksilver's vibranium nanosuit had already filtered the regenerative serum's effects before it entered his body. Black Panther and Captain America are the same in this regard. The visors of their suits possess the same filtering function, so they haven't been affected by the serum and transformed into lizard-like beings. As for Natasha, due to undergoing the ultimate transformation, the regenerative serum would trigger a more intense immune response when it entered her body compared to others. This instantly destroyed the serum's activity through her robust immune system, not to mention the hundreds of degrees Celsius of body temperature produced by the immune reaction, rendering the regenerative serum completely ineffective. As for Viko, there's no need to mention him. Also having undergone the ultimate transformation. The nanobots within his body are capable of exerting powerful effects equivalent to immune cells, and he hasn't been affected by the regenerative serum either. So among the group, only Bucky is the unfortunate one who once again lost himself due to the influence of external modifications. Can we say this is his destiny? However, even if it's only Bucky, this outcome is already quite terrible. Even the super-enhanced assassin subjected to Hydra's modifications can't resist the effects of the regenerative serum. The Avengers and the Coulson team can already envision the impending scenario where they'll face a besieging horde of lizard-like creatures. Chapter 358. Racing against the clock, the Avengers ultimately fell victim to Green Goblin's carefully crafted conspiracy, allowing him to successfully complete his plan. The price the Avengers had to pay for this failure was the innocent populace and ecological environment of the entire European continent, an undeniably heavy toll. Faced with this outcome, even Captain America, whose determination was unwavering, now revealed sadness and despair in his eyes. While everyone else was startled by the difficulties before them, only Viko maintained a calm mind. He moved directly to Green Goblin's side and knocked him unconscious. Wanda, use your telekinetic abilities to restrain the lizard creature that Bucky has become, don't let him escape. Bucky's physical qualities and combat instincts surpass those of ordinary individuals by a large margin. If he's allowed to act recklessly, the other lizard creatures will soon gather under his influence, forming a group, which will make our situation even more challenging. After subduing Green Goblin, Viko quickly shouted to Scarlet Witch. Hearing Viko's words, Black Panther, Quicksilver, and Natasha on the ground, who were closest to Bucky, also snapped back to reality and hurried over to restrain the lizard creature Bucky had transformed into. With the assistance of her companions, Scarlet Witch found the task considerably easier and didn't give Bucky a chance to escape. Hey! Folks, it's not the time for despair yet. As an avid fan of the Spider-Man series in his previous life, Viko vividly remembered Green Goblin's plan, which was essentially a variation of the Lizard's plan from the movies. However, while the Lizard's plan was confined to the city of New York, Green Goblin used the spreading capabilities of the large-scale biochemical gas emitter to expand the scope to the entire European continent. Of course, in the movie's storyline, it would ultimately be the superheroes who defeat the evil forces and heroically save the world. In Viko's recollection, Spider-Man, as portrayed in the plot, managed to reverse the serum released by the lizard, creating an antidote that reverted the lizard people back to ordinary humans. Since there was already such a precedent, Viko believed that the same procedure shouldn't pose a significant problem for him, especially given that he possessed the extremis virus, a potent tool, and was highly skilled in human augmentation. Thus, Viko immediately gathered everyone and conveyed his idea to the other members, so, it's not the time for despair yet, we still have a chance to turn the situation around. Now, the most crucial thing is to obtain the original serum from Green Goblin's possession to complete the research and production of the reversal serum. What's your plan? We're all under your command now, just give the orders. Following suit, the other members also voiced their support, agreeing to follow Viko's commands. After all, Viko was the only one with the capability to lead them in accomplishing the reversal. Alright, I believe we should split into 3 teams now. Natasha and the Coulson team will contact the World Security Council to enforce a transportation blockade over the entire European region. Simultaneously, you need to find my old man. With him, our progress in reversing the serum can be expedited. Pietro, you and Captain are the fastest together, use the spatial portal to return to New York. Search Osborne Group and Norman Osborne's estate for any remaining samples of Green Goblin's serum. Or serum formulas and research data. Baymax, you can assist them, and I permit you to directly infiltrate the Osborne Group servers to search for any useful leads. As for the remaining team members, come with me. On one hand, we need to retrieve the 2 large-scale biotoxin emitters that Green Goblin set up in Lithuania. These will be used to release the antidote for the reversal serum. On the other hand, if Quicksilver and Captain don't find any information or samples of the serum, we need to extract critical information directly from Green Goblin. With the mission plan laid out, everyone immediately began to act according to Viko's instructions. Viko, along with Black Panther, Falcon, and Scarlet Witch, escorted Green Goblin and the lizard creature Bucky back to his laboratory at Stark Industrial Park. The reason for not choosing a more advanced and well-equipped laboratory was mainly due to the high number of regular employees and visitors in a company building. Bucky's current appearance would likely frighten them and cause unnecessary panic. First, Green Goblin was confined in a cell shielded by energy. Then, Viko extracted some blood samples from the lizard creature Bucky for the upcoming research. If Captain America and the others truly hadn't acquired any samples or data of the serum and couldn't get useful information from Green Goblin, this would be their last hope to resolve the issue. By deducing the formula components of the reversal serum from Bucky's mutated blood samples, they could attempt to create the antidote. Although this method was more challenging and time-consuming, it was a fallback plan. Viko's concern was that if time dragged on for too long, the ordinary citizens who had already mutated into lizard creatures would suffer a significant death toll. Furthermore, the economic losses caused by this crisis would have a long-lasting impact on the global economic situation. We must develop an effective reversal serum as soon as possible. Placing the extracted blood samples into the analysis apparatus, Baymax would assist him in analyzing and extracting the data, extracting useful information to enhance Viko's work efficiency. Then, Viko entered the cell where Green Goblin was confined, accompanied by Scarlet Witch. When Viko had knocked him out earlier, his anger had driven his actions, and his strike had been far from gentle. Despite the enhancement from the semi-finished serum for super soldiers, Green Goblin hadn't regained consciousness till now. Well, that actually saves me some trouble, so I don't have to knock him out again. Wanda, as you've likely witnessed before when you were with Captain, I successfully helped Bucky overcome the negative effects using a device that emits brainwaves. He managed to retrieve critical information from his own memories. However, Green Goblin isn't like Bucky. He won't willingly cooperate to reveal the information we need. That's why I need your assistance. I'll use a brainwaves link device to establish a mental connection between you and Green Goblin. Through this channel, you can retrieve the information we need from his memories. Additionally, it will help you suppress Green Goblin's wild consciousness, allowing you to smoothly complete this task. So, the next steps are up to you. Leave it to me, after all, I'm now a full-fledged member of the Avengers, I won't let you down and will complete the mission. Chapter 359. Inside the room, Green Goblin and Scarlet Witch sat on opposite sides, each wearing a brainwaves link device crafted by Viko. The difference was that Scarlet Witch's seat was extremely comfortable, equipped with cushions and pads to meet comfort needs. On the other hand, Green Goblin wasn't as comfortable. Not only was he disarmed, but he was securely fastened to an interrogation chair. To prevent him from waking up midway through the plan. Breaking free from his restraints, Viko had tightly bound him with graphene ropes, making him look like a big dumpling. Are you ready? I'm about to initiate the brainwaves link device. I'm ready, we can start whenever, Scarlet Witch nodded with determination evident in her expression. All right. Once the plan begins, I will guide your consciousness into a virtual world. Initially, you might feel a slight dizziness, but this process is brief. Once the dizziness subsides, you will see a gateway in front of you. Enter through the gateway, and inside is the room containing Green Goblin's memories. Your task is to flip through his memory scenes like viewing surveillance footage and find information about the regenerative serum. You can close your eyes now. The brainwaves link device will help you enter deep sleep and establish a connection between both of your consciousnesses. Scarlet Witch followed Viko's instructions and slowly closed her eyes. Under the influence of the brainwaves link device, she gradually entered a state of drowsiness. However, her peaceful slumber didn't last long. Before she knew it, she experienced the dizziness that Viko had mentioned. It felt as if her consciousness was being pulled out of her body and thrown into a rapidly spinning whirlpool, where the boundaries between sky and earth seemed to vanish, blending into a blur. Fortunately, just as Viko had said, the uncomfortable dizziness didn't last too long, though it still took her a while to recover from the queasiness in her stomach. Once again feeling the solid ground beneath her feet and the stillness of her surroundings, Scarlet Witch had never imagined that such a sensation could feel so precious. She silently swore to herself that if she had a chance to do it over, she would rather endure the chaos and negative emotions from Green Goblin's mind rather than go through this disorienting state again. After the complaints subsided, the mission had to continue. After all, she had managed to endure the unbearable dizziness, and if she couldn't complete the mission now, all the sacrifices she had made would truly be in vain. Turning her head to look around, Scarlet Witch immediately spotted the large door Viko had mentioned. Approaching the door, she pushed it open and entered the room. The room was dimly lit, but she could still make out all the items and furnishings inside. In front of her was a wooden office desk with a disk array placed on top of it. Next to it was an inactive management computer. It really is just like viewing surveillance footage, Scarlet Witch mused. Seeing the environment inside the room, Scarlet Witch didn't waste much time. She directly activated the management computer and began searching for key information related to the regenerative serum in Green Goblin's memories. She first filtered out the memory segments of Green Goblin from the time of the Seoul battle until the present, then accelerated the playback speed for examination. After an unknown amount of time had passed, although there were occasional pieces of information related to the regenerative serum in the footage, they didn't hold significant relevance for Viko's research on an antidote. By the time she had gone through all the memory scenes from this period, she hadn't found the content she needed. Let's take a look at the earlier memory segments, there might be something we missed. Given the gravity of the situation, Scarlet Witch couldn't afford to be careless. Besides, she had endured quite a bit of torment for this mission, she couldn't just let it go like that. Continuing to rewind, starting from the accidental death of Green Goblin's son during the Seoul battle and moving backwards in time, Scarlet Witch finally struck gold. She saw the incident that had occurred before Norman Osborne became Green Goblin, involving an accident at Osborne Industries and the covert confinement of Dr. Kurt Connors, who had transformed into a lizard-like creature, in the Osborne estate. I've finally found it. Scarlet Witch had no idea how long she had been in front of the monitor. Since she was in a state of consciousness, hunger wasn't something she felt, and time within the virtual world flowed at an unusually slow pace. In this desolate and solitary space, persevering and staying focused on her task wasn't an easy feat. So, when she finally found the crucial information, her excitement was understandable. It meant she could finally leave this dreadful place. In the real world, Viko stood in front of the control panel, attentively observing the data of Scarlet Witch's mental fluctuations on the screen. If any abnormality occurred in the data, which could potentially cause serious harm to Scarlet Witch's psyche, Viko would immediately terminate the plan and separate her consciousness from the projection of Green Goblin's memories. Fortunately, up to this point, apart from the initial phase of consciousness detachment when Scarlet Witch's mental state had been fluctuating slightly, all the data remained stable. Is she about to come out? Suddenly, the mental data displayed on the screen exhibited intense fluctuations. Viko was well aware that these were mental tremors that occurred when the consciousness was leaving the virtual world. In Norman Osborne's underground chamber, Green Goblin has sealed all items related to the regenerative serum there. Alright, I've got it. I'll convey this information to the captain and Pete shortly. For now, you should rest well. Spending an extended period in a virtual space, examining someone else's memories, places considerable strain on your psyche. Get a good night's sleep, the remaining Avengers will take care of what's to come. By the time you wake up, everything will surely be resolved. Scarlet Witch merely murmured softly in response, and she had already drifted off to sleep, her fatigue evident on her face. Baymax, ensure that Wanda has a pleasant dream on my behalf, let's consider it a reward for her hard work. No problem, Master. Glancing at Scarlet Witch, who now wore a sweet smile due to the dreams conjured by Baymax, Viko smiled faintly and left the room with Green Goblin. Next, it's all up to the efficiency of the captain and the others. Chapter 360. Viko's tasks on this end had mostly been completed. What remained was to see if the other two teams could successfully accomplish their assigned missions as well. The first team to return was the duo of Natasha and Coulson. The current state of Europe was an undeniable reality presented before the eyes of the World Security Council, leaving them with no choice but to respond. In fact, when the council members personally witnessed that the reports mentioned by Coulson had indeed materialized, they were genuinely startled. However, the reason for their shock was not the significant changes occurring in Europe, but rather Coulson's earlier application for action. This was equivalent to accusing them of being aware but inactive in the face of this event, leaving them guilty of inaction. For their future political careers, this was a major stain if subsequent remedial actions didn't yield results. Their political careers would effectively come to an end. The captivating power they held would slip into the hands of others, and years of cultivation would vanish into thin air. In this context, the World Security Council members naturally couldn't afford to act passively any longer. With one decisive command, all S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, regardless of their mission locations, were ordered to immediately return to the Triskelion headquarters, awaiting further assignment and deployment. Meanwhile, several nations situated along the border of Europe had already taken action under the coordination of the United Nations. They had dispatched substantial military forces to construct defensive structures cutting off the transcontinental routes and guarding critical passages. Even the Avengers, who had often been at odds with the United Nations, were granted exceptional autonomy this time. They were permitted to act according to their own judgments and make prompt responses in the face of changing circumstances. The sole requirement for the Avengers was to put forth their utmost effort to resolve the crisis in Europe. It seems these officials are truly anxious this time. They've completely disregarded their own reputation and granted us full autonomy. Our previous deadlock wasn't due to excessively stringent conditions, but rather their insufficient interests. Yet, when everything is coated in a veneer of righteousness, their performances could even deceive themselves. Coulson listened to Viko's rant about their superiors with a mix of embarrassment and understanding. Having been a civil servant for so long, he was well acquainted with the bureaucratic tendencies of these leaders. Viko's scolding was indeed accurate and illustrated how profoundly their bureaucratic mindset had hindered the efficiency and realization of their organizational tasks. Recalling the frustration he had experienced under these officials' rule, Coulson couldn't help but mutter a few choice expletives in his mind about their mothers, then shifted the conversation back to the main topic. Tony's also agreed to lend a hand, but he needs to make a stop at the Avengers compound first to change into his new armor, so he'll arrive a bit later than us. Just as Coulson finished speaking, Viko received a report from Baymax. Sir has arrived at the main entrance. Speaking of the devil, he's here. Coulson, my old man's arrived, but it seems he's too embarrassed to come in. Let's go down and meet him. Outside the main entrance on the ground floor, Tony and Rhodey had already touched down, but they hadn't directly entered the lobby. Instead, they were sneaking around at the entrance, peeking inside cautiously. Clap. Dad, why are you lurking out here instead of going in? Viko suddenly appeared behind Tony and gave him a light pat on the shoulder. However, this simple action caused Tony to jump like a startled rabbit, his eyes nearly popping out of his sockets. What are you doing? Don't you know scaring people can lead to a heart attack? And where was I being sneaky? I was just maintaining a necessary sense of vigilance. Tony kept patting his heart, his breath slightly accelerated from the shock he had just received. Even in such a state, Tony didn't forget to find excuses for himself, truly preferring to suffer than lose face. Oh, I see. Seeing his old man looking so guilty, Viko immediately understood why Tony was avoiding a direct entrance. You're worried about feeling awkward when you meet Captain, don't know how to face him, right? Nonsensical, utter nonsense. Why would I feel awkward? If anyone should feel awkward, it should be Steve when he sees me. He's the one who doesn't know how to face me. Humph. I'm going to walk in there openly to show you that I'm not backing down. Alright, you don't have to pretend. We've been living together for so many years, don't I know you well enough? Relax. Captain and Pete are still out on a mission and haven't returned. Besides, you're going to the lab to work a bit, you and him won't cross paths for a while. After hearing Viko's words, Tony let out a discreet sigh of relief. However, he executed the action so subtly that it was practically imperceptible. But Viko wasn't an ordinary person, let alone after undergoing the modifications from the Heaven's Eye virus that granted him enhanced informational vision. Tony's small gesture was naturally not hidden from his eyes. Tony, who had been discovered by Viko regarding his facade of bravado, finally let his guard down and reverted to his usual self. Throughout their journey to the laboratory, he cracked numerous jokes, aiming to prove that he wasn't afraid of face-to-face interactions with Captain. However, once they entered the laboratory, Tony's demeanor shifted. His entire presence exuded seriousness. This time, both he and Viko carried an immense responsibility on their shoulders. The success of reversing the crisis rested upon them, particularly on the antidote they were preparing to develop. Now, do we have any known information about the regeneration serum released by Green Goblin in Europe? How's the progress on the experiments? Once he entered his work mode, Tony immediately began to gather information about the research's progress. As of now, we know that the regeneration serum project was initially launched by Dr. Kurt Connors to treat patients with limb deficiencies. The inspiration behind it was to transfer the gene expression mechanism responsible for the regeneration of a lizard's tail to the human body, allowing humans to acquire similar regenerative abilities in cases of limb loss. However, you're already aware of the situation across the entire European continent. This project ultimately ended in failure. I've already extracted blood samples from the lizard people and had Baymax analyze them for me. However, if we want to expedite the research progress on the reversal serum, we need Captain and the others to bring back the regeneration serum samples and research data as soon as possible. Viko had just finished speaking when Baymax delivered excellent news to the lab. Master, Captain and Pete have returned. Chapter 361. Regarding the return of Captain and Pietro, Tony didn't leave the lab to greet them. Although he said it wasn't because he would be awkward after meeting, anyone with clear eyes could see the real reason he didn't want to show up. But since he didn't want to come out, Viko didn't want to force anything. He could only go downstairs by himself to confirm the situation with Captain and the others. After coming downstairs, what Captain and Quicksilver brought back truly surprised Viko. Not only did they obtain the remaining regenerative serum and related research data in the Osborne manner, but they also unexpectedly gained another Surprizia lizard doctor who had been imprisoned by the Green Goblin in the experimental chamber. Dr. Lizard that Viko saw now no longer had the fierce and furious appearance from the previous films. Being subjected to long-term blood and tissue extraction by the Osborne family's researchers for research purposes, and constantly injected with excessive sedatives to suppress Lizard's violent tendencies. Dr. Lizard in the experimental chamber that Viko saw now even gave him a feeling of being emaciated. With the unexpected gain of Dr. Lizard, Viko now had an additional subject for testing the reversal serum, which was undoubtedly a good thing. After exchanging information with Captain about the current progress, Viko returned to the lab with samples and data of the regenerative serum. After all, time was of the essence, and both sides understood this implicitly. With the original samples of the regenerative serum, the research progress of Viko and Tony could be described as advancing at a rapid pace. One of these two men was someone who could rely on a hammer to create steel armor in a cave in Afghanistan, a formidable individual. The other was a being elevated by the gods of Asgard as one of the wisest creatures in the 9 realms, even in the entire universe, with no equal. With these two working together to tackle the development of the reversal serum, the results need not be stated explicitly. The only question was how fast can it be? Old man, have the calculation results on your end come out? I'm already prepared for the genetic transcription of the extremis virus. Working in his own lab, Viko was clearly more adept at tasks compared to Tony. With the assistance of Baymax and miniaturized robots, Viko finished his task ahead of Tony. It'll be ready soon, stop rushing me. Viko's lead made Tony feel somewhat uneasy and his tone turned sour in response. However, after living with Tony for so long, Viko had already grown accustomed to his unpredictable childlike temper. So, he didn't really bother with Tony's attitude. After all, he had already won in terms of completing the work quickly. As a winner, he should show some tolerance to the loser and comfort their fragile heart. A few minutes later, Tony's data calculations were also successfully completed. Combining the data Tony provided, Viko made some adjustments to the entire transcription process. I've transferred the data to the experimental monitoring server for Baymax to access directly. You can load it onto the transcriptor. Hearing that Tony had finished the data calculations, Viko nodded and quickly loaded the data onto the instrument in front of him, starting to attempt the configuration of the reversal serum. It worked. This should achieve the desired effect. Whether it can achieve the effect we calculated remains to be seen by actually performing it in the real world. Tony took the opportunity to throw a bucket of cold water on Viko. It turned out that in order to save time in the preliminary trial and data calculations, Viko deliberately activated a virtual laboratory and accelerated the passage of time in the virtual world. The successful result of the simulated experiment now indicated the feasibility of their calculations. The next step was to return to the real world and see if they could achieve the desired results. Exiting the virtual laboratory, Viko wasted no time transferring the extremis virus to the prepared petri dishes and mixed it with the regenerative serum in the biological cell culture medium. The first experimental trial in the real world officially began. Speaking of which, the extremis virus, discovered by his father's ex-girlfriend, or rather, his former fling, Dr. Maya Hansen, was truly revicoable. It could be considered a versatile existence in genetic modification technology. Using the extremis virus as a medium, Viko could freely manipulate gene expression and sequences within a living organism. Combining the experience from previous attempts at developing variants of the extremis virus, even though this was the first trial, Viko was confident in achieving success on the first try. Once the experiment started, Viko and Tony no longer needed to closely monitor it and could relax a bit. Baymax, now upgraded to an intelligent life form, was fully capable of supervising and controlling the entire experiment. However, this experiment was of great importance. Although Baymax was highly reliable, both of them still couldn't relax their guard. So, they decided to stand by the incubator, closely monitoring the virus's gene transcription and mutation. Baymax, how much longer does it take to complete the gene transcription of this batch of viruses and reproduce an entirely new variant? Master, it will take approximately 35 more minutes. I suggest you and the old master take a rest together. I will be tracking the process throughout. Based on the simulated experiment in the virtual laboratory, there shouldn't be any unexpected occurrences. It's not that we doubt you, you were designed and coded by my own hands, and now you've become the intelligent life form. Of course, I trust you. However, time is running short. And the situation is tense. Even if you let the two of us rest, we would still be preoccupied with this matter, and the effectiveness of the rest wouldn't be ideal. It's better to stay and observe the entire process for any factors we might not have considered. If any problems arise, it would help us identify the source quickly during the next experiment and resolve it. In reality, the anxiety about the success or failure of the experiment wasn't confined to just Tony and Viko. Outside the laboratory, Other members of the Avengers had no insight into the lab's conditions or research progress. Their worries were even greater than those of Viko's group. Finally, after enduring the agonizing wait for over 30 minutes, the red status light in the incubator went out, and the green status light turned on. This signified the completion of the entire virus gene transcription process and self-renewal replication. Viko couldn't wait any longer and opened the incubator. Looking at the medium that had turned pink in the petri dish, Viko knew that the results of this experiment should be a success. Chapter 362. Although at the moment, the just-obtained sample of the reversal serum closely resembled the serum manufactured in the virtual laboratory in terms of appearance. But the actual results were yet to be confirmed through instrument testing and practical trials on Dr. Lizard and Bucky before its effectiveness could be determined conclusively. Of course, before this, they needed to perform an additional step, purifying the cultured variant virus. The final product obtained would be the antidote of regenerative serum that could be used for the reversal treatment. Click buzz. After nearly an hour had passed, the laboratory doors finally opened once again. The people who had been waiting at the door swarmed in as soon as they saw Tony and Viko emerge, akin to husbands waiting outside a delivery room in a hospital. How is it? How is it? Has the research for the antidote of the regenerative serum been successful? Don't be hasty, the research work has temporarily concluded, and the reversal serum sample has been developed. However, the actual effect remains to be tested to know for sure. Viko gestured with both hands in the air to calm everyone down. As for Tony, he was currently exchanging an awkward gaze with Captain by the door. He didn't have time to explain to others. Cough cough. Captain cleared his throat twice, using it as a means to redirect his gaze towards Viko and ending the uncomfortable eye contact. Viko, in that case, proceed with clinical treatment quickly and assess the effectiveness of the reversal serum. The sooner we complete the production of the antidote, the smaller the losses caused by this incident will be. I'm aware of that, Viko nodded, saying, but scientific research follows a strict standard procedure. We can't abandon the rigorous pursuit of science just because time is pressing. This is even more crucial in clinical medicine, as any problems arising from widespread application would significantly increase the time and effort required for remediation. After discussing it with my dad, we believe it's best to begin with extracting a portion of active tissue from 2 patients for testing. If this experiment can confirm that the reversal serum we've developed can truly reverse the effects of the mutant regenerative serum, then we'll formally start clinical trials. How long? According to the plan you've proposed, how much time will it take to complete the verification of the reversal serum's effects? For Captain, he didn't really care about the rigorous scientific research logic that Viko and his team were discussing. What concerned him more was when the antidote would be successfully developed and when they could resolve the crisis in Europe. We currently don't have any clinical data on the effects of the reversal serum on individuals. We can't accurately predict its duration of action or treatment effectiveness. All I can say now is that if everything goes smoothly, optimistically, it will take at least a day to incorporate the reversal serum into widespread treatment. Captain's sense of urgency was fully understandable to Viko, but his unwavering faith in science was supreme. If they were to forsake the principles of rigorous research, it would be more unacceptable to him than losing another day. Too long. If we have to wait for another day, who knows how many deaths will occur among the European residents who have already mutated into lizard people. Moreover, it's difficult for the defense at the European border to hold up for that long. The lizard people move swiftly, and before long, a large number of them will gather at the border defenses. When facing a large army of lizard people that's both powerful and fearless of death, if the borderline collapses, this incident won't be confined to the European continent anymore. Both Captain and Viko had their own considerations and convictions, and neither could persuade the other to accept their viewpoint. The discussion reached a deadlock. But soon, Captain broke the impasse first, saying, Viko, if I'm willing to be a volunteer for the clinical trial, can we skip the pre-trial phase you mentioned and directly test the effectiveness of the reversal serum? That's impossible, the reversal serum won't have any effect on individuals who haven't mutated into. Captain, are you out of your mind? Initially, Viko thought Captain's words were about using the reversal serum on regular people, which would have no effect and yield meaningless data. But he quickly grasped Captain's true intention. Captain was suggesting injecting the regenerative serum into himself, turning into a lizard person. This would ensure the voluntary principle of the experiment and eliminate concerns about the unknown risks of direct medication. I'm not crazy. Just like during World War II, countless soldiers bravely went to battle, and even sacrificed their lives, to achieve peace and tranquility for their homeland. And the current situation is no different. We need someone to make a sacrifice to save those ordinary people who were living peaceful lives. In that case, I'm willing to be that sacrificial person. It's my duty and responsibility to be the primary candidate. All the Avengers present, including Tony, who had been avoiding direct eye contact with Captain, were shocked and admiring as they heard Captain's decision. "I cannot agree with you risking your safety like this." Viko unhesitatingly rejected Captain's dangerous idea. "It's just a matter of a little more time. I can work with my dad to compress the plan and keep the time within half a day, but I absolutely won't allow you to take such a risk." "You can't stop me, Viko. Even if you disagree, given my speed, you won't be able to prevent me from obtaining the regenerative serum. If I inject the regenerative serum and become a lizard person, then you'll still have to accept my plan. Furthermore, I have complete trust in your and Tony's abilities. The reversal serum you've developed will definitely be able to restore me to my original state, without any risks." "Captain, you're being too stubborn." Faced with Captain's determined resolve to sacrifice himself, Viko was truly helpless. "Alright, there's no need to discuss this any further. Everyone listen to me. Ultimately, all responsibility lies with me. Whatever consequences arise, I will bear them myself. However, I hope the entire experimental process can be carried out by Tony. If the final result is success, that's great, but if unfortunately it fails, Tony, you won't have any psychological burden. After all, I'm the one who's betraying, right? I couldn't care less about your life or death. Don't think that by taking this stance, I'll easily forgive you. I came to help resolve this incident. If the experiment succeeds, it's also for the sake of saving Europe's people. It has nothing to do with you." "I know." Hearing Tony's somewhat defiant words, Captain suddenly felt like their relationship had returned to the scene when the Avengers first gathered on the helicarrier. At that time, their relationship was similarly tense and conflicting, but the situation wasn't as complicated as it was now. "Humph. Knowing is enough. Good luck." "Captain, thank you, Tony." Chapter 363. Roar. After the regenerative serum entered Captain's body, it quickly took effect. Dense green scales grew on his body, a thick tail gradually formed behind him, and he now looked like a giant lizard. However, even Captain's strong will couldn't suppress the biological instinctive changes brought about at the genetic level. He began to transform like the other lizard people, becoming savage and bloodthirsty. He roared in anger, attempting to break free from the restraints on his body. Unfortunately, Viko had prepared thoroughly this time. Apart from allowing Captain to have his head exposed for breathing, he had used ropes woven from graphene fibers with a diameter of 1 centimeter to tightly bind him below the neck, securely immobilizing him. Compared to the restraints used on Green Goblin before, this time it was truly airtight. Yet, Viko now regretted not gagging Captain's mouth earlier, because that earlier roar not only hurt Viko's eardrums but also sprayed saliva all over his face, leaving him in a sticky state. "Now it's up to you, old man. I need to take a good bath. Who knows how long it's been since Captain last brushed his teeth." Tony didn't react to Viko's words. At this moment, Tony frowned with a serious expression. Even to those who were closest to him, it was difficult to see him wearing such an expression. Viko noticed Tony's tense state and refrained from saying anything more. He silently left the laboratory. Since Captain entrusted Tony and handed over the entire experimental process to him, Viko had no way to ease Tony's current stress. All he could do was hold on to the same trust and support, praying that this experiment would succeed. After taking a shower, Viko joined the other Avengers outside the laboratory, waiting for the final results of the experiment. This time, he experienced the agony of being kept outside, unaware of the progress of the experiment, just like the others. However, the most concerned among the group weren't Viko, but Falcon and Coulson, who were fans of Captain. This was evident from their pacing in front of the laboratory door. It wasn't clear how much time had passed, but after what felt like an eternity to everyone, the laboratory doors finally opened. As before, 2 figures emerged from the door, only this time, the other person changed from Viko to Captain. Seeing 2 people appearing simultaneously in front of them, everyone knew that the experiment had succeeded. Tony didn't keep anyone in suspense and directly announced to the group, the experiment was successful. The serum's reversal effect is very good. After being injected into the lizard person's body, the effects took place very rapidly. In less than 3 minutes, Captain's appearance returned to normal from that of a lizard person. 5 minutes after the injection, rationality completely returned to a normal state, and he can independently control his emotions. "Since you guys were done in 5 minutes, why did it take so long for you to come out? It's been nearly half an hour." Upon hearing that the entire treatment experiment only took 5 minutes, Rhodes immediately complained. It ended in 5 minutes and they made them suffer outside for almost half an hour. No wonder Rhodes was unhappy. "The treatment was done, but I still need to test the final effects of the reversal serum, right? In the time that follows, I've collected some blood and tissue samples from Captain. After identification with the testing equipment, It was confirmed that both the genetic level mutations and the residual amount of regenerative serum in the blood have met the compliance standards. Only then did I dare to come out and deliver this good news to you. Otherwise, I could have announced the new information first. If problems arose later, then it would be false news. And this time, the treatment I used was injection therapy, which might not be universally applicable to the current widespread mutations in Europe. Next, we still need to test the effectiveness of the aerosol inhalation therapy. If the results still meet expectations, then we can truly apply the reversal serum on a large scale in this incident. Otherwise, further optimization and enhancement of the reversal serum's efficacy would be necessary. Well, what are we waiting for? Hurry up and perform the testing. You two just stay here, get ready for the aerosol inhalation therapy test. I'll bring those two lizard folks over. After saying that, Rhodes hastily left with Falcon to bring Lizard Doctor and Lizard Bucky to the lab. Wait. Seeing Rhodes about to bring Lizard Doctor and Lizard Bucky into the lab, Viko quickly spoke up. He had always been cautious and hadn't told Tony that the other lizard person was Bucky. At that time, both Tony and Rhodes weren't present, so it hadn't been revealed through their unspoken understanding. But if Rhodes brings Lizard Bucky over, once the treatment is successful, it will be impossible to keep this matter a secret. At that point, Tony and Bucky might end up having a confrontation in their lab, and that's not a scene he wants to witness. Uncle Rhodes, let's leave this to Wanda and Pietro. Wanda has telekinetic abilities, and Quicksilver is fast enough to escape if needed. They'll be safer. Yes, let us handle it. Safer. Scarlet Witch immediately understood Viko's implication and quickly chimed in. Quicksilver was even more straightforward. He simply dashed over with a whoosh sound and had already returned Falcon and Rhodes to their original positions. Just remember to bring Lizard Doctor over, the other one can stay as a backup. Viko still had some concerns and reminded Quicksilver. No problem, leave it to my sister and me, don't worry. After saying that, Quicksilver picked up Scarlet Witch and vanished. Baymax, administer the antidote for the sedative to him. After he's fully awake, release the aerosolized reversal serum into the airtight chamber. Don't forget one important thing, start with a low concentration of the aerosol and gradually increase it. We need to determine how much dosage will be required if the reversal serum is ultimately applied on a large scale in Europe. Tony stood beside Viko and reminded him. Okay, Baymax, follow what Dad said. Understood, Master. Everything was ready, and from here on, they could entrust Baymax with the entire automated operation and supervision. They didn't need to invest too much of their own effort. Taking advantage of this moment, Viko turned to Tony and posed a dilemma. Dad, how do you intend to handle the issue between you and Captain? This incident has shown that there are certain problems that must be solved by the collective efforts of all members of the Avengers. As long as both of you haven't given up your roles and responsibilities as Avengers, sooner or later, you'll have to work together and fight alongside each other. We can't keep relying on situations like this where cooperation is awkward. You don't communicate or work together until a critical moment arrives. Continuing like this, we'll inevitably encounter accidents during missions. The question Viko raised was very realistic. Even if we don't consider the deep friendship between the two, for the stability of the Avengers and the success rate of their missions, resolving the issues between them is indeed a crucial matter. Then one of us should leave the Avengers. I'm willing to be the one to leave if there are situations in the future where you need my help. I can provide support as an outsider. Is that not a good solution? Dad, please don't say things like that. I'm having a serious discussion with you about this issue. I'm also seriously answering your question and not just speaking out of anger. After all, who between us has done something wrong? No one. I want revenge against Winter Soldier Bucky to seek justice for my parents. Is that wrong? But Captain America wants to protect his best friend, a comrade in arms. Is that wrong either? The problem is that the friend he wants to protect and the person I want to take revenge on are the same. Unless one of us is willing to compromise and back down, this issue can't be fundamentally resolved. That's why I said I'm willing to leave the Avengers. This way, it's the best choice for both him and me, as well as for the whole team. It avoids division and conflicts. And Pepper and I broke up. I haven't told you about this matter all this time, nor have I told anyone else. There are people in the world who need the help of superheroes every moment. Iron Man can't help everyone. I've been doing my best to play the role of Iron Man, but unintentionally, I neglected Pepper's feelings and lacked care and companionship for her. So, that is why I wanted to create Ultron and agreed to sign the Soul Accords. There are many superheroes in the world, you, Captain, Natasha, and the new generation like Pete and Wanda. But for Pepper, there's only one Tony Stark. It's also time for me to give her an explanation. This time, it's an opportunity for me. Leaving the Avengers would allow me to spend more time on my relationship with Pepper. What? Dad, you're really disappointing. I've gone this far to help you and Aunt Pepper, and now you're letting her slip away. Viko looked at Tony in shock and asked. Tony hadn't expected Viko's focus to be on this matter rather than his decision to leave the Avengers. Being questioned by Viko, Tony also felt a bit embarrassed. It was true that Viko had helped facilitate Tony's pursuit of Pepper in the first place, and now that he had messed things up, it was somewhat embarrassing. Alright, if you want to leave, just leave. I'll handle the Avengers' affairs, considering it as passing down the family business. However, if you fail to win Aunt Pepper back, I won't let you off easily. I'll expose your impotence issue and all the ugly things from the past. I'll make sure you can't hold your head up in public again. Cough cough cough. You're too harsh. Right now, let's focus on the matter of the reversal serum. I'll devote all my energy to dealing with Pepper's issue after this incident ends. Humph. Don't think you can divert the topic and placate me. If you don't meet my requirements, just wait and see. Just as Tony didn't know how to respond to Viko, the savior, Baymax, suddenly descended from the sky. Master, the experimental results are in. The aerosolized reversal serum achieves the same effect as the injection therapy. When the aerosol concentration reaches 0.02 mg per cubic meter, the reversal serum starts to take effect. At a concentration of 0.1 mg per cubic meter, optimal therapeutic results can be achieved. It's estimated that at this concentration, from the moment the serum takes effect to complete recovery, it would take approximately 12 minutes, meeting the standards for large-scale treatment application. So, to completely resolve the issues in the European continent, how much reversal serum do we need to prepare? Conservatively, we would need 500 liters of concentrated serum with an effective ingredient concentration of 95, given the current equipment capacity in the laboratory, it would take around 100 hours to complete the preparation. That's too long. Preparing under the lab's conditions won't work. We don't have that much time to waste. Hearing Baymax's response, Tony shook his head and directly denied the approach. It's a pity Stark Industries doesn't have any pharmaceutical-related businesses, otherwise, things would be much simpler. Suddenly, it seemed Viko had thought of something. Looking at Dr. Kurt Connors before him, who had already returned to his original appearance, he revealed a mysterious smile. Perhaps things aren't as complicated as we imagine. What do you mean? Tony asked, puzzled. Just because Stark Industries lacks biopharmaceutical equipment doesn't mean other companies do. I believe for the world's largest pharmaceutical company, Osborne Group, a capacity of a mere 500 liters shouldn't be a problem. Moreover, since this trouble was caused by their company's founder, we can't just clean up after them. It's time for Osborne Group to pay a price too. So what are we waiting for? Quickly gather all the experimental data for the reversal serum and approach the Osborne Group. Not so fast. Handling this ourselves might not necessarily yield results. Professional matters should be left to professionals. And who's more professional at coercion and pressure than government agencies? Baymax, summon Coulson for me, and let him know that I have an urgent task for him to complete. Chapter 364. The efficiency of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s operations are indeed clean, efficient and very rapid. Of course. There is also the influence of the behind-the-scenes pressure from the World Security Council, but for Viko, the process is not important. What matters is the result. Coulson personally appeared and brought 24 pieces of information to meet with the executives of the Osborne Group. One set was about the concealed lizard doctor incident involving the Osborne Group, as well as evidence that Norman Osborn, as the founder, is the Green Goblin. When the shareholders of the Osborne Group saw these pieces of evidence that were sufficient to drag the company's reputation and stock price into the abyss, along with the shady methods Coulson mentioned that government departments often use as threats, these profit-driven capitalists soon complied, agreeing to lend the Osborne Group's biopharmaceutical factory to contribute to the noble cause of world peace. Well, that's the kind of positive energy, with no trace of dirtiness or power struggle. As for the second set of information Coulson brought, it includes the scaled-up production process and technical data for the reverse serum. Coulson clearly stated the specifications and quantity of serum he needs. Some shareholders indicated that they would produce the serum as soon as possible, which would take about 2 hours. Having obtained the desired results and answers, Coulson left the 2 sets of information directly on the conference room table and then left the gates of the Osborne Group in a carefree manner. He needed to hurry back and tell the Avengers the news, so that everyone could prepare to depart for Lithuania. Once the Osborne Group produces the required 500 liters of high-concentration reverse serum, they can set off immediately without wasting any time. The reason for choosing Lithuania as the release location for the reverse serum is mainly because of its central position on the continent of Europa. Releasing the antidote here would allow the serum mist to spread most evenly. 2 hours later, Viko and the others were already prepared in front of the spatial teleportation gate in New York. The most important equipment, the large-scale biochemical gas emitter, had been transported to Lithuania in advance and set up. Scarlet Witch, Quicksilver, Falcon, and Natasha were dispatched to stay nearby to ensure its safety. Now, all they needed to do was to bring the reverse serum and converge, starting the collective treatment for all the organisms on the Europa continent that had undergone mutations due to the regenerative serum's influence. Coulson, why hasn't the Osborne Group's transport vehicle arrived? This is way too slow, we've been waiting here for almost 10 minutes. Indeed. Based on the distance between the Osborne Group's pharmaceutical factory and our spatial teleportation node, they should have arrived 5 minutes ago. If this continues, the situation in Europa could change again. And that's something we can't accept. Captain also harbored dissatisfaction with this. He didn't want the time he risked his life to secure to be wasted by others. If there were understandable reasons, it would be fine. But if the shareholders of the Osborne Group had some ulterior motives, then the Avengers couldn't be blamed for not showing any mercy. Don't be fooled by the fact that the Avengers are a superhero organization dedicated to maintaining peace, justice, and combating evil. The influence they can exert is not limited to just battles and confrontations. In the political field, Rhodey's background as a former military colonel and the Alliance's deep connections with high-ranking officials like Coulson and others in government departments are noteworthy. It's said that Tony and Viko's substantial capital have supported countless government legislators and leaders. In the economic arena, Stark Industries ranks among the top 10 global supergiants in terms of Viko value. Although Viko's research center is not publicly listed, its operations cover almost all open countries and regions globally, with trading shares accounting for 5% of the world's economic output. As the founder and largest shareholder, Viko has long held the top position on the list of billionaires, making him a force to be reckoned with. Wakanda is still closed to the world at this time, appearing to the uninformed as an agrarian nation, so Chala is not included in the wealth rankings. In the realm of technology, Viko's research center and Stark Industries hold the majority of top-tier technology patents, ranging from basic materials science to high-end manufacturing industries, making them the world's two largest patent licensing companies. With such overwhelming advantages across multiple fields, if they decide to use these connections to punish the Osborne Group, it would spell an inevitable disaster for the group, leaving them utterly defenseless. Of course, such measures can't be employed lightly. Taking such actions would project a sense of dominance and bullying in the public eye, damaging the reputation and image of the Avengers. Simultaneously, other companies and even political groups would likely unite to impose a series of restrictions and countermeasures against the Avengers to prevent themselves from facing similar blows in the future. It's akin to how the United Nations introduced the Seoul Accords, due to concerns about the Avengers' formidable strength and public influence. Rest assured, Captain. The Osborne Group's transport vehicle left the pharmaceutical factory on time and is also prepared to arrive here. As for why it's 5 minutes late, Captain and Uncle Rhodey, you both haven't experienced metropolitan workplace life, so you might not understand. Right now, it's the closing time for most companies and businesses. A large number of employees leave their workplaces during this time, and many of them use cars as their mode of transportation. A massive number of cars flood into the city roads within the same time frame, radiating outwards from the city center, which naturally leads to slow traffic and congestion. The Osborne Group's transport vehicle was only delayed due to rush hour traffic, causing a slight delay. Please be patient, as this falls under circumstances beyond our control. However, Viko's words were barely finished when the Osborne Group's transport vehicle appeared within their line of sight. Just as Viko had mentioned, the transport vehicle had arrived nearby. In an instant, it was right in front of them. Hurry up, it's already 5 minutes late. Why are we still dragging our feet here? Quickly unload the goods so we can set off promptly. Otherwise, if our mission is delayed, you won't get away with it. Rhodey's bossy and overbearing demeanor made him look like an annoying lackey, causing Viko beside him to burst into laughter. Don't listen to him, work efficiently, and let's complete the mission and return quickly. Uncle Rhodey, you're something else. They're just workers for the Osborne Group, why make things difficult for them? I know that, of course. I'm just worried they might not grasp the importance and urgency of this task. A little scare can push them to move faster. See? Their pace is much quicker now. Indeed, after Rhodey's little scare, the Osborne Group workers appeared more serious in their expressions and moved faster. In less than 5 minutes, the 500 liters of reverse serum, weighing half a ton, had been handed over to Viko and his team. Controlling microbots to transport all the reverse serum through the spatial teleportation gate, they reached the spatial teleportation node in Lithuania. A Quinjet was already waiting there. The serum was loaded onto the Quinjet's cargo bay, and then, under the skillful hands of the shield's pilot, the team and the serum were transported to the square at the Vilnius TV tower at the fastest speed. Above the square, a massive energy shield revealed a gap just wide enough for the Quinjet to pass through. This energy shield was designed to prevent the lizard-like creatures near the Vilnius television tower from approaching the emitter. At this moment, through the cockpit windshield of the Quinjet, the pilot could clearly see that the energy shield acted as a boundary, and they were surrounded by lizard-like creatures coming from all directions. The pilot, experiencing this scene for the first time, couldn't help but shiver. They swiftly landed the Quinjet, unloaded the cargo and personnel, then promptly took off from the area. The serum and equipment are all prepared. Viko and Tony injected the serum into the large-scale biochemical gas emitter and completed the final calibration of the device. Next, they could hand over the startup process entirely to Baymax. The emitter had undergone modifications and upgrades by Viko beforehand, not only replacing the central control system but also adding a wireless networking module. At the same time, Viko upgraded the energy system and release functionality of the entire device. It no longer requires prolonged charging, and the diffusion effect of the nanoenergy waves is significantly enhanced. Baymax, we're ready on our end. It's up to you to handle the activation from here on out. Based on atmospheric conditions data from weather satellites, you'll determine the appropriate moment to release the reverse serum. Leave it to me, Master. Baymax received the task and responded. Shortly after, the propulsion device at the bottom of the emitter started, lifting the emitter into the sky. Alright, everything we can do, everything we should do, has been done. Now, we'll see the effectiveness of the reverse serum in practical application. Don't worry, Viko, we all believe in your and Tony's abilities, this mission is sure to succeed. At the critical moment, Captain, the soul of the team, stepped forward to boost morale. It's starting to get windy. Tony next to him commented, feeling his hair tousled by the wind as he looked up at the emitter in the sky. A pink mist emerged from the emitter's nozzle, and under the dual effects of nanoenergy waves and air circulation, it rapidly expanded its coverage. In an instant, within the visible range of the Avengers, the sky had turned into a romantic shade of pink, creating a spectacular scene. Look, it seems like the lizard creatures over there are already affected by the reverse serum, their mutations are starting to reverse. Scarlet Witch noticed that in the area near the energy shield, which was first covered by the mist of the reverse serum, the dense group of lizard creatures was beginning to show signs of recovery. Their originally agitated and bloodthirsty behavior began to subside, and the fine green scales and skin on their bodies started shedding, much like snakes shedding their skin. Especially the enormous lizard tail behind them began rapidly shrinking and retracting. In just a few minutes, it had completely vanished. 10 minutes later, the group of lizard creatures that were the first to receive the effects of the reverse serum treatment had shed their lizard-like appearances completely, returning to their original human forms. However, due to the weakness that followed the transformation, they fell unconscious, lying naked on the ground without any awareness. Meanwhile, in the span of these 10+ minutes, the mist of the reverse serum that had been released had covered the entirety of Europe. It began healing the lizard people in other countries and regions as well as other creatures mutated by the regenerative serum. After approximately half an hour, according to the analysis of monitoring data obtained by Baymax from military satellites, the entire treatment process had been completed. The coverage spanned the entire continent of Europe, with the possibility of any stragglers being less than 1%. Baymax, expand the monitoring scope to include all street and indoor surveillance systems. Confirm again. If there's any single one that's been missed, immediately dispatch drones to administer treatment. After the first large-scale treatment operation, Viko instructed Baymax to conduct a thorough search for any potential oversights. The entire operation took nearly an hour. During this time, those who had reverted back to their original appearances gradually woke from their comas. However, they had hazy memories of the various experiences they had as lizard people, not quite remembering why they were lying naked alongside unfamiliar strangers. While the overall cultural norms in Europe were relatively open-minded, it wasn't to the extent of being comfortable with public nudity. Normal individuals, unless psychologically problematic, wouldn't typically feel at ease bearing all in public. As a result, upon regaining consciousness, almost everyone immediately covered their private areas, blushing with embarrassment and wishing they could escape back home. For those who had stayed relatively close to their homes, things weren't too bad. However, some individuals, after becoming lizard people, seemed to have an excess of energy. They ended up running to different cities or even neighboring countries, which created awkward situations. Particularly noteworthy were some well-known figures from various fields who had frequently appeared in the media. It remained uncertain if they would have the courage to continue showing up in front of cameras. Prior to this, in the rush to save time, both S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Avengers hadn't considered this issue. Now, everyone could only say that there was nothing more they could do. If anyone were to blame, it would be the Green Goblin. Perhaps people might even vote to make him the first openly executed terrorist in history. Chapter 365. Coulson, you need to give us a clear explanation. The World Security Council's actions are hypocritical and fickle. In the meeting room of the Avengers base, Rhodes was engaged in a heated argument with Coulson. The reason behind this was that after they had jointly resolved the Lizard People incident on the Europe continent and handed over the mastermind, Green Goblin, to S.H.I.E.L.D., the United Nations reneged on their previous promises to the Avengers. They used the Seoul Accord, which the Avengers had not officially agreed to, as a basis to place Captain America, Scarlet Witch, and Falcon, 3 members of the Avengers, under charges that violated international conventions, and subsequently detained them all. At the same time, Natasha had previously revealed information about the pursuit to Captain America, and her assistance in evading the pursuit was uncovered by a United Nations investigative group. This led to Natasha being charged with complicity and harboring. However, Natasha's instincts as a spy were still sharp. When the United Nations Action Unit began to apprehend Captain America and his team, Natasha had already sensed the danger and made preparations. By the time the capture was attempted, she had vanished without a trace. As for the Winter Soldier, Bucky Barnes, after undergoing treatment to restore his original appearance, he remained hidden within the old office building of the Viko Research Center, much like before. Therefore, he escaped the ordeal and found himself on the global wanted list alongside Natasha. However, he did not lose his freedom. As for Chala and Viko, while the World Security Council possessed evidence of their violation of the Seoul Accord, both were formidable figures, Chala being the next king of Wakanda and Viko a tech genius and a superbillionaire. Disturbing them wouldn't be wise for the council members, thus, they turned a blind eye and didn't focus their efforts on them. Even so, after the Avengers had helped inept governments and international organizations solve significant problems, they ended up facing this kind of treatment. The remaining members couldn't help but feel anger and resentment. And to make matters worse, the World Security Council members had passed a resolution to incarcerate Captain America and his 2 companions in the Raft Prison. It's important to note that the Raft Prison is one of the most tightly guarded and technologically advanced high-security prisons on Earth. Situated in the middle of treacherous oceans and submerged beneath the water's surface year-round, it's often referred to as an inescapable underwater tomb. From its inception, this prison was designed to house exceptionally dangerous supercriminals possessing special abilities. Some of these inmates were old acquaintances of S.H.I.E.L.D., handed over to them by the Avengers after being defeated. Now, the council members had placed Captain America and his companions in this prison. This wasn't just an insult to their reputation, it was clear that they were intentionally causing trouble for them. Sorry, Rhodey, I had no idea something like this would happen either. You know, I'm a devoted fan of Captain America. If I had known the senators were going to pull such a stunt, how could I not have informed Cap in advance? Coulson felt unjustly accused by Rhodey's questioning, and for him, the actions of the Security Council were equally difficult to accept. This wasn't just because of his admiration for Captain America, it was also due to the deep bond he had forged alongside the Avengers, fighting side by side. Alright, enough of this quarreling. The hypocrisy of politicians is beyond shameless. You both know it well. Don't mistake the conditions set by politicians for promises. The reason they fulfill their own conditions isn't to uphold their reputation but to amass enough political capital and other interests. Once they're enticed by greater benefits, these so-called promises and agreements are nothing more than empty words in the end, utterly meaningless. In the beginning, Green Goblin incident shook their fundamental interests, so they made all sorts of promises without any moral boundaries. But now that the matter is resolved and Green Goblin has been handed over for detention, the phase where this incident could destabilize their core interests has ended. The trouble now is that Captain America and his 2 companions have blatantly violated the Seoul Accord they were instrumental in creating. If they don't provide an explanation to all representatives of the United Nations, it will seriously damage their future credibility and reputation. At this point, the charges against Captain America and his team are nothing more than chips in a political game, chips that can be exchanged for larger stakes and benefits while avoiding their own risks, of course. Tony, having a thorough understanding of this outcome, saw through it all. As someone who had once been the biggest arms supplier to the Defense Department and the military, he was well versed in such political games, having participated in them himself. However, this didn't mean he was willing to accept the outcome. Tony Stark would never be subservient. Those who wanted to ride roughshod over him and cause trouble were now pushing up daisies. But unlike Rhodey, Tony wasn't limited to verbal retaliation when facing dissatisfaction. He would take action. On the evening after Natasha's escape, Tony and Viko had already begun planning for their trapped comrades. In the meeting room of the newly constructed building at Viko Research Center, the 2 had been waiting for a while. It was now late at night, and apart from the security robots patrolling, there were no employees or clients within the building. Bang! 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 Suddenly, a knocking sound echoed on the window of the meeting room. Tony and Viko turned to look. The source of the commotion was none other than Chala, the Wakandan king who had participated in the Europe rescue mission. At this moment, he was wearing the Black Panther suit, adhering firmly to the glass curtain wall of the building's facade using the electrostatic adhesion devices on his palms and soles. Viko opened the window for him, letting Chala inside. Clearly, he was the person they had been waiting for on this late night. Why did you climb in from the outside? Tony looked at Chala, who appeared mysterious, making this meeting seem like a clandestine deal. Although that was indeed the case, something not meant to be seen. It's just to avoid being noticed, climbing up the wall is a bit more discreet. But we specifically chose this time so you could walk in through the front door without a fuss. If we had known you were going to take such an unusual path, we would have scheduled the meeting during the day. Now I'm sacrificing my sleep, spending the middle of the night in this room with you two grown men. Tony once again displayed his sardonic nature. Alright, enough with the banter, old man. What we need to discuss now is how to rescue Captain America and his team. Chala, we brought you here hoping you'd cooperate with us to free them and then take them back to Wakanda to evade the UN's scrutiny. Seeing that Tony was about to start rambling again, Viko quickly interjected, steering the conversation back on track. But faced with Viko's request, Chala hesitated. On one hand, he had fought alongside Captain America and his team and also owed Viko a favor. In principle, considering the situation, Chala should have agreed to Viko's request, both ethically and practically. After all, for him, it would be a simple nod of agreement. However, on the other hand, Wakanda's long-standing policy of isolation was primarily aimed at safeguarding the secret of their vast reserves of vibranium, preventing other forces from coveting and invading the country due to this significant resource. Bringing Captain America and his team back to Wakanda would mean exposing the closely guarded secret of the nation's vast vibranium resources to them. If Captain America and his team were to leave Wakanda in the future and disclose the secret of vibranium to the outside world, it could potentially lead to an unprecedented crisis for his nation. Sensing Chala's hesitation, Viko, being a reincarnator with knowledge of Wakanda's truths, could roughly guess the concerns weighing on Chala's mind as the next king. It's important to note that the previous Wakandan king, Chaka, went to extreme lengths to protect the secrecy of vibranium. Even going so far as to order the assassination of his own brother. Chaka's brother's orphan, Eric, was also abandoned outside Wakanda. And according to the original movie's storyline, Chala only had a change of heart after his cousin Eric defeated him and he fell off a cliff. He then rejected the isolationist policies of previous Wakandan kings and was willing to open Wakanda's borders and technology to the world. Chala's hesitation now stemmed from the recent passing of his father, Chaka, who was also the former king. He believed it was his duty to carry on his father's mission of safeguarding Wakanda. However, his inner goodness and the friendship he had forged with the Avengers made it impossible for him to turn a blind eye to their current predicament. Chala, I know what you're hesitating about, and I also understand that Wakanda isn't as backward as the outside world assumes it to be. You're concerned that if Captain America and his team enter Wakanda, it would increase the risk of your nation's long-guarded secret being exposed. It could also bring about complications and trouble for your country. However, we've been through some difficult times together, especially you, Captain, Wanda, and Sam, working together to thwart Green Goblin's plans. I believe that in this process, you've come to understand Captain America's character. If he and his team weren't truly worth entrusting your back to. If they weren't trustworthy partners, you wouldn't have helped them evade pursuit and fought alongside them against the enemy. Don't let past traditions and rules limit your thinking. Times are changing, society is progressing. You've studied at Oxford University for so many years, you surely have your own viewpoints. What I want to say is that whether from your own perspective or from the standpoint of Captain America's character, the risk of our request is close to zero. I hope you can agree to help us accomplish this. In response to Viko's persuasion, Chala was initially shocked. He hadn't anticipated that the secrets Wakanda had been striving to keep hidden would be known by people outside his country, and they seemed to have a clear understanding of the matter. Then Viko's words hit a chord deep within him, causing the balance in his mind to tilt increasingly toward Captain America and his team. Where did you learn about Wakanda's secrets? While Chala had already made up his mind, he still needed to clarify certain matters first. Of course, Viko couldn't reveal the true reason that he was a reincarnator who had seen the Black Panther movie. He needed to fabricate a reasonable and convincing lie to deal with the situation. For someone as intellectually adept as Viko, this wasn't a problem. You attended the United Nations meeting held at their Vienna headquarters this time. Besides announcing Wakanda's intention to strengthen its communication with other nations. Do you also recall the Seoul Accord that we were supposed to officially sign? Instead of directly answering Chala's question, Viko responded with a counter-question. Of course, I remember, Chala answered succinctly. In the Seoul incident, Max acquired a substantial amount of vibranium from a smuggler named Ulysses Clow. It was used for his own augmentation. From Ulysses Clow's activities, our investigation revealed that the vibranium he possessed was smuggled out of Wakanda. Subsequently, through continuous inquiry, I followed some clues. After piecing together these fragmented bits of information, I finally arrived at an incredible truth that which Wakanda has been safeguarding for a long time. After Viko's explanation, Chala was even more astonished. However, he wasn't shocked by the lie Viko had constructed. He was astonished by the logic and intelligence exhibited within that lie. With only a few leads, Viko had managed to follow the trail and uncover the truth about Wakanda. Such an ability was both admirable and eerie, as if his keen eyes could expose any secret, leaving one shivering. Of course, Viko was unaware of Chala's thoughts and speculations. Even if he knew, he would probably just chuckle nonchalantly, thinking that the indigenous inhabitants wouldn't understand the world of reincarnators. Alright, as the heir to the Wakandan throne, I agree to this request. How do you need me to cooperate in this operation? Upon hearing Chala's agreement, Tony and Viko exchanged glances. It was a done deal. Given the circumstances, General Ross is currently in charge of the Raft prison. Both Viko and I have some rapport with him. Tomorrow, we'll. Chapter 366. Alright, Uncle Rhodey, you and Coulson don't need to argue anymore. We all know who's to blame for this situation. Viko approached and gave Rhodey a hug, gently patting his back as if to soothe his agitated emotions. Unnoticed by anyone, while embracing Rhodey, Viko leaned in and whispered a few words in his ear. You did great, Uncle Rhodey. Chala should already be in action on Captain's side. Everything is under our control. Director. Just at that moment, a shield agent rushed into the meeting room, urgently calling for Coulson, his expression full of anxiety. Director, General Ross has called in on a secure line, saying that the Raft prison has been attacked and shield support is needed immediately. Director, please issue the orders quickly. When did this happen? And why didn't General Ross contact me directly on my communicator? Sir, this happened several minutes ago. General Ross mentioned that he couldn't get through to your communicator and had to contact headquarters first to inform you. Several minutes ago. How could you delay reporting such an important matter to me for so long? The agent seemed rather frustrated and immediately defended himself. Director, it's not that I didn't want to inform you promptly. When I came in, the security personnel at the entrance of the Avengers base told me that there were numerous confidential technologies and important files inside the base. To prevent information leakage, my identity and belongings had to be checked by them. Only after passing their inspection was I allowed in. I wanted to contact you and have you come out, but your communicator wasn't working either. The security at the entrance wouldn't listen to my explanations, insisting that I follow their protocol. I had no choice but to delay a few minutes until I cleared the inspection and could come in to deliver the message. First, the communicator couldn't receive incoming calls, and then, a SHIELD agent had to undergo a previously unheard of inspection process to enter. If it were just one of these incidents, it could be explained as a coincidence. However, when such troublesome occurrences coincided with the attack on the Raft prison, there was only one plausible explanation. Coulson turned to Tony and Viko, who appeared composed, his eyes filled with suspicion, and asked, Do you have something to tell me? Facing Coulson's inquiry, Viko feigned ignorance, avoiding eye contact and glancing around, refusing to answer his question. Tony then clapped his hands as if suddenly remembering something. Oh, right. I almost forgot to tell you, Coulson. During our confrontation with the Green Goblin, our intelligence was severely compromised, making our actions extremely difficult and constantly under the control of the enemy. To prevent further information leaks, this morning we implemented additional security measures within the base. Strengthened the control over incoming and outgoing personnel, and installed signal blocking devices for communication and wireless networks within the base. Be cautious when you enter in the future. We wouldn't want you to face situations like today, where urgent matters couldn't be communicated. After Tony finished, he shrugged at Coulson, adopting an innocent expression of someone who had just recalled something important. Faced with the behavior of Tony and Viko acting so nonchalant, without any evidence, Coulson couldn't accuse them of anything. He quickly turned to the agent who had brought in the news and left the Avengers base. Outside, the two quickly boarded the Quinjet on the tarmac. It was then that Coulson took out his communicator and saw that the communication signal had returned to normal. He immediately contacted the SHIELD agent at headquarters, officially issuing the director's order, demanding that all agents within SHIELD who were not on active missions immediately depart for the Raft prison. After ending the call, he immediately dialed another number to contact General Ross. General Ross, this is Phil Coulson. How's the situation at the Raft prison? I've issued the support order, and all SHIELD agents currently in position are on their way there. Why did you take so long to provide support? And why couldn't I reach you earlier? It's too late now, far too late. Steve Rogers and the others have already been taken by unknown invaders. What about the other inmates? Did any other dangerous felons take advantage of the situation to escape? No, this time only Rogers and the two others were rescued. No other major criminals managed to escape. But this is the most significant disgrace the Raft prison has faced since its establishment. Never before has a prisoner managed to escape from the Raft prison. Today's attack broke that record. 3 inmates have escaped. Hearing the regretful and angry tone from General Ross on the other side, Coulson actually breathed a sigh of relief. On one hand, Captain and the others successfully escaped the Raft prison, regaining their freedom. On the other hand, no issues occurred with the other inmates, and Tony's group meticulously controlled the impact of this operation, avoiding further losses. Even though Captain and the others would be globally wanted like his old colleague Natasha in the future, it was still something that made him feel happy. He believed that since Tony and Viko had orchestrated this operation, they must have made thorough arrangements. Moreover, he didn't want to see the heroes who had saved all of Europe subjected to unjust treatment. Chala, how's the mission on your end? Just as Coulson left, Viko couldn't wait any longer and immediately established communication with Chala. I've managed to bring everyone out, but it's not a good time for them to show up at the Avengers base. I won't bring them there. We're heading back to Wakanda on the spacecraft. Alright, take care of yourselves. When we have some free time, we'll find an opportunity to meet up. Upon hearing Chala's affirmative response, Viko also displayed a joyful smile on his face. Wait a moment. Viko interjected just as Chala was about to end the conversation. I left a farewell gift for Cap in the old building of the Viko Research Center. The location is right along your flight path to Wakanda. When you pass by, you can go down and pick up the gift. The gift Viko was referring to was none other than the Winter Soldier, Bucky. Bucky's situation was similar to that of Captain and the others. He was globally wanted as well. Instead of keeping him hidden in the laboratory, it would be better for him to join Captain and the rest in Wakanda. Unfortunately, after Natasha's disappearance, she had managed to evade capture so thoroughly that Viko still hadn't been able to locate her. It's no wonder she was once S.H.I.E.L.D's top spy. Otherwise, he would have arranged for her to hide in Wakanda with Chala's help. That's quite a coincidence. Cap has also left something for you. I've already had my associates send it to you via postal service. Don't forget to collect it when the time comes. By the way, do you want to bid farewell to Captain and the others? I can connect the communication line for them. No, there's no need. Farewells are temporary. I believe that when the Earth faces another immense crisis that requires the Avengers to step up, we'll gather together again. The disappearance of Captain, Scarlet Witch, Natasha, and Falcon left the entire Avengers team in an unprecedented void. In light of this situation, Tony, who had initially planned to retire from the Avengers, could only temporarily stay on to stabilize the current situation. Over the past few days, Tony simultaneously completed the signing of the Soul Accords with the United Nations and organized internal management work. Now Captain and the others are globally wanted by the United Nations. They need to go into hiding temporarily and halt their activities as the Avengers. Hawkeye has voluntarily left the Avengers to be with his family. After Banner's last accident, he's still missing without any relevant information. Apart from me, there are only Viko, Rhodey, and Pete left in the entire alliance, a total of 4 people. There are also some support personnel handling our related daily tasks. In other words, the 4 of us are the only remaining core combatants. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Tony was only halfway through his sentence, a series of knocks suddenly sounded from outside the base, interrupting his speech. Everyone turned their heads to look at the glass door. The one knocking was an elderly postal courier with white hair and brown-tinted sunglasses. Tony Stank, which one of you is Tony Stank? And Viko Stank, there are packages for both of you. Chuckling could be heard as soon as the courier said their names. Both Rhodey and Peter found it amusing. Right here, Tony Stank and Viko Stank are here, ha ha ha. Rhodey pointed his finger at Tony and Viko to the elderly courier. These are your packages, please sign for them here. The courier handed over 2 packages to them. The larger one was for Viko, and the smaller one was for Tony. This should be what Cap left for us, Viko said, looking at the substantial package in his hand. Tony nodded, his attention also focused on the package in his hand, lost in thought. After seeing off the courier, Viko couldn't wait to open the package in front of everyone. He tore off the outer packaging, revealing the contents inside. There were only 2 things in the package, one was the Flash costume Viko had customized for Cap, and the other was a letter. Without paying much attention to the familiar suit, Viko picked up the letter and began to read. Viko, there's not much I need to say between us. Though there's a significant gap in age and background, I believe we both sense the understanding between us. Among all the companions in the Avengers, our thoughts and ideals are probably the most alike. This flash suit has accompanied me through all kinds of trials, big and small. But I had promised Tony before that after dealing with Green Goblin, I would return it. Now, as per my promise, I'm returning this suit to your hands, its creator. I hope that one day, when I'm once again worthy of wearing it, I can take it back from you. After reading the letter Cap left for him, Viko looked at the neatly folded flash suit with a hint of helplessness. Captain was Captain, always serious and committed to his promises. On the other side, Tony had also opened the package Cap left for him. Just like Viko's package, Tony first took out a letter, with his name handwritten on the envelope. Tony, I'm glad that after what happened, you still returned to our side to fight alongside us when the Avengers needed you. I didn't want to see you wandering alone in that huge mansion. We all need family, and compared to me, the Avengers are more like your family. Maybe other members haven't noticed your thoughtful side, but I know that in places unseen, you've considered each member as family with a warm heart. I've been alone since I was 18. I can say I've never truly fit in anywhere, even in the military back then. I believe in people, in everyone. And what brings me comfort is that in most cases, they've never let me down. That's also why I can't let them down. Life can start over, but they can't be let down. Tony, I know I hurt you. I thought keeping the truth about your parents from you would make things easier for you. But now I realize, that was just my self-comfort. I'm sorry. But I still hope that someday you'll understand my perspective, and I genuinely wish we can come to an agreement on the Accords. I really hope so. I know you've been sticking to what you believe in, and we all are and should be. So, I promise you, whenever you need us, no matter when, I'll be by your side. After reading the letter in his hand, Tony pulled another item out of the package, a flip phone that seemed completely out of touch with the current era of smartphones. Seeing this phone, Tony instantly understood the meaning behind Captain's final words in the letter: whenever you need, I'll be by your side. This type of old-fashioned phone, a relic in their midst, only Captain, who is also a relic, would use. Tony seemed to be relieved suddenly. He looked at the letter and the phone in his hand, and a mysterious smile appeared on his face. He then placed the phone into his pocket. Alright, stop staring at me. Are you jealous that Cap didn't leave you anything? Now, let's continue with our previous discussion. There are only 4 of us left as the main fighting force in the Avengers. And in the future, once this settles down, I'll eventually be leaving too for personal reasons. So, considering potential future dangers and the needs of the Avengers Alliance itself, we have to bring in new forces to the organization. If you have any recommendations, speak up now. Having said that, Tony looked expectantly at the other 3, hoping to get useful information from them. Quicksilver's movement was the fastest. He expressed his complete inability to help. After all, whether it was in terms of life experience or social relationships, his qualifications and circle were the shallowest. He was truly powerless when it came to recommending people. As I see it, Chala seems pretty good. He's kind-hearted, stands for justice, and unlike someone who stirs up internal conflicts for revenge, he can put aside his inner hatred and possesses the qualities of a great superhero. Coupled with his exceptional physical qualities, advanced combat skills, and the high-tech Black Panther suit made from vibranium, it can be said that he's the most suitable candidate for the Avengers in both internal and external aspects. Quicksilver didn't have any suggestions. On the other hand, Rhodey immediately thought of Chala's name and brought it up. However, Tony sensed the sarcasm in Rhodey's words. With their years-long camaraderie, Tony certainly wouldn't hold a grudge, but a little counterattack was necessary. Rhodey, you're so innocent, it's almost adorable. Chala is the Prince of Wakanda, the future king. He's going to inherit the entire country's political leadership. Dealing with the internal affairs of his own nation every day is already busy enough. Do you think everyone is as free as you to participate in various actions and tasks? Both Quicksilver and Rhodey didn't have any good candidates to recommend. Now, the only hope rested on Viko. Tony couldn't help but turn his gaze to him. Well, I do have 2 candidates who are suitable to join the Avengers. But whether we can convince them to become new members, that's a task I'm not taking responsibility for. Since you're leaving the team, Dad, I think I'll leave this matter entirely in your hands. If you don't manage to bring in new recruits, don't even think about leaving yourself. You have to first give us information about who they are. Only if we genuinely believe they are qualified to join the Avengers, can we proceed with inviting them. If they don't possess the necessary strength and heroic qualities, then what's the point of discussing their inclusion in the Avengers? Tony wasn't fooled by Viko's tactics and demanded that he share the information first before deciding the next steps. Baymax, project the profiles of Scott Lang and Peter Parker for me, let them see whether these two individuals truly have the qualifications to become reserve members of the Avengers. Chapter 367. Indeed, they are two good candidates, at least they meet our requirements for potential Avengers. However, let's leave Scott Lang to be handled by Rhodey. His mentor, Dr. Hank Pym, and our Stark family aren't exactly on good terms. As for that young lad in pajamas, I'll take care of contacting him. It must have been quite tough for his aunt to raise him alone. As a single father, I can share some experiences with her. After reviewing the information Viko provided about the two individuals, Tony didn't hesitate to delegate the more challenging target to Rhodey while choosing Spider-Man, Peter Parker, as his own target. Tony, are you attracted to that aunt with a hot figure and charm? You want to share experiences? Did you personally take care of Viko even for a day when he was a kid? Moreover, you're the one about to leave the team. Why did you push the task of recruiting new members onto me? Tony's teasing friend, Rhodey, didn't waste any time to poke fun at Tony. Hearing Rhodey's words, Viko started looking at Tony with a scrutinizing gaze. Dad, you aren't really interested in that aunt, are you? Although I understand that after getting those enhancements, you've solved the fast man problem and after breaking up with Pepper, your energy is off the charts. But if traditional methods don't satisfy you anymore, I can have Baymax build a virtual reality for you to vent. However, if you do anything that disrespects Pepper, I'll lose respect for you. Snap. Tony rolled his eyes, raised his hand, and gave his forehead a heavy slap, looking like he was burdened with a great injustice. What are you two talking about? Seriously, how can you think of me like that? Sure, that aunt is undeniably attractive and has a great figure, but I, Tony Stark, am not the same person I used to be. I won't be simply swayed by beauty. The reason I suggested contacting this young lad isn't just because of the issues between the Starks and the Hanks, but also because I want to personally assess if he's qualified to be the new generation of Avengers. He's just 15 years old and recently acquired superpowers by accident. Although he's already started doing heroic deeds around his neighborhood with his newfound abilities. Becoming an Avenger is a whole different level of responsibility and pressure. I'm concerned that due to his newfound power, without having truly faced hardships, he might impulsively agree to join the Avengers out of excitement at the prospect. So, I want to personally assess him, set up necessary tests, to see if he's mature enough to bear the responsibility of becoming an Avenger. Hey, Tony, age shouldn't be the sole criterion for evaluating someone's abilities. The first time you guys went to Sokovia, weren't you spun around by me and Wanda, who had just come of age? Quicksilver seemed quite optimistic about Spider-Man. Perhaps it was because there were very few people his age in the team he could relate to. Viko often stayed in the lab, and his only peer without a generation gap. Scarlet Witch had to go into exile in Wakanda due to persecution by the United Nations. So, Quicksilver was particularly hopeful that Spider-Man would join them. Pete, not everyone matures as early as you and Wanda. Growing up in the chaotic areas of Sokovia from a young age, coupled with the unfortunate accidents your families faced, you two have relied on each other apart from yourselves. Hence, you both possess greater resilience compared to the average youngsters. But Peter Parker's upbringing and circumstances are different from yours. Besides, he's just recently gained his abilities and hasn't experienced setbacks and failures. I believe he should face appropriate tests to prove his potential and capabilities. This is not only responsible for him but also for us. Dad, I'll leave the task of recruiting these two new members to you and Uncle Rhodey. And Pete, I have other matters to attend to afterwards that will likely take a few months. After that, you'll be the only one left at the Avengers facility. Make sure to take good care of our headquarters. Quicksilver patted his chest confidently and said to Viko. No problem, I'll ensure that it's safe. With my speed, patrolling the entire base is a matter of seconds. If there's anything unusual, I'll be the first one on the scene, you can rest assured. In fact, the matter Viko mentioned that he needed to handle was not much different from Tony and Rhodey's task. While they were inviting new members to join the Avengers, Viko was also dealing with newcomers. Not long after the Green Goblin's incident concluded, the Supreme Sorcerer, who hadn't been in contact with him for a long time, called him. She said she hoped Viko could return to Camartage to assist in instructing an exceptionally talented sorcerer apprentice named Stephen Strange. Chapter 368. The reason Viko was willing to accept the seemingly troublesome task from Ancient One was, on one hand, due to the moral leverage Ancient One had over him. During their phone conversation, Ancient One directly told Viko that Stephen Strange was the heir she had been cultivating as the future Sorcerer Supreme. For the sake of peace for Camartage and Earth within the multiverse, if Viko was unwilling to become the next Sorcerer Supreme, then as the guardian of Camartage and a practitioner of mystic arts, he had a responsibility to assist Ancient One in guiding Strange's growth. On the other hand, Viko also had his own considerations. He wanted a substantial period of uninterrupted time to focus on advancing his spatial research. Regarding Doctor Strange's talents in mystic arts and magic, as a reincarnator, Viko was well aware. Accepting Ancient One's request not only allowed him to hold a favor over her, but also it didn't demand much of his energy, as Doctor Strange could progress through self-study. What Viko needed to do was to simultaneously advance his spatial research and guide Doctor Strange to stay on the correct path, while occasionally addressing the doubts that arose during his magical studies. Since Baymax had successfully evolved into an intelligent life form, its computing speed and analytical abilities had greatly improved. This helped Viko make significant progress in developing the spatial weapon against Thanos. He was now at a critical juncture. If it weren't for the United Nations and the Green Goblin causing disturbances one after another, he would likely still be in his lab, tackling the final challenges of his research. However, if things went as planned, after the crisis triggered by the Green Goblin, there shouldn't be any crisis that required his direct intervention until Thanos arrived on Earth. The only potential threat was Dormammu, the Dark Dimension's ruler who had always coveted Earth. But now that he was returning to Camartage, Viko could intervene promptly if Dormammu tried to stir up trouble. This way, Viko had practically gained a long stretch of uninterrupted time to focus on his research. This was a significant reason why he agreed to Ancient One's request. However, Viko was still curious about one thing: despite most hospitals and medical facilities being equipped with the civilian version of the hibernation pods sold by the Viko Research Center, how did Stephen Strange end up like the original story, with his hands crippled, to the extent that he sought miracles at Camartage? Baymax, investigate Dr. Stephen Strange's recent archival data. Of course, Master. I've already found it. On the evening of May 6 this year, Dr. Stephen Strange was involved in a car accident during his journey to attend a banquet hosted by the Neurological Association due to slippery road conditions caused by the weather. He suffered severe injuries due to the accident's location on a sparsely trafficked mountain road and the occurrence during the poorly visible night. When Dr. Strange was discovered by the rescue team and brought to the hospital, the critical time for treating nerve damage had already passed. Although the use of the hibernation pod healed the majority of his physical and bone injuries, the neural necrosis in his hands left Dr. Strange without the steady dexterity he had prided himself on as a neurosurgeon. In the process of attempting to restore his hand's health, Dr. Strange encountered a paralysis case worse than his own yet miraculously recovered, Jonathan Pangborn. From him, Dr. Strange learned about Camartage. According to Dr. Strange's latest information, 2 days prior, he had taken an international flight to Kathmandu alone, seeking Camartage. The reason was that he didn't have sufficient funds to go to Dr. Helen's newly established laboratory in Tokyo for treatment in the regeneration cradle. However, the money in his account was just enough to buy a ticket to Kathmandu. That was truly unfortunate. Viko hadn't anticipated that even though he had significantly elevated the medical standards in this Marvel parallel world, Dr. Strange still couldn't change his fate. I wonder if I tell him now that I possess the extremis enhancement technology and can completely restore his hands to their pre-accident state, will Dr. Strange still choose to stay and become the next Sorcerer Supreme? Viko believed that he probably would. Although Dr. Strange wasn't a saint in a conventional sense before he truly became the Earth Sorcerer Supreme, once he decided to take on a patient. No matter how challenging the treatment process, he would never give up. This strong sense of responsibility was evident. In the previous Life's movies, Ancient One also praised Dr. Strange, stating he had a kind nature. Even when Dr. Strange knew he could relinquish the magical arts and restore his hands to health, returning to his former life, he still chose to shoulder the burden of the Sorcerer Supreme in the face of Dormammu's threat to Earth. Never mind, if Ancient One knew I had such thoughts, she'd probably try to force me or pressure me into becoming the Sorcerer Supreme. I'll leave the matter of the extremis enhancement for after Dr. Strange becomes the Sorcerer Supreme. He can decide whether to accept it then. Honestly, I'm quite curious to see what kind of impact and changes a Sorcerer Supreme with the regenerative abilities of Wolverine and the intense heat ability would have on the future. Master, aren't you already such a combination? You're even more powerful. Baymax, why do I feel like you've become less considerate after evolving into an intelligent life form? But I have to admit, your sarcasm has improved. Thank you for the compliment, Master. Baymax will continue to strive and improve. Am I actually praising you? Wake up a bit, hey. ZZ. On the training grounds of Camartage, as a spark flashed, a portal appeared amidst the scene, and stepping out from it was none other than Viko, who had come at the request of Ancient One. Respected guardian of the sanctum. Seeing Viko's arrival, the apprentice magicians who were learning to use the sling rings on the training grounds all ceased their movements in unison. Following the lead of their instructor, Mordo, they respectfully saluted Viko. No need to be so formal, Master Mordo. If we're talking about seniority, you're my senior brother. Viko waved his hand, signaling everyone to stand at ease. He suddenly recalled Ancient One's assessment of Mordo, stubborn and inflexible. It seemed that assessment was quite accurate. Master Viko, you are not only the current guardian of the New York Sanctum, but also a formidable individual on par with the Sorcerer Supreme. You helped Camartage recover lost methods of crafting artifacts. How could I possibly compare to you and become your senior brother? You're always so traditional, Master Mordo. Alright, I have something to discuss with the Sorcerer Supreme, lead the way, and let's catch up later. Guided by Mordo, Viko arrived outside the temple where Ancient One practiced. Master Viko, the teacher is inside. She instructed me earlier that if you came, I should bring you here. You can enter now. I still need to teach the apprentices, so I'll take my leave for now. Mordo once again bowed and then respectfully withdrew. Viko watched Mordo leave, then turned back and lightly knocked on the temple door a few times. Soon, a gentle and calm voice from within said, "Come in." Viko pushed the door open and entered, seeing Ancient One seated on a cushion in meditation posture, immersed in tranquil contemplation. Long time no see, Master Ancient One. It has indeed been a while, Master Viko. If I hadn't requested your presence this time, I wouldn't have known when you'd come back to Camartage to visit this old fossil like me. Upon hearing Viko's greeting, Ancient One also opened her eyes and looked at him, engaging in playful banter. Don't make fun of me, you called me here this time to assist in teaching your successor, didn't you? How come you didn't summon him for me to meet? Stephen Strange hasn't arrived at Camartage yet, but you needn't worry, he'll be here this afternoon. Why don't we share a cup of tea, discuss our recent magical research findings, and await his arrival together? As you wish, I'm honored to be your guest. Chapter 369. Ancient One. Is that your real name? Forget what I think I know. Inside the temple, as Ancient One and Viko were exchanging magical insights, they both simultaneously stopped upon hearing the voice from outside, turning their gazes towards the entrance. What did I say? Look, isn't he here now? Similar to the movies Viko had seen in his previous life, Mordo, who had returned from his errand, had encountered Doctor Strange in his search for Camartage. Through a miraculous twist of fate, Mordo brought him into Camartage, where he met the Sorcerer Supreme. Viko wasn't surprised by this, but he couldn't help but comment as he looked at Ancient One, who seemed to have everything under control. You possess the Eye of Agamotto, the Time Stone, one of the 6 Infinity Stones, a universal treasure that can see the past and the future. Of course, you know when he will come. No, I didn't foresee Strange's arrival using the Time Stone. He, like you, is beyond my sight regarding any definite future. I can only see infinite possibilities. That's also why I chose him as the Sorcerer Supreme's successor. The reason I knew he would arrive at Camartage this afternoon is because I assigned a task to Mordo. I instructed him to bring a lost traveler searching for Camartage from the Viko place to my temple after he finishes teaching the apprentices. Isn't this a bit like cheating compared to predicting with the Time Stone? Viko shook his head in resignation, no longer arguing with Ancient One. Coincidentally, at that moment, Mordo arrived with Doctor Strange at the temple's entrance. Inside is the place of my master's practice. After you go in, you must be respectful, not impolite like just now, understood? Mordo instructed. Understood. Doctor Strange nodded vigorously, then followed Mordo into the temple. However, as soon as he entered, he met Mordo's stern gaze. Seeing the appearance of the two individuals in the temple, he exclaimed loudly, "Viko Stark." This exclamation shattered the tranquility within the temple and left Mordo quite angry. What happened to maintaining respectful behavior? Why is he shouting as soon as he enters? With a piercing glance at Doctor Strange, Mordo suppressed his anger and respectfully bowed to Ancient One and Viko, who were seated on cushions. Sorcerer Supreme, Sanctum Guardian, I have brought the lost traveler seeking Camartage. Doctor Strange, now standing nearby, spoke up. I apologize for my excitement earlier. I didn't expect to see Mr. Viko Stark, the genius who brought revolutionary changes to the entire medical field here. So, you are Ancient One. I knew that if anyone could completely cure a paraplegic patient with complete damage to the 7th and 8th segments of the spinal cord, allowing him to walk again, it would be you. Are you researching cellular regeneration here? It's cutting-edge medical technology. Is that why you're hiding here, evading scrutiny from the medical community? Doctor Strange looked at Viko excitedly, feeling he had uncovered the truth, completely unaware of the awkward expressions on Viko's and Mordo's faces behind him. Sorry to interrupt you, Mr. Strange, however, I am Viko Stark, not anyone else. Ancient One you're looking for should be this person beside me, Viko explained. Hello, Mr. Stephen Strange, Ancient One said with a smile. As they say, if you're not embarrassed, then the one feeling awkward is someone else. However, Doctor Strange hadn't yet reached that level of thick-skinned audacity. He glanced questioningly first at Viko, who nodded, then at Mordo, who brought him in, receiving another nod and a quiet reminder, "This is Ancient One." "Very well, thank you for bringing him here, Mordo, you can rest now, Viko and I need to have a discussion with Mr. Strange." Mordo bowed to Ancient One and Viko respectively, bid his farewells, and respectfully left the temple. "You can call me Dr. Strange, I am a doctor." Despite his earlier embarrassment, Dr. Strange straightforwardly expressed his dissatisfaction with the title Ancient One had used for him. "Oh. If you're still a doctor, then what brings you to Camartage? You recently performed many surgeries, 7 times, am I correct? Unfortunately, these 7 surgeries seem to have brought you deeper despair and not any improvement to your hands." "You're right, I am no longer considered a doctor, I came here because I learned that you once cured a patient named Jonathan Pangborn, a paraplegic." "Yes," Ancient One replied casually. "Dr. Strange, how did you cure the completely damaged 7th and 8th segments of his spinal cord, allowing him to walk again?" "Ancient One, in fact, I didn't perform any treatment on him, he couldn't walk, and all I did was persuade him." "Dr. Strange, you're not talking about some form of psychotherapy, are you?" Hearing Ancient One claim that she convinced a paralyzed patient to walk again. Dr. Strange's years of clinical experience and modern scientific mindset led him to instinctively doubt this. His gaze toward Ancient One shifted from initial eagerness to uncertainty. "Mr. Strange, I want to ask you, when you reconnect damaged nerves, is it you treating them, or are they healing themselves?" "It's the cells themselves," Dr. Strange answered confidently. "But cells only regenerate in their unique ways, so, what if I told you that your body could convince itself to regenerate in various forms?" "You're still insisting that you're not conducting experiments on cellular regeneration here." Apart from cellular regeneration therapy, no other medical theory can explain how a patient classified as completely paralyzed managed to stand up again and even play basketball normally with others. Looking at Dr. Strange, who believed he had uncovered the truth with the excited and enthusiastic expression on his face, Ancient One shook her head and said, "No, Mr. Strange, I haven't been conducting cutting-edge medical research on cellular regeneration here at Camartage, but I do know how to better heal the body by utilizing the soul." At this moment, Dr. Strange's previously excited expression had completely frozen. Clearly, the mention of the soul by Ancient One had transformed his initial suspicions into disbelief and immense disappointment. However, Viko, who had been quietly listening to Ancient One's explanation, was now generating numerous thoughts. During his time learning magic at Camartage, he had undergone extremist transformation and had nanobots performing micro-adjustments within his body, making him healthier than ever before. Because of this, he had never heard from Ancient One about the interplay between the soul, body, and cellular restoration. In his view, Ancient One's theory about influencing the soul to ultimately stimulate cells for recovery through their specific ways was reminiscent of his own method of using the extremist virus to stimulate the brain and ultimately activate the body's immunity and self-healing functions. This once again reaffirmed his belief that the pinnacle of science leads to theology. Everything attributed to unknown mystical forces is essentially yet to be unveiled scientific principles. However, Dr. Strange was different from Viko. He lacked Viko's godlike perspective as a reincarnator and didn't possess Viko's extensive knowledge base. Now, hearing Ancient One repeatedly expound her theory about the soul influencing the body, he was consumed by uncontrollable anger due to his profound disappointment. "I emptied my pockets and bought a one-way ticket to come here, and now you're telling me that your method relies on some kind of faith to heal? This is ridiculous, absolutely the most laughable joke I've ever heard in my life." Clearly, Dr. Strange had completely disregarded the advice Mordo had given him about, "Forget what you think you know. Strange, you're a person with a limited view. Your whole life, you've been trying to climb out of a well, hoping to see a broader world in the process. But now that you have the chance to completely break free from the well's constraints and witness an entirely new world, you're giving up this possibility because you're afraid it's too vast out there. I reject this possibility because I simply don't believe in myths like chakras, spiritual energy, and faith. There's no such thing as a soul in this world. Humans are composed of matter, and are just a tiny and insignificant speck of dust in the universe. You underestimate yourself, Mr. Strange. You think you've seen through me, huh? Let me tell you. I've actually seen through you. You think you can deceive someone like Viko Stark, a blinded fool manipulated by money, and expect to deceive everyone else? Well, let me tell you, Stephen Strange, won't fall for your tricks. Blinded fool manipulated by money. Fine, then let this blinded fool show you, a frog in the well, the vastness between heaven and earth. Viko was initially just planning to watch the spectacle unfold, but upon hearing Dr. Strange's assessment of him, decided to put him in his place. With a single step forward, Viko crossed the several-meter distance between them instantly. He reached Dr. Strange's side and extended his palm. Pressing it against Doctor Strange's chest in an instant, Doctor Strange's entire body uncontrollably fell backward. Yet, in Doctor Strange's perception, there was no sensation of losing balance and falling. Instead, a strange scene unfolded before his eyes. Time seemed to suddenly slow down across the entire world, and his body, right before his eyes, appeared to play out in slow motion, gradually tilting toward the ground. But when he looked down at his own hands, he realized that he was floating lightly in midair, and his body had become somewhat transparent. He could see through his own hands. Just as Doctor Strange was about to further explore his current state, Viko's palm, within this time-slowed world, moved as if he had pressed fast forward, swiftly grabbing his falling body and pulling it back up. With this pull, as if drawn by a powerful force, he was dragged back into his own body, spirit and flesh becoming one again. Huff huff huff. What did you just do to me? Doctor Strange took deep breaths, panting heavily, and looked at Viko in front of him, questioning. I simply pushed your soul out of your body, just to demonstrate the existence of the soul to you. No. I don't believe it. Did you release some kind of hallucinogen in the room's incense? No, that was just regular incense. In that split second, you entered a soul world, where your soul departed from your body. But this blinded fool manipulated by money's lesson for you, isn't over yet. Keep your eyes wide open. As soon as the words fell, amidst Doctor Strange's horrified expression, Viko once again extended his hand towards him. Swoosh! Immediately, Doctor Strange felt himself transition from the extremely slow space to an accelerated world. His body, as if released from the pull of gravity, rapidly left the Earth, reaching the orbit of the planet's satellite. At this point, his high-speed movements suddenly halted. Doctor Strange felt himself return to a state of stillness. However, before he could gather his thoughts, the sensation of weightlessness and extreme speed came crashing back. Doctor Strange's entire being was caught in this cycle of acceleration, pause, acceleration, pause. If you continue like this, his body won't be able to withstand it, Viko. Is that so? I think he can hold on a little longer. For some reason, during this continuous journey of back and forth movement, Doctor Strange could distinctly hear the conversation between Ancient One and Viko from his surroundings, as if all of this was a dream he had imagined. What Doctor Strange didn't know was that, strictly speaking, this was indeed a dream for him, but it was a dream woven by Viko, not one he had imagined himself. This is a kind of mental mysticism created by Viko in his exploration of the connection between magic and technology. It could also be called an illusion. By using his own magical power to influence the souls of others, thereby affecting various sensory centers in their brains. Those ensnared in the illusion perceive, hear, and feel everything as a fantasy created by the caster. The principle behind creating this illusion is actually extracted by Viko from virtual reality technology and applied to magic. Boom! Doctor Strange had no idea how much time had passed as he traversed through different times and spaces at different speeds. When he once again saw Ancient One and Viko, he had lost control of his body due to excessive fright, and he ended up sitting on the floor. How about it? Are you satisfied with this personalized journey through the multiverse that I've prepared for you? In the past, you always thought you understood how the world worked, believing that the material universe was everything. However, in reality, matter is connected to spirit and they mutually influence each other. Thoughts shape reality, and reality, in turn, gives depth to thoughts. The universe we see before us is just one among the infinite universes, and the world is boundless. Some are beautiful and harmonious, while others are cold, evil, and filled with slaughter. In those dark corners, primal forces are greedily awaiting the opportunity to harvest everything. So, in this vast and genuine multiverse, who are you, Doctor Strange? Tell me, am I still the foolish tycoon blinded by money, or are you the frog in the well, who only sees a limited perspective? Teach me, I implore you, teach me the secrets. At this moment, having endured Viko's retaliatory revelation, Doctor Strange finally believed in the existence of the soul, and he also believed that there was a way to restore his hands to normal in Camartage. However, opportunities aren't perpetually present, waiting to be seized at any moment. Some things, once missed, may never present themselves again. Ancient One and Viko exchanged a glance, then simultaneously provided Doctor Strange with a despairing answer, no. Hiatus/dropped.